The journey of a Pokémon researcher. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101 Special Training. After solving the problem of the fate of the young Abu, Yato also officially began to give Xuanjian special training. Before the special training, Yato first told Xuanjian some things about the dream world. The dream world has always been very mysterious, and there is little research on it, because humans rarely enter the dream world. I only entered it briefly after Xiaobo invented the dream machine. The dream world seems to be a reflection of the real world. Most of the lives and scenery that exist in the real world will exist in it, but the details are very different. With the help of the dream machine, you will not really die when you die in the dream world, but you will be forced to leave the dream, but this will hurt your soul, and may cause dementia in serious cases. As an elf, Scyther, if you die in the dream world, it will cause brain death in the real world. At the same time, if you are trapped by something in the dream, your real body will continue to sleep. The time flow rate in the dream world and the real world is not the same, about 10 times that of the real world, but if you are trapped in the dream for too long, then your body in the real world will also have problems due to the sense of time dislocation. You need to pay attention to the above, but in general, the best way to deal with it is to improve your own strength as much as possible, so our special training in the next 2 days will focus on fighting. I will send different Pokemon to fight your Scyther, and at the same time order another Pokemon to attack you, and you need to dodge the opponent's attack and protect yourself. I understand. Xuanjian nodded solemnly. I will definitely work hard to improve. Okay, then let's go to the beach over there. The sand there is coarser, there are fewer tourists, it's convenient for us to train. Xuanjian nodded, and followed the audience, Duogi and Abu, to the beach. Come out, Marill, Dragonite, and Happen. Yato summoned 3 Pokemon in one breath. Xuanjian also summoned Scyther and got ready to the side. Dragonite, Marill, you attack Xuanjian and Scyther according to the double standard. The 2 Pokemon nodded, indicating that they understood Yato's order. What is the purpose of Happiny? Is it used to treat Xuanjian and Scyther after they are injured? Duogi asked curiously. Of course not. Yato took out a beach chair from his backpack, then took out a pair of sunglasses and put them on, then took off his shirt, lay down on the beach chair, and said, how can such good sunshine be wasted? Happiny, give me a massage. Well, you don't have to worry about me, just continue the special training. Everyone. Although Yato looked perfunctory and irresponsible, his 2 Pokemon were still quite serious and responsible. After Yato finished giving the order, he launched an attack. Marill opened her mouth and used the water gun skill on Scyther and Xuanjian. At the same time, the electric dragon also used the electric shock skill on Marill's water gun, and the water flow immediately rushed towards Scyther with electric current. This combined attack was perfect, making up for the shortcomings of the water gun's insufficient power and the short range of the electric shock attack. At the same time, once it hits, it can also paralyze the opponent. Without Xuanjian's command, Scyther spread its wings and flew up, dodging the attack. Although the power of this combination move is not significant, once it is hit, it will suffer double damage from the water flow and the electric current. Moreover, if it is attacked by an electric skill, the body will be paralyzed with a high probability. Once it is paralyzed in the battle, it is tantamount to complete loss. However, the opponent's attack is not so easy to dodge. The goal of Marill and the electric dragon is to paralyze Scyther, not to cause damage, so the power is deliberately controlled when using the skills, so that the direction of the skill attack can be adjusted. After Scyther moved, it immediately adjusted the angle of the water gun and chased Scyther. Such a pursuit undoubtedly puts Scyther at a disadvantage. Marill only needs to adjust the angle slightly to offset Scyther's flight for a long distance. Seeing the attack getting closer and closer, Xuanjian ordered, Spigus, use Shadow Clone. Spigus immediately increased its speed after receiving the order, leaving a trail of afterimages behind it, turning into several shadow clones and flying in different directions, making it difficult for Viridian and Dragonite to find a target for the joint attack. However, this is a doubles match. Although one of the players is a trainer, this does not prevent them from attacking. Viridian stopped the water gun, slightly charged up, and then used the water cannon skill on Xuanjian. For trainers, skills that increase negative effects are not suitable, and direct attacks are more effective. At the same time, Dragonite also stretched out his arms and condensed an electric ball on his chest. When his trainer was attacked, Spigus immediately returned to defend without hesitation. He rushed over in an instant, came to Xuanjian, and took a defensive stance. Seeing this, Marillion and Dragonite flashed a trace of joy in their eyes at the same time, adjusted the skill target, and launched an attack on Spigus. That's right, their target from beginning to end was Scyther instead of Xuanjian. After all, in addition to helping the Pokémon design more efficient tactics, the trainer himself is not strong, and even if he is defeated, it will not change the situation much. On the contrary, if the trainer is kept, Scyther can be restrained, so that it cannot launch attacks without scruples. This is also a problem that Xuanjian may encounter in the dream world. He may be able to break off Scyther's hind legs. The water cannon and the electric ball hit Scyther in a defensive posture at the same time, but to everyone's surprise, the moment the skill hit Scyther, Scyther turned into star-like points of light and exploded. This is not the real body, but a shadow clone. Xuanjian, who was hiding behind Scyther, had already retreated far away at this time, and his skills naturally failed. At the moment when the shadow clone was destroyed, Scyther's true body appeared behind Dragonite and Marill. Xuanjian shouted, "Scyther, attack with your wings." Scyther nodded, rushed through Dragonite and Marill, and attacked the two elves at the same time with its powerful wings, knocking them out. Chase Marill. Split attack. Xuanjian ordered again. In the battle against Marill, Scyther's fighting, evil, and insect skills were all weakened and restrained, and only the general skills were not affected. Scyther immediately puffed up its wings and continued to chase Marill. The sickle lit up and hit Marill, who was blown away by the wing attack. Marill let out a low cry and was hit and flew forward again. Seeing that the attack was effective, Scyther immediately continued to pursue, but he didn't expect that Marill had already reacted. She calmly used her excellent hearing to accurately identify the direction of Scyther's attack and used Water Tail on the attacking Scyther. Marill's quick reaction caught Scyther off guard. He was so fast that he didn't have time to react. He could only set up his double sickles to block the vital parts. The knockdown Dragonite also stood firm again at this time and sent out 100,000 volts at Scyther. In this way, Scyther was attacked from both sides. Marill's Water Tail in front made it temporarily unable to move, and the 100,000 volts of Dragonite approached from behind. It was about to be hit and lose its combat effectiveness. At this time, Xuanjian rushed behind Scyther and blocked the 100,000 volt attack with his body. Woo! Xuanjian, who was hit by the current, groaned in pain. Although 100,000 volts is not fatal, the feeling of being electrocuted is definitely not pleasant. Despite this, Xuanjian still said to Scyther, "Don't worry about me, I'll cover you, let's deal with Marill first." Hearing Xuanjian's order, Scyther nodded solemnly, shook off the water drops on his head, raised his sickle, and continued to attack Marill. Xuanjian covered Marill and constantly interfered with the Dragonite to prevent it from attacking Scyther. Although Marill successfully defended against Scyther's attack, it was far inferior to Scyther in speed. After Scyther exerted its full speed, it could only catch a shadow in its size, but it also had its own way to deal with it. Scyther used a roaming fighting method, quickly approaching Marill, and then launched a double cut, while Marill kept using her tail and palm to defend. With the characteristics of a strong man, it was not inferior to Scyther in the duel. Seeing that his attack was blocked, Scyther became anxious. After all, Dragonite mainly used special attack, and there were many special attack skills in it. For Xuanjian, special attack skills were almost impossible to defend, and he almost had to rely on resistance to survive. Xuanjian mainly used melee, and electric elves were always considered to be restrained in close combat. After being blocked by Xuanjian many times, Dragonite was also a little angry. When Scyther entered its attack range, it used all its strength to use the discharge trick. The electric current instantly enveloped Xuanjian and Scyther. Although the damage was not great, it successfully paralyzed Scyther. Marill took the opportunity to use the self-sacrifice collision against Scyther. As soon as Dragonite's discharge skill ended, Marill collided with Scyther. Scyther only had time to set up the double sickles and make a simple defense before being knocked away by Marill's round body. Although it was knocked out, Scyther didn't give up. It first used the skill Hold On learned from Eevee to preserve its last bit of strength, and then used double payback. Double payback also doubled the damage caused by Mariel, and even though it was greatly weakened due to its attributes, it immediately made Mariel lose its combat effectiveness. Scyther launched the final attack on the Dragonite. Xuanjian immediately shouted loudly after seeing Scyther defeat Mariel. Scyther didn't know the skill of double payback before, and it was not known whether it was learned last night or today. It was a complete surprise that Scyther was able to defeat Mariel with this skill, but Scyther only had the last bit of strength left, and in front of the Dragonite that could control the field remotely, Xuanjian had no way to transmit the healing power of Takuwa to it. In this case, once it was hit by an electric skill with double damage, it would completely lose the battle and could only fight one last time. Scyther obviously understood this, took a deep breath, focused all his attention on one sickle, and delivered his final blow. Perhaps Scyther's faith was too strong, and this blow actually triggered the memory deep in its blood, allowing it to comprehend a new skill, Resurrection, a fighting skill similar to the Dying Struggle, but actually more powerful than the Dying Struggle. The electric dragon also obviously realized the power of this blow. With its slow speed, it had no way to dodge the blow of Scyther, which was almost twice as fast as it, but it used its defensive skill, Hold On. The golden energy formed a shield in front of the electric dragon, and Scyther's fatal blow hit it, and the shield was immediately covered with cracks, but this skill was eventually blocked. Seeing that his final desperate blow was blocked, Scyther's body, which was supported by spirit, could no longer hold on, and fell in front of the electric dragon. Then the shield formed by the defense also shattered, revealing the panting Dragonite behind it. Failed again. Xuanjian also sighed softly, and then fell on the beach. The attack of the Dragonite caused a lot of damage to Xuanjian, and he had already reached his limit. Xuanjian. Master. Duogi and Abu rushed to Xuanjian. I'm fine. Xuanjian barely raised his hand and shook them. The electric shock mainly caused some damage to his muscles and nerves, making his whole body sore and unable to stand. Yato, who was lying and enjoying the service of Happy Egg, also stood up and walked over, and ordered, Happy Egg, use aromatherapy first, then use healing waves. Happy Egg nodded, and a faint fragrance emanated from his body that enveloped the surroundings. Xuanjian felt numbness in his body gradually disappear, and his body regained control, realizing that it was the abnormal state of his body that was eliminated. Then Happy Egg raised his hands, and a burst of pink energy came out from his hands, spreading to the surroundings, covering the three elves and Xuanjian. Under the healing wave of Happiny, Xuanjian felt that the pain caused by the electric shock disappeared, and Scyther and Mariel, who had lost their fighting power and fainted, also recovered, and the scars on their bodies healed quickly. Soon, Happiny's skill release ended, and Yato took out the Pokeball to take back Dragonite and Mariel, and then said, You have recovered half of your physical strength and can fight. He took out the Pokeball again, summoned a Tornado Bluebird and a Big Mouth, and signaled them to prepare for the attack. But their injuries are not healed yet. Duoga said. There is no special recovery time in the dream world, so it is normal to fight with injuries. Of course, the opponents there are not so strong, but there are many more of them, so you can't fight with the opponent like you did just now. You must learn to protect yourself as much as possible and defeat the enemy at the lowest cost. Yes, I understand. Xuanjian nodded, woke up Scyther, and started fighting again, but this time he did not collide with the opponent head-on, but relied on Scyther's superb speed and flexibility to fight with the opponent, and he himself transmitted some evergreen power to Scyther from time to time to help it recover. Yes, that's it. Yato nodded with satisfaction. Senior Yato, changed at the request of the other party, then why didn't you tell the young master to fight in a vagrant manner just now? Abu asked. Just now? I forgot. Yato said without feeling embarrassed at all. Duoga glanced at the other party and smiled, without saying that the other party actually wanted to test Xuanjian's strength and did so. It seems that Xuanjian's performance made the other party very satisfied. Chapter 102 Enter. The following days were spent in such training. Xuanjian and Scyther were bruised and exhausted every day, but under such training, the two sides cooperated more and more tacitly and their strength became stronger and stronger. Xiaobo brought a machine to Jingan Island on the third day after the training began, but he said that the machine had not been used for a long time and it would take some time to debug. A week later, Yato finally told Xuanjian that the training had been completed, and Xiaobo had also put the machine. Xuanjian's training was over, and the next day would be rested for a day before the test. It's finally over. Xuanjian sighed, and the scyther next to him also showed a relaxed expression. The past week was a difficult time. If I hadn't chosen the target long ago, I would definitely give up. Why did Dr. Xiaobo come all the way to Xuanjian Island with the equipment? Wouldn't it be easier for us to find him? Duoga asked in surprise. Abu next to him also nodded in agreement. During this period, Duoga simply fed him like a Snorlax, constantly stuffing him with all kinds of food, so that he grew a lot of meat in just 1 week. Xuanjian and Yadou looked at each other. Since Xiaobo left the alliance, all his equipment and research tools were provided by the rocket team. His laboratory was also set up in the rocket team. Now he is conducting some confidential research, so it is certainly not suitable for Xuanjian to visit. In fact, even Yadou has never been to his current laboratory. However, this cannot be said to Duoga, so Xuanjian and the others began to make up lies again. It is because the environment here on Xuanjian Island is more suitable for experiments. Duoga nodded and believed this explanation, because many experiments are affected by many factors such as temperature, humidity, sunshine, latitude, etc., and many of these factors cannot be completely simulated by humans. Let's go see Xiaobo first. Maybe he has something to explain. Yadou changed the subject. Lies are always easy to be exposed, so try to let the other party ask less questions. So the group came to Xiaobo's temporary laboratory under the leadership of Yadou. The laboratory is located in the remote and deserted North City district. It is probably a base of the rockets. The R inside has been temporarily added with a symmetrical half, changing it to a symmetrical structure with one on each side. If you are not suspicious, you will only regard it as a very technological decoration pattern. As soon as they entered the laboratory, they saw Xiaobo, who was doing the final inspection of the machine. After Xiaobo finished the inspection, everyone greeted him. "Hello, Xiaobo. You are here, welcome to visit my laboratory." Seeing everyone, Xiaobo also greeted them. Yadou stepped forward and said, "Uncle Xia, Xuanjian's training has been completed. I wonder if you have anything else to arrange." Uncle Xia waved his hand and said, "Nothing else." Then he turned to Xuanjian and said, "This experiment is a bit dangerous, so I specially asked Yadou to train you. Although Yadou looks lazy and sloppy, he is actually a very reliable guy. I contacted him after I talked to you, and he rushed to Xuanjian Island from Xiangyao Island that night." Xuanjian nodded and bowed to Yadou. "Thank you for your concern." He originally thought that the other party happened to be traveling on Xuanjian Island, but he didn't expect that the other party was actually on vacation on another island. No wonder the other party stayed in the beverage shop that night. It turned out that he didn't book a hotel. If the other party hadn't come that night, although he had a great chance of getting away that night, he would definitely suffer some hardships, and he would not get the bonus. "You're welcome. I just happened to stay in Xiangyao Island for too long and wanted to change places," Yadou said, and then turned to Xiaobo. "Don't make me sound so reliable. Don't make others think that I am a very dedicated man. In fact, I am not trustworthy." Xiaobo shook his head speechlessly. "You guy, really then?" Xiaobo led everyone to visit the laboratory and explain the principles of this experiment and some precautions. And for the first time, everyone saw what the so-called dream machine looked like. It looked like 2 dormant chambers, filled with various tubes. Then let Xuanjian go back to the Elf Center. After separating from Caesar, the two moved back to the Elf Center, to have a good rest. The next day, Xuanjian came to the laboratory at the time agreed with Xiaobo. Xiaobo looked at Xuanjian and said, "Well, you are in good spirits." Xuanjian smiled and took out a letter and handed it to Xiaobo. "Although it is unlucky to do so, I am used to arranging everything in advance. If I encounter any accidents in this experiment, please hand over the things I left to my parents. This is my suicide note. I'm counting on you." Before Xiaobo spoke, Duoga immediately said, "Don't say that, Xuanjian. You can definitely complete the experiment safely." Xuanjian smiled, turned to Duoga, who was obviously worried but still pretended to be calm, and said, "I'm sorry, I haven't fulfilled the agreement with you yet, and I have to do this again." Duoga shook his head and said, "It's nothing, I don't care about that agreement anymore." Then he walked to Xuanjian and looked at Xuanjian steadily. Although they are of the same kind, Xuanjian is also tall, but because girls develop earlier, Duoga is actually not much shorter than Xuanjian. Duoga raised his head slightly, and their eyes were just facing each other. Xuanjian saw something in Duoga's eyes that he had longed for, but now it made him a little flustered. I will definitely try my best to make sure I am fine. Xuanjian didn't know why he suddenly said this. Yet, Duoga nodded, a blush appeared on his face, and then he suddenly hugged Xuanjian's neck and kissed Xuanjian's lips. It was the first time in 2 lives that the opposite sex kissed each other, and the other party took the initiative. Xuanjian was a little expectant and a little scared, but in the end he thought of something, turned his face away, and held Duoga's cheeks with both hands. Don't you want to? Tears welled up in Duoga's eyes. As a girl, she put down her dignity and took the initiative to kiss the other party. Unexpectedly, the other party refused. At this moment, Duoga felt that her choice was wrong. Xuanjian's fingers gently wiped away Duoga's tears, and said with a smile, "How could I be unwilling to kiss such a smart and beautiful girl? Then why did you refuse?" "Because I know this is your precious first kiss, but I don't know if I deserve this kiss from you. Maybe it should be left to someone who can accompany you for a lifetime. For me, this is enough." Xuanjian's warm lips gently kissed the girl's smooth forehead. Duoga closed her eyes and hugged Xuanjian tightly, enjoying Xuanjian's tenderness. She understood the other party's thoughtfulness and concern. Xuanjian was not indifferent to her sincerity, but was afraid that he would never come back and leave her too much sadness, so he chose to refuse. But he was moved in the end, so he kissed her forehead. Cough 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 cough, Xiaobo coughed a series of times, and the two of them realized that there were other people here, and hurriedly separated, both of them blushing like monkeys. "Hey, it's good to be young," Xiaobo teased, and then continued, "In fact, the danger of this experiment is not as big as imagined, and you don't have to be so desperate." Turning to Xuanjian, he solemnly emphasized, "For humans, the machine has another chance to help the experimental subject force out, unless the other party is unwilling to leave. Although I know it may be useless, I still have to say that I value your life more than the life of the elves, and I hope you don't make a fool of yourself." Xuanjian didn't say anything. For him, before the real choice came, he couldn't be sure what he would do, even if he had told himself not to make a fool of himself. Abandoning your own elf and escaping alone, is this really something you can do? Seeing Xuanjian's expression, Xiaobo sighed, said nothing more, and turned to start the machine. When Xuanjian was about to enter the machine, Duoga held his hand and reminded him, "Be sure to come back safely." "Yes. Don't worry." Xuanjian smiled and nodded, patted Duoga's hand, and lay down in the life support cabin. As the hatch slowly fell, he completely disappeared from everyone's sight. "Be sure to come back," Duoga murmured to himself. "I'm so ashamed that I'm so old, and I haven't given my first kiss yet. Does anyone want it?" Chapter 103 Dream World. The hatch slowly closed, and everything in front of him was dark. Xuanjian also closed his eyes. Rush into the hypnotic mist. Xuanjian heard Xiaobo's voice outside the cabin. Then he smelled something in the air, and then he felt his head getting heavier and heavier, and gradually fell asleep. When Xuanjian woke up again, he was no longer in the cabin. Although he was still wearing the same clothes as before, the scenery in front of him was completely another unfamiliar place. Is this the dream world? Xuanjian looked around curiously, and saw that the surrounding scenery was similar to the elf world, but some vegetation was obviously different from the Kanto area, but these plants were still plants in the elf world, but they were common in other areas. At this time, a glittering egg appeared in front of Xuanjian. Xuanjian had carefully read the information given by Xiaobo before, and naturally knew that this was something produced by the dream machine to guide him to complete the adventure. "It feels like an online game," Xuanjian muttered, then stretched out his finger and gently tapped the suspended egg. As Xuanjian touched it, the egg emitted a burst of light, and then turned into a small person with wings, a bit like a fairy in a fairy tale in the previous life. "Hello, Master, the dream elf is happy to serve you. May I ask how I can help you?" the little person said, as if he were a person, but Xuanjian knew that it was actually just an intelligent program, but perhaps it was also a life in this dream world. "First send my location to Xiaobo, and then change my clothes and equipment for me," Xuanjian ordered. "Yes." The dream elf nodded obediently, then pointed his little hand, and shot out a beam of light and disappeared in the air. At the same time as the light disappeared, a signal appeared on Xiaobo's observer in the real world. Xiaobo hurriedly said, "Xuanjian has successfully entered the dream world and sent back the location information. Now let's either enter the dream and teleport Xuanjian next to it." Xiaobo's assistants nodded, quickly coated Scyther with Xiaobo's special coating, and then let it sleep in another cabin. In the dream world, the dream elf sent the signal and then spread a light curtain in front of Xuanjian, allowing him to choose his own clothes and equipment. After Xuanjian made his choice, it emitted a ray of light to Xuanjian, and Xuanjian's clothes instantly changed into what he wanted. Very convenient, Xuanjian exclaimed. At this time, the dream elf asked again, it is detected that Scyther has entered the dream world. Do you want to teleport? Teleport. After receiving the order, the dream elf drew a circle in the air with his fingers. This circle was like a small hole dug out on the page of a book, revealing different contents below, making the space inside and outside the circle seem to be broken, forming two different pictures. The circle gradually became larger, and the edge became a little blurred, and a blue light appeared inside the circle, just like the legendary teleportation array. When the circle became stable, Xuanjian stepped into it without hesitation and disappeared in this world, and the dream elf flew in afterwards. Passing through the light circle is like crossing a door. Inside and outside the door are completely two different worlds. Next to the aperture, Scyther was already on standby, waiting for Xuanjian's arrival. Scyther breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Xuanjian appear. I don't know where this is. Xuanjian looked around. The vegetation here was also significantly different from that in Kanto. It was a pity that he didn't study this much, otherwise he could have determined which area of the real world this was a projection of. After observing for a while, he found nothing, so he gave up and said, forget it, let's hurry up and complete the task. The dream world is very different from the real world. There are no creatures like humans here, and evolution does not require anything else. It only needs to defeat enough opponents and plunder enough dream energy. If Scyther wants to obtain light metal characteristics after evolution, it must defeat enough opponents in the dream world and obtain enough energy for evolution. With Scyther, Xuanjian began to look for the target. According to Xiaobo's information, the breath of non-dream creatures has a fatal attraction to dream creatures, but it is difficult for creatures in the real world to enter the dream world. Both the man and the elf are now using different means to conceal their breath, but this method is time-limited, so they can't delay too much time. Soon, Xuanjian found the target, which was a bird Pokémon. Although he had never seen it before, Xuanjian still recognized its name, Nighthawk, the home bird of the Johto region. Spy Mantis, it's best to get the opponent in one hit, don't give the opponent a chance to counterattack. Xuanjian ordered. As the home bird of the Johto region, although the attributes of Nighthawk are the same as those of Pidgeot, it is actually better at psychic skills. Once it is dragged, it will be very difficult to deal with. Spy Mantis nodded, raised its sickle and aimed at Nighthawk, kicked the ground with its hind legs, and then accelerated with its wings. It instantly turned into a residual image and rushed over, aiming at Nighthawk and launching a sneak attack on the vital point. As a dark skill, the sneak attack on the vital point is rarely used except for sneak attacks, but at this moment, combined with Spy Mantis's speed that far exceeds that of the opponent, the effect is very good. The sense of the night owl was very sharp. It found the opponent the moment Scyther launched the attack. Unfortunately, its speed was too slow. It didn't look like a flying elf at all, so it was successfully attacked by Scyther. Although it was not restrained by the dark skills in terms of attributes, it was good at psychic skills, which meant that it had a lot of psychic energy in its body. Therefore, when it was attacked by dark skills, it was more damaged than a normal flying elf. In addition, Scyther attacked its brain, so it immediately lost its combat effectiveness. After the night owl lost its combat effectiveness, a small ball of lavender energy floated out of its body and flew into the body of Scyther, and the dream elf also reminded in time, defeat a elf and collect 12 dream energy points. It is estimated that 99,988 more will be needed. It's getting more and more like playing an online game. Xuanjian complained silently, but still asked, why do you need so much dream energy? Defeating a night owl will get 12 energy points, but it takes nearly 10,000 energy points to evolve. Doesn't that mean you have to defeat about 1,000 night owls? So much energy cannot be satisfied under normal natural conditions. How can creatures in this world evolve? Because Scyther is not a creature of the dream world, it needs to return to the real world eventually, and can only bring 1% of the dream energy back to the real world during the shuttle. The dream elf explained. Well, it seems that I am trapped in the monster killing and leveling mode of the online game now. The second update is here, please vote. Chapter 104 Hunting Snorlax. Whoosh! A green figure flashed in the air, and then a ladybug fell from the air, losing its fighting power. Then Scyther fell back to Xuanjian, and the dream elf dutifully reported, 110 elves were defeated, and a total of 1,395 dream energy points were obtained. Oh my god, when will this end? Xuanjian shouted while holding his head. He thought that entering the dream world would face various dangers, but he didn't expect that the greatest pain would be the endless monster spawning. Scyther nodded in agreement. It had defeated more than 100 different elves in succession. At first, it was a little excited, but now it was about to vomit. These elves grew almost naturally, and their fighting power was ridiculously weak. It only needed one move to defeat them. It was really boring. If you defeat a stronger opponent, will you get more dream energy? Xuanjian asked the dream elf. Yes, but it is not recommended, because challenging a powerful Pokémon is very dangerous. No matter what the danger is, our current approach is too inefficient. And we don't have that much time to waste, right, Scyther? Xuanjian asked. Scyther nodded, indicating that he fully agreed with his point of view. Seeing that Scyther agreed, Xuanjian said to the dream Pokémon, search for a stronger Pokémon nearby. The dream Pokémon nodded and quickly gave an answer, there is a Snorlax at 25 degrees east by south. It is very high level, and because of its large size, it is expected to gain more energy after the challenge. Xuanjian nodded, then this is it. Scyther, let's go. Scyther nodded, carried Xuanjian on his back and flew in the direction indicated by the dream Pokémon. After entering the dream world, in order to act quickly, the two sides have cooperated like this many times. With Scyther's speed, even with Xuanjian on his back, he quickly found the target. At this time, Snorlax was standing under a tree full of fruits, with his back to Xuanjian, eating with big mouthfuls, and he didn't notice the two guys with bad intentions behind him. What a big guy! Xuanjian exclaimed as he looked at Snorlax in front of him. This was the first time he saw this kind of Pokémon. The appearance of the elves in the dream world is no different from that in the real world, so this Snorlax is also more than 2 meters tall, with thick fat all over his body. Even if he lies down, he will not be much shorter than standing. The overweight body makes it leave deep footprints on the ground every time it takes a step. To be honest, it is still very psychologically stressful to attack such a big guy. Spy, use the tile split. Pay attention to close combat. Xuanjian ordered. Similar to his own Gyarados, Snorlax is also a spirit with a very reasonable attribute distribution. With its huge body, it is very troublesome to deal with. Snorlax nodded after receiving the order, raised the sickle in his hand high, rushed to the back of Snorlax, and used the tile split on its head. Snorlax's huge size often misleads some trainers into thinking that it is a Pokémon with high physical defense, and thus uses special attacks. In fact, Snorlax's thick fat is more effective in defending against special attacks, and some of its thick fat characteristics are even more resistant to fire and ice attacks. Probably due to its huge size, Snorlax only reacted when the attack landed on its head. At this time, Scyther's sickle had already hit the back of its head and sunk into its thick fat layer. Roar! Snorlax roared, and even the fruits on the tree fell off. Generally speaking, Snorlax has a mild temper, and it doesn't care if children play on its soft and wide belly, but it is also very scary when an honest Pokémon gets angry. Scyther, come back. Xuanjian ordered. The previous attack had a good effect. The double damage brought by the fighting system made Snorlax suffer a lot. Unfortunately, Snorlax's thick fat had a strong buffer for the attack, so it couldn't knock it out with one blow like those small Pokémon. After receiving the order, Scyther immediately retreated. As soon as it left, Snorlax turned around and swung its fleshy big hand backwards, trying to attack the guy who dared to attack it. Unfortunately, Scyther had already left. This time, the attack only hit a tree, and the huge force broke its lazy waist. Scyther and Xuanjian couldn't help but shudder. If they were hit by this slap, they would definitely lose their combat effectiveness immediately. Scyther, Shadow Clone, and then keep using 2-hit combo to fight. Xuanjian ordered. To deal with such a big guy, you can only outsmart it, not fight hard. Scyther nodded, split into several Shadow Clones, and then moved quickly around Snorlax. When Snorlax was confused by the Shadow Clone, it suddenly rushed in front of it with its superb speed, raised its sickle and attacked its head. Snorlax was furious after being attacked again. He slapped Scyther again with his big hand, But Scyther had already left, leaving only a shadow clone in the original place, causing its big hand to slap him on the head instead. Snorlax was furious after his attack failed again. He opened his mouth wide, took a deep breath, and then roared at the countless Scythers moving at high speed in front of him. I don't know if it's because the fat man has a large lung capacity. Although Snorlax didn't use any skills in this attack, the power was comparable to a violent storm. Even Xuanjian, who was a distance away, felt that his face was hurt by the wind. All the stones and leaves on the ground were blown away, and all the clones of Scyther were destroyed. Fortunately, Scyther was behind Snorlax at this time, so it was not affected much. While Snorlax was attacking, Scytherx used the tile split again and hit Snorlax heavily on the back of his head. After 2 consecutive attacks, Snorlax was knocked unconscious even with a thick layer of fat. However, Snorlax also achieved the goal of clearing Scyther's shadow clone, so it was totally worth it. With the shadow clone destroyed, Scyther could only keep moving at high speed, and dared not attack easily, lest Snorlax be caught. Snorlax saw that Scyther did not dare to approach him, so he adopted a new trick. Snorlax opened his mouth and burped loudly. Burping, poison attack, burping at the opponent after eating tree fruit, attacking with an unpleasant smell. Snorlax had just eaten before, so it undoubtedly met the conditions for launching an attack. In addition, it ate everything and had a huge lung capacity, so the unpleasant stench immediately filled the surroundings. Although Scyther was highly immune to poison attacks and was a distance away from Snorlax, it was also disgusted and almost couldn't breathe, let alone close attack. Spy Mantis, fly up, use Silver Wind. Xuanjian also noticed Spy Mantis's predicament and ordered immediately. Spy Mantis immediately flapped its wings and flew into the air, using Silver Wind to attack Snorlax. The power of the insect skill Silver Wind was not strong to begin with. Even with the blessing of the technical master characteristic, the damage caused to Snorlax with extremely high special defense was almost negligible. However, this skill effectively blew away the stench sprayed by Snorlax, creating conditions for Spy Mantis's next close attack. Seeing that Spy Mantis had solved the dilemma, Snorlax was a little annoyed. After all, it was not a poison-type Pokémon, so it was difficult for it to use Hiccup continuously, but Spy Mantis was difficult to attack, so Snorlax transferred its hatred to Xuanjian, who had repeatedly ruined its good deeds. Snorlax held his head with both hands, shrank into his fleshy body, used the round skill, turned into a big meatball, and then rolled towards Xuanjian. It is said that there may be 3 more chapters today. Chapter 105 Dream Pokeball. When watching a certain anime in the previous life, Xuanjian always questioned whether a family with a skill like Human Bomb Chariot as a family secret skill was really big enough to become a big family. Xuanjian once thought that it was just a continuation of the traditional sumo culture of a certain country, but the scene before him undoubtedly proved that Human Bomb Chariot was a very domineering skill. Rolling is a rock-type skill. Although the initial power is not high and the speed is not fast, if it is not stopped, the speed will become faster and faster, and the power will become stronger and stronger. If a Pokemon like Geodude uses rolling, it may be easily stopped, but if it is Raiden, it is almost impossible to stop it. At this time, Xuanjian is facing the rolling of Snorlax, which is heavier and bigger than Raiden. Although it does not have a body as hard as Raiden, Snorlax's fat allows it to ignore the discomfort caused by various uneven surfaces on the ground. Coupled with a weight of more than 400 kilograms, it is simply a god who kills gods and Buddhas who stand in its way. So, fat people are terrible when they get angry. Xuanjian found that Snorlax was attacking him, and immediately began to dodge by using trees, but the trees along the way were completely broken by it, which had no effect on it. Seeing that the big meatball of Snorlax was getting closer and closer, Scyther quickly swooped down from the air, took Xuanjian up into the air, and avoided Snorlax's attack. "Get out of here quickly, fly south," Xuanjian ordered. Scyther's flying ability was not strong, especially with himself. The flying height was not enough to completely avoid Snorlax's attack, and just caught the opponent off guard. As long as Snorlax reacted, adjusted slightly, jumped up with the power of rolling, and then launched a Taishan top or collision against himself and Scyther, then he and Scyther would be completely crushed into meat patties. Scyther also understood the current danger, and did what Xuanjian said without hesitation, and flew south with Xuanjian. And Scyther did not give up, and after turning slightly, he followed Xuanjian and Scyther closely. Xuanjian couldn't help with the flying, so he turned back to observe Snorlax's actions. He couldn't help but smack his lips. What a terrifying destructive power. Since they were in the forest, the trees in the forest caused some obstacles to both sides. However, Scyther was flying after all, and these trees were not very high, so the impact was not very big, but Snorlax was more affected. Along the way, Scyther consciously took Snorlax through the places with dense trees, trying to slow it down. I don't know if Snorlax didn't notice or didn't care at all, and followed without hesitation. As a result, all the trees along the way were knocked down, and deep marks were pressed on the ground. A flat path was opened in the forest. In this case, Snorlax's speed did not slow down at all, but became faster and faster, which was really frightening. As Snorlax got closer and closer, Scyther felt a little pressure. Its high speed was largely due to its powerful hind legs, and its wings did not play a big role. At this time, Snorlax was chasing closely behind, and it was completely unable to land and accelerate. As if it could see Scyther's worry, Xuanjian pointed to the front and said, "Scyther, land on the blue-orange tree in front." Scyther was a little confused. Although the blue-orange tree was tall, it was not strong enough to withstand Snorlax's attack. Wouldn't it be more dangerous to stop on it? However, out of trust in Xuanjian, Scyther still followed Xuanjian's order. As soon as Xuanjian stood firm on the blue-orange tree, Snorlax had already caught up with him, and his huge body rushed towards the blue-orange tree. Scyther's heart could not help but rise, and his muscles were tense, ready to take Xuanjian away again if Snorlax crashed into the tree. But Scyther's worry was in vain. When Snorlax rolled to the grass about 10 meters away from the blue-orange tree, it suddenly slowed down and finally sank into the mud, and was forced to stop rolling. Huh? Xuanjian breathed a sigh of relief. The dream spirit could provide a map of the forest where he was. He observed this forest when he came here and found that there was a stream upstream, but it suddenly stopped flowing here. The vegetation in this area was unusually lush, so he boldly inferred that there was a swamp here, so he led Snorlax here. Sure enough, his judgment was correct. The ground could not bear the weight of Snorlax, and it sank into the mud. The rolling was interrupted, and the body fell into the mud again. Every time Snorlax struggled, it sank deeper. In this situation, it was not Xuanjian's style not to beat the drowning dog. Xuanjian immediately ordered, "Spy, use the combo to attack Snorlax." Spy agreed excitedly, raised the sickle, flew over and attacked Snorlax. The fleshy Snorlax was a big sandbag for it. It was so fun to fight. Snorlax, who was attacked, kept roaring, but unfortunately it was trapped in the mud and was completely unable to fight back. Perhaps it was forced into a hurry, and violent energy emerged from Snorlax. Circles of shock waves came out of it. It was a general ultimate move, the billion-ton shock wave. As an ultimate move comparable to the destruction of the death ray, the power of the billion-ton shock wave should not be underestimated. The mud that originally wrapped Snorlax was all washed away by the attack, turning into a rain of mud, exposing its body again. The swamp was not big to begin with, and it was destroyed by Snorlax. Even the tadpoles living in it were hit hard and almost killed. Scyther was caught off guard by the shock wave and was blown far away, splashed with mud. Scyther stopped sinking because the mud under his feet was compacted by the billions of tons of shock waves. After using the skill, Scyther fell into a short stiffness. After all, most of the damage to Scyther was blocked by the swamp, so it was not big. Seeing Scyther stiff, Scyther immediately seized the opportunity, rushed towards Scyther, launched a series of attacks, and left again before Scyther recovered. After Scyther recovered, he did not rush to counterattack, but used his legs to jump up from the bottom of the pit formed by the attack. "Scyther, stop it from leaving," Xuanjian ordered immediately. Scyther did not dare to neglect it, flapped its wings hard, and used lightning flash on Scyther. Snorlax's jumping ability was not outstanding to begin with, and the ground that was hit by the mega shock wave was not strong enough, so the height of the jump was not high to begin with. After being hit by Scyther, the escape plan failed completely, and it fell heavily again, falling into the mud that began to flow back. Looking at Snorlax, Xuanjian estimated that its physical strength had almost reached its limit, and it could not use recovery skills such as sleeping in such a place. He was sure of victory, so he ordered, "Scyther, be careful, don't let it be overturned at the end." Facts have proved that Xuanjian's concerns are very necessary. When Scyther launched a feint attack, it lured Snorlax to launch a fierce counterattack. Snorlax used a skill that would kill both parties, self-destruction. Fortunately, Scyther was only feinting this time, not a real attack. It was well prepared and immediately flew back to Xuanjian and used the defense. The self-destruct skill released all the physical strength in Snorlax, transforming it into a shocking blow. The swamp that had been destroyed for the most part was completely destroyed, and the several Pokémon living in it were blown to pieces. If it weren't for Scyther's timely defense, even Xuanjian would have been blown away by the shock wave. After using the self-destruction, Snorlax completely lost its combat power and fainted on the ground. Then a large ball of dream energy flew out of its body and fell into Scyther's body. The dream spirit immediately gave accurate data: defeat Snorlax and gain 1000 energy points. 1000 points? How can it be so much? Xuanjian was a little unbelievable. This was almost more than 90 times that of Nightowel. Snorlax is a large Pokémon, and it is at a higher level, so it has more dream energy. The dream spirit gave the answer. Xuanjian nodded, thinking that this explanation was reasonable. After all, if it wasn't for tricks, it would be difficult to defeat Snorlax with Scyther alone. Then let's find some large Pokémon to challenge, such as Onix. This way, we can collect enough energy quickly. Xuanjian said. Scyther nodded and agreed with this decision. It was much more interesting to fight against an opponent like Snorlax than those Pokémon that were killed in one move. Scyther didn't suffer any injuries after defeating Snorlax, which was also due to Yato's training. Through his training, Scyther and Xuanjian learned the experience of defeating the enemy at the lowest cost, rather than the previous method of defeating the enemy with the highest efficiency. For these two methods, the latter is more suitable for the ring match, while the former is undoubtedly more suitable for survival in the wild. However, even if there was no injury, Scyther consumed a lot of energy, so the man and the pet rested on the blue-orange tree. Xuanjian looked at Snorlax lying on the ground and said it was a pity. He didn't have a super heavy ball, and the Pokémon in the dream couldn't be taken out, otherwise he would definitely conquer this big guy. But if he could catch it, it would help him collect dream energy, which seemed to be good. So Xuanjian asked the Dream Elf, "Dream Elf, do you have a Pokéball?" The Dream Elf shook his head. No, the Pokémon in the dream are not worth conquering, because they are unstable, born in the fog at night, and may suddenly disappear after a period of existence. Oh, Xuanjian nodded, but still asked, "I know there is a kind of tree fruit in reality that can be used to make Pokéballs. Is there such a tree fruit in the dream world? Can it be used to make Pokéballs?" The Dream Elf was silent for a while. In order to better compare the two worlds, Xiaobo injected a lot of real-world data into it when creating it, so it could understand Xuanjian's meaning, but there was too much data, and it needed to search and analyze it. After a while, the Dream Elf replied, "The dream world is a projection of the real world, so there is naturally such a tree fruit, but the rules of the two worlds are different. If you want to make it, it will take a long time to analyze. There is such a tree fruit nearby. Do you want me to start analyzing and making it?" Xuanjian nodded. Anyway, the Dream Elf is idle most of the time, so it is better to let it make it and see. Success is a surprise, and failure is nothing. Yes, then the experiment of making Pokéballs in the dream world will begin now. First, we need to collect raw materials. The Dream Elf left, probably to collect fruit. Not long after the Dream Elf left, Xuanjian suddenly felt a malicious gaze looking at him and Scythe. Scythe also felt it. He calmed down Scythe, which was about to attack. Xuanjian signaled it to use long-range skills to test it. After all, it might be a trap set by the opponent. Scythe nodded, gently charged the sickle, and then suddenly sent out a whirlwind blade to attack in the direction where the opponent was hiding. The whirlwind blade condensed by the airflow immediately cut through the bushes where the opponent was hiding, exposing the opponent, but the opponent's reaction was not slow, and immediately turned into a black afterimage and fled quickly. The black guy, is it Jengar or something? Xuanjian guessed as he looked at the direction where the opponent disappeared. First release on the shelves, please subscribe. Chapter 106 Mysterious Enemy. On a meadow next to a stream, Xuanjian and Scyther were fighting. Scyther, use the final lightning strike on Gyarados. As the order was issued, Scyther turned into a stream of light and rushed up from the ground. Taking advantage of the stiffness of Gyarados after using the destruction ray, it turned into a stream of light and hit Gyarados' lower jaw with its sickle, which was one of Gyarados' weak points. The force of the lower jaw even penetrated a thin jawbone and directly hit the brain, and Gyarados immediately lost its fighting power. Boom! Gyarados fell down with a bang, and its huge body stirred up water all over the sky. The Dream Elf reported diligently, defeat Gyarados, get 987 Dream Energy points, and currently get a total of 7,657 Dream Energy points. Since defeating Snorlax that day and getting a lot of Dream Energy, Xuanjian changed his target and changed his hunting objects to various huge Pokémon. This obviously worked very well. In just 5 days, Scyther gained more than 5,000 Dream Energy points, which was much happier than the first 3 days when it only got more than 1,000 Dream Energy points. In addition, Scyther's combat ability was also well trained. Even if the level did not increase, Xuanjian felt that the current Scyther could beat the previous self 1 against 3. Like the Lightning Slash just now, it was a new move of Scyther combined with Lightning Flash, high-speed movement, swallow return and split. However, although the process of collecting Dream Energy was very smooth, a trace of worry always lingered in Xuanjian's heart. Since defeating Snorlax, there has been a black Pokémon quietly following him in Scyther. This Pokémon is very fast. Every time Scyther tried to stop it and see its true face, it failed. This made Xuanjian dare not go all out when fighting Scyther. He always kept a little strength in case of emergencies, otherwise the progress would be faster than this. Although the mysterious Pokémon that followed him did not attack, Xuanjian felt that it was definitely not good intentions from its size, but a strong resentment, which made Xuanjian have a bad premonition. According to Xiaobo's research, there are 4 sources of danger in completing the evolution of collecting Dream Energy in dreams. One is to stay in the dream for too long, so that the sense of time dislocation is too strong and the consciousness cannot return to the body. The second is that the identity of non-dream creatures is exposed and besieged by a large number of dream creatures. The third is to be attacked by powerful dream Pokémon. The fourth is to absorb a large amount of dream energy, so that it is assimilated to a certain extent by the dream world and difficult to return. Before the Dream Machine, the biggest danger came from the fourth point. After the Dream Machine, if a trainer and a Pokémon enter the dream world at the same time, the dream power will be calculated for both individuals, which will reduce the degree of assimilation. Although this is the theory, Xuanjian found through his own observations and calculations that even if the Pokémon is eroded and assimilated by the dream energy, the possibility that the Pokémon will not be able to escape from the dream world is very low, just like the theoretical value calculated when Xiaobo first invented the dream coding, so the failure rate of evolution should not be so high. After all, according to the current progress of Xuanjian and Scyther, it is not difficult to collect enough dream energy in the dream to complete the evolution. Even if you fight those monsters, as long as you spend more time, you can still gather enough energy, and the time spent on doing so is not enough to produce a sense of time dislocation that is enough to hinder the return of consciousness. In this way, the high failure rate before was completely due to other reasons. After defeating Gyarados, Scyther and Xuanjian closed their eyes and rested. As non-dream creatures, they did not need to eat. Their bodies in the real world would continuously transfer energy to them, so as long as they rested for a while, the fatigue and injuries on their bodies would disappear. They could not eat the food in the dream randomly, because this would increase their assimilation with this world and make it difficult to leave, just like Persephone in Greek mythology, who could never leave the underworld once she ate the pomegranate. When Xuanjian and Scyther were resting, the malicious eyes appeared again, but compared with the previous cautiousness, the other party was much bolder this time. However, Xuanjian did not explore the other party. It was better to have less trouble than more. The biggest purpose of his trip was to help Scyther evolve, so there was no need to provoke irrelevant things. Seeing that Xuanjian ignored him, the peeper became bolder and quietly approached Xuanjian, hiding behind the bushes not far from Xuanjian, but Xuanjian was still indifferent to his actions and just rested on his own. After a while, the mysterious creature left again. In the next few days, the mysterious Pokémon never came again, and Xuanjian felt a little relieved. Maybe it was just a Pokémon that was curious about him and Scyther. He and Scyther were now covered by the dream Pokémon. The other Pokémon in the dream could not detect any difference between one person and one Pokémon, so they would not attack him. We have already brushed all the large Pokémons around here, and they don't provide much energy. And for safety reasons, let's brush those weak Pokémons next. Xuanjian said to Scyther. A journey of 100 miles begins with a single step. Many times, we often fall at the last step. So Xuanjian decided to be careful and give up challenging those large and powerful Pokémons. Instead, he brushed those small Pokémons. Anyway, the energy difference was only a few hundred now. Scyther nodded in agreement, but his face suddenly became serious. He stood up and took a fighting posture, protecting Xuanjian. Xuanjian's expression also became serious. He also felt a malicious force approaching. Swoosh, 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 several sounds of breaking through the air came over. Xuanjian quickly rolled on the ground, avoiding 4 attacks launched from different angles, and looked back, only to see 4 deep knife marks left on the ground where he was originally. If Xuanjian had not been alert, the consequences could be imagined. Seeing Xuanjian being attacked, Scyther immediately jumped up, left the ground, flew into the air, and sent out silver winds to the surroundings, cutting the plants used by the opponent to cover, exposing the opponent's figure hiding behind the bushes. This is a black Scyther. Xuanjian looked at the exposed Pokémon and said in surprise. I felt that the skills that attacked me were somewhat familiar before. It turned out to be Scyther's whirlwind knife. It seems that these guys were also the ones who spied on me a few days ago. The 4 Scythers surrounded Xuanjian and Scyther, but did not continue to attack, as if waiting for something. At this time, Xuanjian suddenly heard a strange sound. The voice came directly to my mind and said in a stern tone, You bold thief, you actually dared to steal the energy of the dream world. You have been surrounded, so why don't you surrender quickly? The third update, please subscribe. Chapter 107 Siege. Who are you? Xuanjian asked. Ahaha, since you asked sincerely, then I will be merciful to tell you that I am the God of Dreams who protects the dream world. God of Dreams? Xuanjian asked, but he wondered why this sentence has a strong flavor of Team Rocket. Yes, I am the God of Dreams, you bold thief, you dare to steal the energy of the dream world, and you still don't surrender. Hearing the other party's words, Scyther was a little furious and was about to launch an attack immediately, but Xuanjian winked at Scyther and calmed it down. He didn't know the other party's background, so it was not a good idea to act rashly. Since the other party could talk, he came to test the waters. So Xuanjian asked, is the energy of the dream world not available? Humph, the energy of the dream world can only be used by creatures in the dream world, and cannot be used by creatures outside. You have violated the law. But we don't know this, and we don't know there are relevant laws. Xuanjian argued. Anyway, you have violated the law, surrender quickly. Then what will you do to us if we surrender? Don't worry, it won't be too severe, as long as you hand over the dream energy you have seized. But we don't know how to hand over the dream energy. It's very simple, don't resist, just let me defeat you. After hearing what the other party said, Xuanjian and Scyther looked at each other and made a decision in an instant. No matter whether what this guy said was true or false, he couldn't surrender with bare hands. After winking at Scyther, Xuanjian shouted, Scyther, go from the west. As he said that, he rushed to the east. The black Scyther on the east saw Xuanjian rushing over and immediately came up to stop him. Scyther rushed to the west, and after fighting with the opponent on the west, he used the swallow return, a beautiful backflip, flew out of an arc, and landed behind the black Scyther that was blocking Xuanjian, and then chopped the opponent unconscious with a knife. Go to the cave where we rested yesterday. Xuanjian ordered. 1 person and 1 elf do not need to sleep in the dream world, nor can they sleep, but they will be mentally exhausted and need rest to recover. In addition, the dream world will be shrouded in fog at night, and some dream creatures will be born from the fog, so Xuanjian chose to find a safe place to rest at night. After giving the order, Xuanjian immediately ran away, and Scyther followed behind him to cover. It seemed that they were stunned by Xuanjian's sudden action. Several black Scythers did not chase after him immediately, but delayed for a while before chasing. I don't know if it was because they were flash elves, the speed of these Scythers was not fast, and they kept a distance from Xuanjian and the others until Xuanjian and Scyther came to the cave where they rested last night. They did not catch up. When they arrived at the entrance of the cave, Xuanjian and Scyther quickly set up defenses. With the help of the terrain here, Scyther only needed to deal with the enemies attacking from the front, without worrying about being attacked from 4 directions at the same time. After Scyther had prepared its defense, the enemy also arrived, but this time the voice of the so-called God of Dreams appeared again, and the 4 black Scythers began to attack when they saw Xuanjian. Scyther, Silver Wind. Xuanjian ordered. The Scyther on his side was in a cave, If the opponent wanted to attack it, it had to enter the cave, so it only needed to keep attacking the cave entrance to stop the enemy. In this case, the special attack skill that can attack multiple targets at the same time is undoubtedly the first choice. Although Silver Wind may be at a disadvantage in terms of attributes for enemies who are also scythers, the main purpose of this skill is to stop the enemy. The Silver Wind amplified by the characteristics is enough, not to mention that it can also improve itself. Silver Wind blades densely came out of the cave and hit the 4 scythes that tried to rush into the cave. Unexpectedly, the Silver Wind, which was originally ineffective against the insect-type scythes, caused a lot of damage. Under the attack of the Silver Wind, the opponent's black skin and carapace were torn open one after another, and black liquid flowed out. Black blood. Xuanjian frowned. The flash of the elves was actually just an external manifestation and would not affect its blood. The blood of a normal scythe is the standard insect Pokémon's unique color, white or slightly green, but the blood of the 4 black scythes in front of him was abnormally black. I don't know if it was because of the special dream world or some other reason. But now is not the time to think about these. The 4 scythes whose offensive was blocked did not move forward, but retreated a distance, and used the whirlwind blades one after another to attack the cave. At this time, the advantage of having more people is reflected. The whirlwind blade is a skill that needs to be charged. With the cooperation of the opponent, after one elf attacks, another one will take over, so the whirlwind blade will never stop. Faced with such a sharp skill as the whirlwind blade, Silver Wind is obviously unable to stop it. Scythe can only stop the skill and raise the sickle to block the whirlwind blade shot at it. Thanks to the unique shape of Scythe's sickle, it is not good at slashing, but it is better at defense. The opponent's attack was blocked. After a stalemate for a while, the black scythe took the initiative to stop the attack. After all, Scythe's special attack is not good, and it consumes a lot of energy to use skills such as the whirlwind blade, while the opponent only needs to spend a little effort to block the attack. Even if it is 4 against 1, it is not cost-effective. Xuanjian also curiously observed the opponent. For close combat, the advantage brought by mastering the favorable terrain is not a little bit, but can completely determine the outcome. The so-called one-man guard in the pass, 10,000 men can't open it. I don't know how the opponent will solve this problem. I saw that the 4 black flying mantises stopped attacking and stood in a row, staring at the flying mantis and Xuanjian in the cave. A light purple light flashed in their eyes, and then they seemed to be exhausted, and their expressions became a little listless. At the same time, Xuanjian suddenly felt a force falling on him, trying to take him to another place. Is this a superpower? Xuanjian reacted immediately, and with a strong mental force, he broke free from the shackles of this force, but the flying mantis did not have such a strong mental force, and was completely unable to resist this skill. With a wave of space fluctuations, it disappeared from Xuanjian's sight, and was replaced by a black flying mantis. The flying mantis reappeared at the place where a black flying mantis was outside the cave entrance, and it was surrounded by several other flying mantises. Position exchange. Xuanjian reacted, and the skill that was applied to him and the flying mantis just now was a position exchange, but his mental force was relatively strong, so he broke free, and the flying mantis was replaced. In this way, the advantageous terrain occupied by the team was completely broken, and they were once again besieged by the enemy. Without thinking too much, Xuanjian pulled out a rubber stick obtained by exchanging equipment when entering the dream world for defense, and shouted to the outside, "Spy Mantis, take care of yourself, don't worry about me." Hearing Xuanjian's shout, Spy Mantis calmed down and decided to knock down the opponents in front of him first, and then go to help Xuanjian. Seeing that Spy Mantis calmed down and started to fight the enemy, Xuanjian breathed a sigh of relief and turned his attention back to the black Spy Mantis in front of him. What surprised Xuanjian was that the opponent in front of him did not take the opportunity to attack, but stared at him with a dull look. Is it the sequelae of using superpowers? Xuanjian could guess, but he had never heard that Spy Mantis could learn high-end superpower skills, such as position exchange. However, Xuanjian did not spend too much thought. After all, the situation of Spy Mantis outside was very dangerous, and he had to go out to help it. Since the guy in front of him didn't attack him for some reason, he would take the initiative to attack and knock it down. Thinking of this, Xuanjian raised the rubber stick and carefully launched a tentative attack. Please subscribe. I am very disappointed with more than 100 subscriptions. Chapter 108 Seriously Injured. The black rubber roller whipped the sluggish black scythe's head fiercely. With Xuanjian's strength, this one could definitely knock the opponent unconscious. The black scythe looked dazed, but when Xuanjian's attack landed, it reacted quickly. It raised its sickle and blocked the attack with its sharp blade. Fortunately, the rubber stick was not as hard as the wooden stick, but its elasticity and toughness were more outstanding. Even if it collided with the scythe's blade, it only left a shallow scratch, without any other changes. If it was a wooden stick, it would definitely be cut off by the sharp blade of the scythe. Xuanjian was startled by the scythe's action. Thinking it had woken up, he quickly retreated and took a defensive stance. But the scythe only blocked Xuanjian's attack and then did not move again. Xuanjian thought about it and tried to go around the side of Scythe with courage. As soon as he approached, Scythe slashed at him with a cold sickle. If Xuanjian hadn't dodged quickly, he would have been injured. After many attempts, Xuanjian stopped and looked at the opponent. It seems that as long as you get close to it, it will attack mercilessly, but if you keep a distance from it, then it will do nothing. This guy will not attack actively, but will only passively defend. It seems to be trying to stop me from going out. The opponent was standing in the middle of the road, and the gaps on both sides were within the distance of triggering the opponent's attack. The purpose of doing this can only be to delay himself and prevent himself from going out to help Scythe. It seems that the opponent is very cunning. But it's a pity that it doesn't know the idiom "a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows." Xuanjian said, and then continued to retreat carefully. Seeing that the black scythe did not chase him, he was more certain of his guess. So after walking a distance, Xuanjian turned around and quickly disappeared into the dark cave. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. This cave does not have only one exit. Since it is blocked here, then I will go out from another way. Outside the cave, the flying mantis was in crisis again. When it was just moved out by the position exchange, it quickly calmed down under the comfort of Xuanjian, and took advantage of the other party's body when it was still a little stiff to launch an attack, knocking down all 3 black flying mantises. But unexpectedly, when it was about to return to Xuanjian, 4 more flying mantises appeared from nowhere, and they attacked it fearlessly. In this regard, the flying mantis could only fight again helplessly. For the elves like the flying mantis, excellent speed is the magic weapon they rely on for survival, and at the same time, excellent reflex nerves make them extremely flexible, but these black counterparts are completely different. Their body structure is no different from that of normal flying mantises, but the strange thing is that although they move fast, they are much slower than normal flying mantises, and their movements are extremely stiff and clumsy. After careful observation, Scyther determined that these defects were not caused by congenital reasons, but rather that they were obviously fast but could not use them. With the advantages of speed and flexibility, Scyther fought effortlessly against such opponents. When they attacked, it gently closed its body sideways and dodged the opponent's attack, while also being able to fight back. This is the so-called "a little difference leads to 1,000 miles of loss." For this kind of melee, a little advantage in speed or a little more flexibility than the opponent is the key to determining victory or defeat. Just like 2 dueling swordsmen, the final winner is often just a little faster than the opponent. With the advantages of speed and flexibility, Scyther is like a magician dancing on the tip of a knife. It looks like it is in a very dangerous situation, but it is actually very safe. Soon, Scyther knocked down the opponent again. It didn't even use any skills. It just relied on the opponent's ordinary attacks that were completely difficult to avoid, and beat the opponent little by little until he couldn't get up. Because of the high speed of both sides, all this was done in a very short time. After knocking down 4 of its kind, Scyther only breathed a sigh of relief. The advantage of hand-to-hand combat is that it consumes little energy. As long as one side has a clear advantage and fights quickly, the energy consumed by knocking down the enemy can be quickly recovered. But this is not the end. 4 more black Scythers flapped their wings and fell from the sky, attacking it again. Scyther was also a little confused. While dodging the attack, he looked around. There were indeed 8 black Scythers lying on the ground. The wounds on their bodies proved that they were the opponents it had knocked down before. So it was not the opponents it had knocked down who stood up again, but new opponents who had joined. When did all the Flash Scythers become a group? Or are all the Scythers in this world like this? However, these guys are too weak. Not only did they give up the pride of Scyther and choose to besiege others, they also use this kind of useless tactics. Don't they know that if they use such tactics, no matter how many batches come, they are not their opponents? However, Because of these troublesome guys, I need to delay for some time. I wonder what happened to Xuanjian inside? The thought in his mind did not affect the performance of Scyther. It calmly dodged the opponent's attack. Such a speed was too slow for it. At the moment of brushing shoulders with the opponent, Scyther keenly captured the opponent's fatal flaw. The opponent exposed the soft abdomen, which contained most of Scyther's internal organs, and the defense was very poor, so Scyther would pay special attention to protection during the battle. After all, once there was an attack, it would definitely be a heavy blow to Scyther. As an excellent fighter, Scyther would not let go of such a flaw. The sickle in his hand bent and hit the opponent's abdomen from below. Such a blow should be enough to cause serious damage to the opponent, right? Scyther thought so, and wanted to retract the sickle to defend against the attack from another direction. But an accident happened. The opponent who had just been attacked actually bent his body tightly and hugged Scyther's sickle tightly, making it impossible for him to defend smoothly. The opponent who rushed over did not attack, but pounced on Scyther, holding one of Scyther's thighs tightly, restricting its movement. Damn it! At this moment, Scyther hated that his sickle was deformed and not sharp enough, otherwise he could directly disembowel the guy who dared to hold his sickle. However, these guys dared to fight hand-to-hand with such a dangerous action, and he must teach them a profound lesson. Taking a deep breath, Scyther suddenly exerted force, swung the sickle with great force, lifted the guy holding his sickle, and smashed it at the guy holding his leg like a hammer, and the bodies of the two Scythers collided with each other. This attack was full of strength, and it was even more powerful than using skills. The shells on the backs of the two black Scythers were smashed into part, but the two bodies that collided with each other did not react at all, and there was not even a groan of pain, as if they had lost the sense of pain. The collision of bodies caused the opponent holding Scyther's feet to tilt his head, allowing Scyther to see the opponent's eyes. What kind of eyes were those? There was no emotional fluctuation of normal life, just like a pool of stagnant water. Damn, these guys are definitely not normal. What happened to them? Scyther was also frightened by the opponent's eyes, but then he couldn't care anymore, because the attacks of the other two opponents had arrived, and he didn't know when the number of opponents increased again. After the two opponents hugged him desperately, two new opponents appeared on the battlefield. 4 black Scythers attacked at the same time. Scyther could no longer care about the two guys holding him, and quickly waved the only movable sickle to block the opponent's attack. But one hand is no match for two hands, not to mention that because his legs were hugged, he completely lost his proud speed. Under Scyther's single-blade defense, many attacks fell on him without time to defend. The sickles of the other flying mantises were not like Xuanjian's flying mantis. These sickles, which were as sharp as metal knives, cut through the shell of the flying mantis, opened a series of cuts on the flying mantis, and exposed the white muscles. And because it could not move, the flying mantis was surrounded by the opponent little by little, and the situation became more and more critical. I saw 4 sickles raised high from 4 directions, and chopped down fiercely with evil energy. This is the key point of the dark system of evil skills, also known as the knife test. The flying mantis immediately made a judgment such an attack could not be defended by a sickle alone, so it decisively used the skill of holding. The golden energy formed an eggshell-shaped barrier above its head, and the 4 sickles fell on the barrier formed by the holding skill, shaking it for a while. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the flying mantis raised the sickle, used the split, and hit the guy holding it hard on the head, trying to get rid of this guy and regain his freedom of movement. But a frightening scene appeared. The powerful sickle smashed the opponent's head directly, but the opponent still held a foot of Scyther tightly without any resistance. Damn, this guy is really troublesome. Scyther cursed inwardly, but then he didn't care about it anymore, because it was time to defend the light curtain formed by the skill. Under the attack of the 4 black Scythers, the light curtain turned into stars of energy and disappeared in the air, and the 4 sickles also whizzed down. Scyther could only burst out all its strength and raise its 2 sickles for defense. Scyther's sickle was still held tightly by the opponent, so the opponent was also lifted up and used as a shield by Scyther. For their companions, the attackers showed no mercy and chopped their companions fiercely with sickles. Compared with the deformed sickle of Scyther, their sickles were much sharper. The body of their companions was immediately chopped into several pieces, and the black insect blood and internal organs were scattered all over Scyther's head and face. The attack from above did not work. The black flying mantises used one sickle to hold the flying mantis back, and the other sickle attacked from the side door. The flying mantis tried its best to defend against the attacks of the 2 sickles, but the other two were powerless and could only resist with its body. The flying mantis groaned. The opponent's attack landed on its back and side waist. The sharp sickle broke through the flying mantis's hard shell, leaving 2 huge cuts, and light green insect blood immediately sprayed out. The flying mantis groaned in pain. But these pains were secondary. The real serious thing was that the injury to the waist made it completely unable to use its strength, and its legs were hugged again, making it unable to break away, which was equivalent to completely losing the ability to resist. Seeing the opponent's sickle raised again, the flying mantis closed his eyes in despair, thinking in his heart, "I didn't expect it to be so finished. I hope Xuanjian can leave safely by himself." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109 The Mastermind. Scyther closed his eyes, waiting for death to come. When he and Xuanjian hunted, they were merciful to their prey. They just defeated them and took away the power of dreams, but he didn't think these black fellows would do the same. As creatures that sneaked in from the real world, he and Xuanjian were like Tang Seng's meat to the native creatures of the dream world. As long as they were killed and eaten, their strength would be greatly improved. Therefore, he and Xuanjian were very attractive to the creatures in the dream world. Before, the dream elves helped them cover up, but now he was injured and bleeding, so the cover of the dream elves was invalid. It's just that there are fewer dream creatures nearby now, and they were cleaned up by him and Xuanjian, so he was not attacked by a group. The waiting time seems to be always so long, no matter whether you are waiting for the result you expect or not. The sickle that gave him a fatal blow has not fallen for a long time, and Scyther couldn't help but open his eyes to see what these guys are doing. After opening his eyes, Scyther habitually looked at the opponents surrounding him, and was surprised to find that these guys were in trouble. Their eyes closed one by one, their heads drooped weakly, but their bodies still maintained their previous posture. Saved. Such a thought flashed through Scyther's mind. Although the opponent's sharp sickle was already on his neck, the opponent seemed to have lost consciousness and could not complete this fatal final blow. Scyther, who saw the hope of survival again, carefully began to free himself from the opponent's encirclement. After all, the sharp sickle on his neck was not a joke. If he accidentally moved too much and caused it to cut his trachea, it would be a big joke. I don't know what happened. Although the opponent surrounded him, it seemed to rely on the mechanical inertia of several bodies, without using any muscle strength. It was completely incomparable to the two guys who just hugged his thighs and sickles tightly. Scyther easily broke free. The guy who had just clung to his thigh had lost his strength. With a slight struggle, Scyther escaped, which was completely different from what he had just done. After leaving the battle, the wounds on Scyther's body began to heal. After all, the dream world is a world that relies on the real world. For the creatures in the real world that sneaked into it, as long as they are not dead, there will be a continuous supply of power from the real body to the self in the dream world. Although it cannot improve its own strength, it can still heal wounds and restore physical strength. However, Scyther's injuries this time are a bit serious. The wounds have only healed a little in the more serious parts, and the rest will have to recover slowly. The wounds will heal more in a while, but Scyther can't wait. It just escaped a disaster, which is definitely not God's mercy. It must be something that Xuanjian did. It failed to stop the enemy and needed its trainer to protect itself. This made Scyther very uncomfortable. Now, it wants to find its trainer and fight the enemy with him. Scyther covered the wound on his waist to prevent it from further splitting. Scyther flapped its wings and flew up. Light green blood dripped as it moved, but Scyther didn't care. There is a mysterious connection between trainers and Pokémons. In the dream world, this connection is magnified countless times. Scyther quickly sensed Xuanjian's position and immediately flew over quickly. At this time, Xuanjian was confronting a Pokémon with a yellow body, a circle of white fluffy hair on its neck, pointed ears and a hooked nose on its head, and a hanging ring in its hand. This Pokémon looked very old. Not only did it have various spots on its body due to aging, but it also lost several pieces of hair. However, being old does not mean that the opponent is easy to deal with. It was seen sitting cross-legged, floating in the air, at the same height as Xuanjian, showing its powerful superpowers. Xuanjian lowered his head, as if he didn't dare to look at the opponent's body, and could only judge the opponent's movements by the shadow on the ground. The rubber stick in his hand was hitting the opponent with all his strength, but it seemed to be stopped by an invisible force. Below the rubber stick was the elf. There was already a red bump on its head, as if it had been attacked by Xuanjian once. At this moment, it was using its telekinesis to resist Xuanjian's attack to prevent the attack from falling on itself again. After all, with its physical condition, it was very likely to die if it was hit by another stick. When Scyther arrived, it saw this strange scene. Scyther had never seen that elf, but since the opponent and Xuanjian had fought, it was undoubtedly an enemy. Scyther swooped down and killed the opponent, but the sickle only knocked down a phantom in the end, and the opponent disappeared from sight. Looking at the Scyther that had fallen beside him and was covered in wounds, Xuanjian said, "Scyther, you're here, be careful. The opponent is a psychic spirit, Dream Taper, who is very good at hypnosis. Close your eyes and use your ears to judge the opponent's position." Scyther nodded and closed his eyes obediently, judging the opponent's position by hearing. It had already trained in such blind fighting when learning to fight, and it used it without any unfamiliarity at this moment. Xuanjian also defended carefully. From the moment the black Scyther was exposed, Xuanjian felt a little discordant. Those Scythers were obviously healthy and muscular, but their movements were stiff and slow. After the opponent exchanged positions, Xuanjian guessed that his real enemy was not these black Scythers. After all, they could not learn such high-end psychic skills. Moreover, the damage caused by Scyther's silver wind was unexpectedly high, so it had to be suspected that these guys were full of psychic energy. In this way, Xuanjian guessed that these guys might just be puppets that were controlled by superpowers, and the real enemy was still hiding in the dark. They just used their bodies to perform superpowers remotely. Taking advantage of the other party's carelessness and focusing on Scyther, Xuanjian left the cave from another path and found the dream-inducing Taper, who was controlling 4 puppets to attack Scyther from behind. Dream-inducing Taper, also known as Sulip, is a psychic Pokémon in the evolved form of Hypnotist Taper, Sulip. This psychic Pokémon may not be as strong as the famous psychic Pokémon Alakazam in the Kanto region, but its hypnotic ability is the best among all Pokémon that can use this skill, because this skill is one of its basic skills. The black Scythers that attacked Scyther before were controlled by it through hypnosis. However, the dream-inducing Taper itself is not an elf that is good at fighting, and after being hypnotized, its reaction inevitably slows down, so those Scythers were unable to exert all their strength and were easily beaten by Xuanjian Scythers. However, even if they did not exert all their strength, the opponent did not have to consider factors such as injuries, and the advantage was still great, so under the tactic of exchanging injuries for injuries, Xuanjian Scythers almost died. It's just that it did not expect that there would be another exit in the cave, so it was attacked from behind by Xuanjian, so that it lost control of its puppets, allowing the Scythers to escape. Fortunately, these puppets are very difficult to control. Even the dream-inducing Taper can only control 4 at a time, otherwise the Scythers may not be able to hold on until Xuanjian helps. One person and one pet set up defense and waited for a long time, but the opponent never appeared again. Obviously, after feeling that there was no guarantee of victory, the cunning guy decisively retreated. However, he could not just let the tiger go back to the mountain. Xuanjian said to Scyther, "I don't know where this guy ran off to. Looking for it here is like looking for a needle in a haystack. But the monk can escape but a temple cannot. Let's go back and kill the Scythers it controls." For a psychic elf that has learned instant teleportation, it is as difficult to catch it as looking for a needle in a haystack. So it is better to destroy its puppets to prevent it from being besieged by puppets controlled by it again. After all, if such a thing happens again, the dream-inducing Taper, who has learned a lesson, will surely not let Xuanjian attack so easily. At that time, one person and one pet will face a large number of fearless Scyther's puppets. Scyther nodded. It had no psychological burden at all for killing those of its own kind. Although it was subdued by Xuanjian, it is a wild Scyther. It has experienced countless fights. In addition to showing mercy to its peers in the same group, it has also killed those of different groups. After all, on such a small island, resources are limited, and the number of Scyther is growing. What's more, these black guys are not real pairs. After Xuanjian said this, the space suddenly fluctuated, and the Dream Taper appeared in front of Xuanjian and Scyther again. When Scyther came over just now, it had already sensed it, so when Scyther launched an attack, it immediately used a substitute and teleported away. However, when confronting Xuanjian just now, the two sides were actually secretly competing in mental power. It used mental power to launch telekinesis skills to prevent the rubber stick from falling, while Xuanjian used mental power to resist the rebound of telekinesis and press the rubber stick with muscle power. It can be said that the two sides are indirectly competing in mental power. This kind of competition is very dangerous, especially for the loser. In order to avoid Scyther's attack, the dream-inducing tapir took the initiative to retreat, and this retreat caused its mental power to suffer a great backlash. If it was not for its strong mental power, it would have fainted now. Originally, the dream-inducing tapir planned to take a short rest, then hide again, and control its puppets to attack Xuanjian and Scyther again, but it did not expect Xuanjian to think of destroying its puppets, so it had to come out again. Xuanjian and Scyther did not dare to be careless about the appearance of the dream-inducing tapir. Although the opponent looked like he was about to die, and his performance just now showed that his body might be about to decay, his mental power was still very strong, but he was limited by his physical condition and could not use powerful moves. Even so, he was very dangerous. Xuanjian and Scyther both took defensive postures against each other, although this was not very useful for a psychic Pokémon. Relax, I have no ill intentions, I am here to negotiate. The voice of the dream-inducing tapir echoed in Xuanjian and Scyther's minds, and it was exactly the same as the God of Dreams just now, indicating that the so-called God of Dreams was this guy in disguise. What do you want to talk about? Xuanjian asked. Let's make peace, said the dream-inducing tapir. It knew that it had hit a wall this time. Xuanjian and Scyther were not easy to deal with. Reconcile? How do you reconcile? Of course both sides stop attacking each other. Why should I believe that you won't break your promise and continue to attack us after the reconciliation? Besides, you already know the identities of Scyther and I. Even if you don't dare to do it yourself, as long as you expose our identities, we will be besieged by other dream Pokémon. After hearing Xuanjian's words, the dream tapir was silent for a while and said, Don't worry, I will never continue to attack you. If you are worried, then I can stay with you and not touch those puppets. As for the fact that you are not dream creatures, you don't have to worry at all. I won't be exposed because I am not a dream creature either. Xuanjian was a little surprised to hear the dream tapir say that he was not a dream creature, but thinking that the other party was a psychic elf, it was not impossible for the other party to sneak into the dream world with his own strength. However, this was not enough for Xuanjian to agree to the other party's request for reconciliation. You attacked us first, but now you say it's a reconciliation. Don't you think it's too easy? How can this matter be so easy to let go? The dream-inducing tapir was silent for a while again, and then said, Okay, then this time it's my fault, so I'll give you some compensation, okay? What compensation? Xuanjian asked curiously. Things in the dream world can't be brought to the real world, what can you compensate me with? Seeing Xuanjian's attitude change, the dream-inducing tapir smiled proudly. Although I am now living in the dream world for some reasons, I am alive in the real world. I have many subordinates and a lot of wealth in the real world. As long as you agree to reconcile, then whether it is money, secret recipes, social status or even excellent elves, I can give it to you. Oh, Xuanjian touched his chin, looked at the other party, and seemed to be thinking about something. How about it? Am I sincere enough? What are you still hesitating about? The dream-inducing tapir urged. I was wondering why the bump on your head hasn't gone away yet. What? The dream-inducing tapir was a little confused by Xuanjian's words. Ignoring it, Xuanjian continued, Since you are not a dream creature, then you should be like us, and the recovery of physical injuries depends on the energy supply of the real world. Your recovery is so slow, which means that the energy supply of the real world has almost run out. Xuanjian glanced at the Scyther with a corner of his eye. The originally hideous wound on its waist has now scabbed. The small bump on the dream-inducing tapir's head, which was caused by himself, has not changed until now, indicating that the body of the real world is about to fail. Combined with the other party's aging appearance, Xuanjian speculated that the other party should be about to die of old age, so his body functions have declined significantly. The dream-inducing tapir narrowed his eyes and stared at Xuanjian. So what? This is a dream world. His body is indeed too old, and he can't even use his skills. The slightest stimulation may make him die. That's why I froze my body and kept it, leaving my last breath, while my consciousness entered the dream world to survive. Here, With the superpowers that match this virtual world, I can get a healthy body. But there are gains and losses. It will be difficult for me to recover if I get injured here, unless I am willing to eat things from the dream world and assimilate with this world. It's okay, you are right. In the real world, the energy shock caused by the fight may be able to kill you, but this is the dream world, and your body is not that fragile. Xuanjian smiled, but I have a small question. The puppets you controlled before were all scythers, not other elves that are more suitable for you to play, such as elves that can self-destruct or are good at special attacks. Why is that? Recommend a book to a friend. The Strongest Brother System, Infinite Flow. The book is good. If you like it, you can go and have a look. Chapter 110. Each has a backhand. Facing Xuanjian's question, the dream-inducing taper did not answer, and Xuanjian did not care about it. He gave the answer by himself. Those scythers entered the dream world before, wanting to evolve, and then they were controlled by you, right? The dream-inducing taper could no longer remain silent, and said, "How do you know?" "I guessed," Xuanjian said, and then began to talk about his analysis. After entering the dream world, I have been thinking about what went wrong with the metal coating developed by Xiaobo before. Obviously, the evolution rate was good at the beginning, and it was similar to the theoretical calculation, but later it took a sharp turn for the worse, completely deviating from the theoretical value. I thought about it for a long time and couldn't come up with the answer until I met you. After a pause, Xuanjian continued, the puppets you control are all scythers, and they are all well developed, not like wild Pokémon at all. This is the first suspicious point. The second suspicious point is the color of those scythers. The third suspicious point is that the words you use are very strange, and it seems that you have used some lines from Team Rocket. I've mentioned the first doubt before, and it took me a long time to confirm the second doubt. At first, I thought it was just a shiny scyther. Although it's very rare for so many shiny elves to appear at the same time, there are precedents, such as the pink elves on Penguin Island. As long as there are special environments, it's not strange for shiny elves to appear on a large scale, so at first I thought it was due to the special nature of the dream world. But then, during their fight with the scyther, I found that they had very low resistance to insect attribute skills, and the blood they shed was actually black, which made me suspicious. After all, no matter what kind of shiny elf, their blood will not change. What caused this change? The only reason could be that it was eroded by some force. As for the third doubt, the tone and lines you spoke at the beginning were very similar to the popular self-introduction of Team Rocket. I guess you must have learned it by reading the memory of the scythe you controlled. Through these things, I guess that the scythe you controlled is not actually a native creature of this world, but a creature of the real world. But the question is, scythe has no superpowers and is not good at this skill, so how could it appear here? Recalling the strange failure rate of the scythes that evolved using Xiaobo's invention, I guess you must have controlled the scythes participating in the experiment, so that they failed to evolve. Seeing that Xuanjian had seen through the origins of those sly mantises, the dream-inducing taper no longer concealed it, nodded to Xuanjian, and affirmed, yes, these guys are indeed creatures from the real world. After all, creatures in the dream world are quite unstable. They will suddenly appear and disappear. If they are chosen as puppets, it will not be convenient for long-term control. Xuanjian nodded, then can you explain why they turned black? The dream-inducing taper shook his head and said, I don't know. At the beginning, they were also a normal color, but gradually turned black. Xuanjian touched his chin, could it be related to the death of the body in the real world? By the way, these guys are now recovering by eating food from the dream world, right? The dream-inducing taper nodded, yes, at the beginning their bodies would recover automatically, but that didn't work after a while, and their bodies gradually weakened. I let them eat some food from the dream world, and then they gradually recovered. That's right, Xuanjian nodded, probably because the real world body died and was assimilated by the dream world, so it became what it is now. And those guys seem to have even lost their self-consciousness, otherwise when you stop controlling them, they won't faint but will regain their self-consciousness. While the two sides were talking, the sky darkened unknowingly, a silver moon hung in the sky, and the dream world entered the night. Unlike the reality where life is more active during the day, the night in the dream world is more lively. As the night fell, a large amount of fog appeared in the dream world, covering the silver moonlight. These fogs are the products formed after the dreams of creatures in the real world are absorbed by the dream world. They are the most basic power of the dream world and give birth to all kinds of life in the dream world. A large number of elves were born from the fog and began to be active in every corner, and those plants began to bloom and bear fruit after absorbing some fog. For a time, the whole world became full of vitality. One person and two elves watched this magical scene unique to the dream world in silence, without continuing to speak, until a ball of fog appeared above them and began to roll, as if to give birth to something. Seeing this, the dream taper said to Xuanjian and Scyther, "I have been chatting with you for so long, and the time is almost up. Since you are unwilling to reconcile, forget it. Now, welcome to become my subordinates, both of you." As he spoke, he flew into the air, raised his head, and inhaled the mist. All the mist was sucked into his stomach, interrupting the gestation process. Hearing the other party's threat, Xuanjian was not at all panicked. Instead, he observed the movements of the dream-inducing taper with interest and said, "Is this dream eating? So this is how you replenish your consumption in this world." That's right, the dream world is originally a world born from the emotions and thoughts of life. You dare not touch the energies that have solidified into plants or elves, but these mists should be the energies that have just been generated from the dreams of real life. They have not been contaminated with too many characteristics of the dream world, so you naturally dare to eat them. It's perfect for you who can feed on dreams to linger here. Boy, don't you think you talk too much nonsense? Remember to talk less nonsense in your next life. The dream-inducing taper said proudly. After inhaling a lot of mist, the bag on its head disappeared, and it no longer looked sickly, but became full of energy. Of course I know that villains die because of talking too much. But do you think you are the only one stalling for time? So are we. Compared to you who are dying in the real world, our bodies are still in the prime, and they can provide us with endless energy. After saying that, Xuanjian turned to Scythe. "How are you guys preparing?" Scythe raised its sickle and put on a fighting stance, indicating that it had fully recovered. Xuanjian looked and found that even the wound on its waist had healed completely. Behind Scythe, the little dream Pokémon hiding also flew out, holding a Pokéball in both hands and handed it to Xuanjian. "I've also finished it, but due to time constraints, I can only construct a dream Pokéball with the same effect as the standard Pokéball of the Alliance, and I haven't optimized it further." "Very good, that's enough." Xuanjian nodded with satisfaction, and said to the dream taper, "You should be familiar with this thing in my hand. It's a pity that it has not been upgraded to a Master Ball with a higher success rate." The dream-inducing taper took a look at the Pokéball. With its rich experience, it certainly knew what it was. Although it felt a little bad, it still forced itself to sneer, "Humph, isn't it just a Pokéball? But this is a dream world, can you still use it to subdue me?" Xuanjian didn't care about its sarcasm. "Of course I can't subdue you. After all, even the original Pokéball in the real world can hardly subdue a Pokémon like you who is so intelligent and self-aware. But as long as I defeat you, I can still take you in and lock you up in there. I'm very interested in guys like you." Xuanjian stared at the dream-inducing taper with the eyes of a Frankenstein, as if he was going to put it on the dissection table for dissection. Facing Xuanjian's gaze, the dream-inducing taper felt a little fear, but soon calmed down. "Humph, tell me if you can beat me." "Trick space. This week? No, I was busy last week and forgot to mention it. Thanks to Stray Cat Z, Long Live Pikachu, Nix A, Book Friend 150,907,213,932,133, Book Friend 1034, Bings Henley Uli, Lankson, and Fat Unfeezy for their tips. In addition, the research issues reported by everyone will appear soon, and other content that everyone doesn't like will also be cut. Of course, you have to let me fill in the holes. Chapter 111 Enlightenment. As the voice of the dream-inducing taper fell, a purple space opened up in the air, dragging the three into it. Trick space, a psychic skill, can change the order of both parties' moves, and the slower one will attack first. It is a killer for fast elves like Scyther, and it is a blessing for slow elves like the dream-inducing taper. Trapped in the trick space, Scyther and Xuanjian felt as if they had fallen into a quagmire. When they were still, they were no different from the outside world, but once they wanted to move, they would encounter a resistance, and this resistance was completely determined by the speed of your movement. The faster the speed, the greater the resistance, so great that the speed would not only not increase, but also decrease. In this way, the originally slow elves will have a great advantage. To appease the somewhat panicked Scyther, Xuanjian ordered, Scyther, use Vacuum Wave to attack. Trick Space reversed the original order of the elves' moves, but it did not work for the skills that were prioritized for attack, and Vacuum Wave was undoubtedly such a skill. Scyther nodded, swung his sickle, drew ripples in the air, and shot at the Dreaming Taper. However, Scyther was not good at special attack skills, and the Dreaming Taper happened to be a Pokémon with strong special defense. In addition, the Dreaming Taper also cast a light wall and attribute restraint on himself, so Scyther's attack effect was almost equal to nothing. However, Xuanjian was not frustrated by this. Few people would use a killing move at the beginning. The Vacuum Wave successfully tested the opponent and forced out a light wall skill, which was enough. Scyther, Lightning Flash. Xuanjian ordered Scyther to use a skill that was not affected by the magic space again. Although the Vacuum Wave attack just now did not cause effective damage, it made Xuanjian see the weak nature of the Dreaming Taper. Even the special defense skill that it was least afraid of had to use a light wall to resist, which meant that its body was so strong on the outside but weak on the inside that it could not withstand any damage. After receiving the order, Scyther turned into a golden stream of light and rushed straight towards the Dreaming Taper. Under the effect of the skill, the resistance of the magic space was completely broken, allowing Scyther to restore its proud speed. The Dreaming Taper could only launch a teleportation to avoid the attack of Scyther. After all, it had no skills to defend against physical attacks, and it was too fragile to dare to collide head-on. After teleporting, the Dreaming Taper appeared in another corner of the magic space, and then used the immobilization method on Scyther, blocking its possibility of using Lightning Flash again. For it, the damage of the physical skills is too great. If it does not block the possibility of Scyther attacking with logistics attacks, then it will definitely lose. After blocking the attack of Scyther, the Dreaming Taper immediately launched a counterattack. The lavender ripples shot out from its eyebrows and spread to the entire space like water waves. Xuanjian felt that his spirit was shocked and understood that this was the Dreaming Taper's mental power skill. Scyther could not defend against such an attack and could only passively bear it. However, as an elf who had practiced martial arts, although his mental strength was not outstanding, his willpower was extremely strong, so he survived this wave of attacks without being affected too much. Scyther, use Silver Wind. Xuanjian ordered. Due to the attribute restrained, although the Vacuum Wave can attack first, the effect is very weak. With the special defense of the Dream Taper and the defense of the Light Wall, the damage caused is almost negligible. Although Silver Wind cannot attack first, under the condition of superior attributes, the damage caused can be much better. Scyther flapped its wings, and silver wind blades were continuously generated with the flapping of its wings, flying towards various places in the space. The effect of the technical master characteristic is reflected in the data that it can increase the power of skills below 60 by 1.5 times. In reality, it strengthens the elf's ability to control and use energy, allowing the power of skills to be fully exerted. Under the control of Scyther, the silver wind mixed with a scale powder unique to insect Pokémon connected into silver wind belts, waving wantonly in the air, sweeping all over the space, leaving the Dreaming Taper no way to avoid it. It's a pity that Scyther doesn't have poison powder skills, otherwise the two will work better together. Xuanjian sighed. Spreading scale powder is already the limit of Scyther, otherwise the effect would be better if 3 powders were mixed into the scale powder. Finding that he couldn't avoid the attack of the wind belt formed by the silver wind, he couldn't leave the magic space, otherwise the skill would be invalid. The Dreaming Taper no longer dodged, shook the ring in his hand, and sent out telekinesis to fight against the silver wind. Among all the skills, basic skills such as telekinesis and water guns, although not powerful, are the most flexible and can be used most flexibly. Strengthening one aspect of these skills will become other stronger skills. For example, strengthening the power of telekinesis and mental impact can be upgraded to a mental strengthening skill, which is more prominent in the power of mental attack, but its effect on matter is greatly weakened. The wind belt formed by telekinesis and silver wind collided in the air, and the scales in the wind belt exploded one after another, constantly consuming telekinesis. This is why silver wind is classified as an insect skill instead of a flying skill. Its power mainly comes from scales instead of wind blades. As an elf who has lived for an unknown period of time, the level of the Dream Taper is undoubtedly very high. In addition, its special attack is higher than that of Scyther, and its telekinesis successfully resists the silver winds blessed by the characteristics of Scyther. The two of them, one attacking and the other defending, were in a stalemate. For the Dream Taper, Scyther was constantly strengthening itself while using Silver Wind. If it continued like this, it would become more and more courageous and more difficult to deal with. For Scyther, Silver Wind was its least good special attack skill. When using it, it had to be strengthened by its own characteristics, which consumed a lot of it, and it was far less easy than the Dream Taper using telekinesis. Therefore, this confrontation completely became a matter of seeing who could not hold on first, and the two sides had a 50-50 chance of winning or losing. What should I do? Xuanjian asked himself. For this battle, I thought that with a recovered Scyther, I should be able to win quickly. I didn't expect the opponent to have so many powerful skills, so that the tactical defeat caused the two sides to stalemate. Since the Dream Taper used the magic space, Scyther's biggest advantage was wiped out, and the subsequent immobilization method even blocked the possibility of turning the situation around. Now that it has become like this, I have tried my best and I really can't think of any better way. Xuanjian squeezed the Pokeball in his hand. If he threw it out at this time, he would definitely be able to interrupt the skills of the Dream Taper. Even because of the interruption of the battle, the trick space would disappear. Scyther could exert its strongest speed advantage, but it would also lose the opportunity to catch the Dream Taper. After all, it is almost impossible to catch the Pokémon by using the Pokeball in this way. This Pokeball can only be used once. If it fails, the Dream Taper will definitely run away, which will bring many uncertainties. But if it is not used, if Scyther alone fights the opponent, the possibility of failure is also very high. Just when Xuanjian hesitated, Scyther turned his head and looked over. Although he didn't say anything, the moment his eyes met, Xuanjian understood what Scyther meant. Believe me, I will win. For Scyther, challenging the limit is its fun. This battle in the trick space was the first time it encountered a battle where it could not take advantage of its speed. It was also the type of battle it was least good at. This made it extremely important and regarded it as an opportunity to sharpen itself and break through itself. Therefore, it did not want others to intervene before it failed. Besides, it did not think that it could not even deal with such a guy who was about to die of old age. After understanding what Scyther meant, Xuanjian suddenly felt ashamed. Compared with other trainers, he was undoubtedly extremely good at tactical literacy, so he could achieve far better results than the rookie trainers. However, as a traverser, his so-called mature mind made him lose a lot of passion and momentum. He was used to planning step by step and did not believe that miracles could be created through hard work. At the same time, his trust in the elves was not even as good as those of the rookie trainers. He could not believe in his elves wholeheartedly, could not exert the power of bondage, and could not make his elves break through the limits for his trainers in battle. It seems that he still needs experience. All along, I have been used to using careful tactics to win, forgetting that for trainers, it is equally important to learn to trust their Pokémon companions and place the hope of victory on them. When facing the cunning and experienced Dream Taper, I was dragged into its tactics and was at a disadvantage. I could only passively fight and could not gain an advantage. Under such circumstances, I was undoubtedly panicked. If it weren't for Scyther to remind me, I didn't realize that I still had Pokémon companions to rely on. Thinking of this, Xuanjian said loudly, "I'm sorry, Scyther, I have always been self-centered and asked you to fight according to my own ideas. I ignored your feelings. I'm very sorry." Scyther shook his head, indicating that he didn't care about these things, and everyone's ultimate goal was to win. As long as they could win, it didn't matter who was right or wrong. Xuanjian's method was very effective before, so naturally Xuanjian was the main one, but now that Xuanjian has no way to break the deadlock for the time being, he should naturally believe it. "Then Scyther, I'll leave everything to you. Bring victory back to me," Xuanjian said to Scyther. Although it was not the first time he said this, the feeling this time was completely different. It was the kind of belief in his Pokémon wholeheartedly, without any doubt that it could bring him victory. Pokémon are the most sensitive, and they can clearly sense the intentions of their trainers. Feeling Xuanjian's entrustment, Scyther nodded, raised his head towards the Dream Taper, and began to squeeze the potential in his body hard, wanting to live up to the entrustment of his trainer. Scyther raised his head, opened his mouth and aimed at the Dream Taper, and a low chirping sound came out of his mouth. "This is insect chirping," Xuanjian said in surprise. He didn't expect Scyther to have learned a new skill at this moment. Scyther's low insect chirping spread towards the Dream Taper. As a sound attack, The insect chirping was not greatly affected by the trick space, but it still aroused circles of visible ripples, making the attack visible. Seeing that Scyther had launched a new move again, the dream-inducing taper did not dare to neglect it. He did not care about the damage to his body that would not be able to withstand the powerful move. While further shrinking the defense circle, he increased the output of telekinesis, using telekinesis to form a spherical protective layer around his body to resist the double attack of Scyther. The characteristics of Scyther once again played a role. With its superb control, it carefully adjusted the rhythm of the two skills, allowing them to form a proper resonance, so that the influence between the two skills developed positively, and each of them exerted its power instead of cancelling each other out and reducing the power. The silver wind mixed with the insect chirping, forming circles of silver ripples, impacting the telekinesis wall constructed by the dream-inducing taper. Chapter 112 Complete Evolution. Although the defense layer formed by telekinesis is only a thin layer, its defense ability is very strong. It blocks the silver wind and insect sounds outside, protecting the fragile body of the dream-inducing taper from harm. The construction of such a defense layer consumes a lot of telekinesis, but the dream-inducing taper does not care. For it who knows how long it has lived, its mental power is as vast as the sea. If it were not for its physical condition that limits its performance, Xuanjian and Scyther would not be able to block its attack at all. However, although the dream-inducing taper is still resisting stubbornly, Xuanjian knows that victory is not far away, because although the dream-inducing taper's mental power is extremely huge, the strongest defense that can be organized is the telekinesis wall. The defensive ability of the telekinesis wall will eventually reach its limit, and this limit is not far away. At the same time, the silver wind is constantly strengthening Scyther while attacking. Compared with the beginning, the state of Scyther has been greatly improved. Next, as long as the special attack is strengthened once more, Scyther will be able to break the telekinesis wall. Silver Wind's enhancement is random, but fortunately, a special attack enhancement came soon. With a special attack enhanced, the power of Insect Song and Silver Wind was strengthened again. This time, the power of the attack obviously exceeded the limit of the telekinetic wall. The telekinetic wall was broken, and the purple light spots disappeared instead. The telekinetic wall was broken, and the dream taper had no time to do more actions before being hit by Silver Wind and Insect Song. The wind blade with scale powder hit his body. Not only did the scale powder produce energy damage, but the wind blade also produced a certain amount of physical damage. The attack of Insect Song made his head buzzing, and he couldn't react at all. Seeing that the dream taper's defense wall was broken, the immobilization spell on Scythe was also up. Scythe immediately stopped using Silver Wind and Insect Song, and flapped its wings again to use Lightning Flash. For it, physical skills are more convenient. If it hadn't been sealed by the immobilization spell just now, it wouldn't be so passive. As if to vent the frustration of being blocked, Scyther used the most powerful lightning flashes in succession, and its green body turned into a series of afterimages in the air, knocking the dream taper around in the air like a ball. The dream taper, whose body was originally very fragile, was knocked unconscious by such a violent attack. As the dream taper fell unconscious, the magic space naturally collapsed, and Scyther regained the speed it was proud of. Scyther used this skill on the unconscious dream taper. This is a skill often used in combat teaching, because this skill focuses on bringing great pain when attacking, but the actual damage caused is not high, and it will also leave a breath for the attacked party when it is seriously injured. Xuanjian also saw this skill for the first time. He saw Scythe's sickle draw a series of afterimages in the air, and then fell on the body of the dream taper. Even though the dream taper was in a coma, he groaned in pain, and his body became bruised and swollen. After beating the dream taper, Scythe let out a deep breath, which was extremely refreshing, and completely returned the frustration just now. In contrast, the dream taper was not so comfortable. His whole body was swollen like a bun, and the hair on his body fell off even more. Looking carefully, it seemed that his body was a little scattered. Go, Pokémon Ball. Xuanjian threw the Pokéball at the dream taper and sucked it into it. The Pokéball indicator flashed a few times, and then went out. Yet, it was successfully captured. Xuanjian couldn't help but happily high-five Scythe to celebrate. Although the dream-inducing taper would not succumb to Xuanjian so easily, as long as it was put into the Pokéball, there would be one more means to restrain it. Spy, go and completely destroy those black spy. Their self-consciousness has disappeared, and they are no longer alive. There is no point in keeping them, so let's end things here completely. Xuanjian ordered Spy. Spy nodded and flew towards the cave. When Xuanjian returned to the cave entrance, the puppets of Spy had disappeared. Xuanjian did not ask how Spy dealt with them. After all, killing its own kind is not a pleasant thing, even if those same kind have actually died long ago. However, Spy told Xuanjian that it had an unexpected gain when dealing with those puppets. Those puppets actually contained a lot of dream energy. In the process of dealing with them, Spy successfully collected all the dream energy and even exceeded it by a lot. Then the next step is to deal with this guy, Xuanjian said, looking at the Pokeball in his hand. This Pokeball cannot be brought to the real world, and he does not know where the real body of the dream-inducing taper is hidden, so he must deal with it before leaving the dream world, so as to maximize the benefits and not to waste his hard work. If what this guy said is true, it has a lot of property in the real world, then he will make a fortune. But we are all a little tired now, let's take a break first. Although the dream-inducing taper is now almost dying from being beaten by Scyther, Xuanjian believes that as long as this guy is thrown into the mist of the night in the dream world, relying on the ability of dream eating, the other party will be able to recover quickly. Xuanjian does not want to fight it again, so he has to pick a good opportunity. In the real world, Xuanjian has been in the machine for 2 days. According to the comparison of the time flow rate of the two worlds, at least 20 days have passed in the dream world. According to Xiaobo's research, if he cannot wake up within a month, the sense of time and space dislocation caused by the different time flow rates of the two worlds will cause Xuanjian to never wake up. Although they hadn't slept for 2 days and 2 nights, dark circles had already appeared on everyone's face, but everyone present gritted their teeth and persisted, and no one had the intention of leaving to rest. Xiaobo, do you think Xuanjian will wake up today? Yado asked, and everyone looked at Xiaobo, waiting for his answer. It should be fine, Xiaobo said uncertainly. His computer could transmit data with a dream spirit through a special device to obtain Xuanjian's collection of dream energy. Before, the dream energy had been increasing, but when it was about to be collected, the increase suddenly stopped and did not move for a long time, which made people worry. Beep, beep. Suddenly, the instrument made a sound. Xiaobo looked up and didn't know when the dream energy had been collected, and it had exceeded a lot. Get ready to start assisting Scyther's evolution immediately, Xiaobo ordered. Following Xiaobo's order, the laboratory became busy again, temporarily putting Xuanjian's affairs behind. Xiaobo personally went to the life support cabin where Scyther was lying and personally corrected Scyther. The dream energy collected by Xuanjian and Scyther in the dream was exported through the instrument and attached to the metal coating on the surface of Scyther's body. With the injection of dream energy, Scyther's body emitted a faint but mysterious white light, which symbolized evolution. Under the light of evolution, Scyther's body continued to soften and become extremely plastic, and slowly transformed into the form of giant mantis. In this process, what Xiaobo had to do was to help Scyther's sickle or giant mantis's pincers reshape so that it could grow into the most suitable shape. The shaping work was not complicated. The trouble was how to slow down the process of evolution. However, this problem had been solved, so Xiaobo quickly completed the work, and Scyther's body gradually transformed into the appearance of giant mantis. Only some details still had traces of Scyther. As long as consciousness returned, the evolution would be completely completed. After correcting Scyther, Xiaobo looked at it with satisfaction. Then he remembered that the other party's consciousness seemed to have not returned yet, and subconsciously asked, "No, why hasn't this kid come back yet?" Ah! Everyone was also stunned for a moment. Yes, the dream energy has been collected. Shouldn't it be time to return? Is there something wrong? Xiaobo, Xuanjian will be okay. Duogi asked, his face no longer calm, all hesitation and helplessness. Wait a little longer, maybe something delayed him for a while. Xiaobo comforted, but the solemn expression on his face could not deceive anyone. But everyone had no choice but to wait quietly. So while waiting, time passed little by little, and the final time was getting closer and closer, and everyone became more and more desperate. Suddenly, the faint white light on Scyther's body suddenly lit up, illuminating the whole room, and then darkened. The signal light of Xuanjian's life support cabin also lit up again, the hatch slowly opened, and Xuanjian sat up from it. Everyone, long time no see. Xuanjian rubbed his temples to relieve the discomfort caused by the dislocation of time and space. Seeing Xuanjian wake up safely, Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and their hearts were finally at ease. The staff headed by Xiaobo cheered. Their efforts paid off. Duoge also immediately recovered his spirits, rushed over, hugged Xuanjian, and said softly, "Welcome back. I have to go out to do things tomorrow, Tuesday, so I don't have time to write, only 4K once. I will come back to make up." Chapter 113 Conditions. 3 days later, after completing the evolution of Scyther and confirming that entering the dream world did not cause any harm to themselves, Xuanjian and Duoge said goodbye to Xiaobo and Yato and set off on the journey again. As for Abu, Yato said he wanted to teach him something, so naturally he and Yato stayed with Xiaobo first. Sitting on the back of the dragon, Xuanjian recalled the experience of this dream world, which can be said to have gained a lot. Let's talk about Scyther first. No, it should be called Giant Mantis now. After this adventure, Scyther successfully evolved into Giant Mantis, and at the same time obtained the 2 characteristics of Technical Master and Light Metal. Under normal circumstances, the evolved Giant Mantis, because the original carapace on the surface of the body becomes a metal shell, the physical attack and defense are greatly increased, and the weight will be almost doubled, so that the speed is dragged down and greatly reduced. After obtaining the light metal characteristic, the weight of the Giant Mantis becomes about the same as before. Although the speed is still reduced, the explosive power in a short distance is naturally not much different from before, plus the additional priority skills, making its attack faster. And probably because the dream power obtained in the end was almost twice the required amount, the Giant Mantis, which was supposed to be red, turned silver-white. Xuanjian and Xiaobo tested it and found that this shining Giant Mantis had a significant improvement in special attack and special defense after evolution compared to before evolution, so its attack and defense were even stronger. Unfortunately, such enhancement is only a one-time effect and cannot continue to improve as the strength of Scyther grows, but Xuanjian also feels very satisfied. In addition, due to the effect of certain ingredients added to the metal coating provided by Xiaobo, without affecting the resistance to other attributes, the fire resistance of the Giant Mantis has changed. Compared with the 4 times weak fire of the normal Giant Mantis, the damage suffered by Xuanjian's Giant Mantis when attacked by fire skills has dropped to about 3 times. Although it is still afraid of fire, this double damage can often play a role at a critical moment. Before parting with Xiaobo, Xuanjian, with the help of Duoge, bought a bucket of harmless paint for beautifying elves, and repainted the Giant Mantis red. After all, it was too ostentatious to take such a flashing elf out. Moreover, this Giant Mantis not only has a special appearance, but also has an extraordinary inner self. If it is exposed, many people will definitely have bad ideas about it. In addition to this harvest, another harvest is also very gratifying, that is, the dream-inducing taper. The reason why Xuanjian came back so long after collecting the dream energy was entirely because of this guy. In the early morning of the dream world, Xuanjian released the dream-inducing taper and threw it into the unique fog of the dream world. Then, driven by the instinct of survival, the dream-inducing taper will greedily absorb the fog like an addict. After it inhales the fog, it will convert it into energy that it can use through the dream-eating skill to heal the wounds on its body. But in the early morning, there was not much fog left in the dream world. It was just enough for it to recover from its injuries, but not enough to restore its physical strength. This is also the reason why Xuanjian chose to release it at this time. After all, with this guy's cunning, if he recovers from his injuries and regains his strength, he will definitely use teleportation to escape. After he recovered, Xuanjian began to talk about a deal with him. Of course, for a guy who was put into a Pokeball, no matter how powerful he was before, he was still at the mercy of others. The so-called transaction was completely a unilateral request from Xuanjian, and the other party decided whether to agree. Xuanjian originally hoped that under such a transaction and negotiation, the two sides could reach a series of unequal treaties. Because according to the Dream Taper, it has a huge fortune in the real world. For this, the Dream Taper admitted it very happily after being caught. Before entering the dream world, it used hypnosis to control its subordinates to deposit all the wealth in the bank, and set a complex password. Only by answering the password correctly could the wealth be taken away. Unfortunately, the peace negotiation did not develop as he imagined. Thinking of this, Xuanjian sighed. Speaking of which, this guy is really difficult to deal with. He can't even save his life, but he still clings to those things. If it weren't for the final turn, this guy might have gone to see his ancestors long ago. In the process of reaching a deal, in order to achieve the goal, Xuanjian and Scyther had to beat him up every day, but this guy refused to let go no matter how hard he tried. In order to make him let go, Scyther beat him to death during the day, and then threw him into the fog to recover in the early morning, and then continued to beat him during the day the next day. This kind of pain is not much easier than the so-called 10 tortures of the Qing dynasty. After several times, Scyther said that although this meat sandbag feels good to hit, it is really unbearable to have a wave every day. At that time, Xuanjian even felt that he was just like the villains in spy war TV dramas, using all means to torture the revolutionary fighters who fell into his hands, while the Dream Taper, who was a revolutionary fighter, had an expression that said, "I don't know anything. If you have the ability to kill me, I'm ready to sacrifice myself." However, in order to knock out the Dream Taper's collection, Xuanjian didn't mind being a villain at all, and he had no other way to deal with the Dream Taper, so he could only continue to torture it, hoping that it would not be able to hold on and speak up. It was precisely to wait for this guy to let go that Xuanjian returned so late. After all, he could only force a confession once a day. Perhaps he really felt that he was a revolutionary fighter, and the Dream Taper was beaten to death every day, but he just refused to let go, and the two sides kept wasting until Xuanjian's time in the dream world reached its limit. Xuanjian's stay in the dream world was limited, and when his patience was almost worn out, Xuanjian decided to give up. As for the dream-inducing taper, of course it cannot be left to continue to harm the people and elves who enter later. Xuanjian decided to let Scythe deal with it. But when Xuanjian was about to let Scythe take action, things took a turn for the better. On this day, Xuanjian no longer planned to conduct useless forced confessions. He signaled Scythe to kill this guy who had harmed many of its fellows. Scythe was very happy about this. He raised his sickle and came to the wounded dream-inducing taper, ready to deliver the final blow. Suddenly, the dream-inducing taper, who had been silent all the time, said to Xuanjian and Scythe with murderous eyes, "You want the treasure I left behind? Yes, but you have to agree to one condition of mine." It was completely unacceptable for it to give Xuanjian the wealth that had accumulated throughout its life for nothing, but it was completely acceptable to change it to a different way, to exchange all its wealth for a condition. What condition? Xuanjian signaled Scythe to stop the fatal blow that was about to be delivered, and said to the dream-inducing taper in confusion. He was ready to give up, but unexpectedly there was a turn for the better. This made him feel like he was being teased, but for the sake of money, he could tolerate it. According to the confessions summoned by the dream-inducing taper these days, this amount of wealth is not small. If he gets it, it will be able to alleviate the predicament of insufficient funds and allow him to do more things he wants to do. As long as the other party's conditions are not too harsh, you can consider it. P.S. To all readers, subscribed book friends, thank you very much for your support. Book friends who read pirated books, please do your best to recommend it. First update. Second update will be sent soon. Chapter 114 Deal done. If you can help me come back to life in the real world, I will give you all my wealth. Said the dream-inducing taper. Come back to life? Aren't you still alive? Xuanjian asked curiously. But it's no different from being dead. Said the dream-inducing taper. My consciousness left my body just before I died of old age and entered the dream world. My body in the real world was preserved in ice. I can no longer return to the real world. Once I go back, death will follow. In a sense, I am indeed dead. But weren't you living a good life in the dream world? Why did you want to go back to the real world? Good? What's good about it? Roared the dream-inducing taper, like an angry young man who had enough of the torture of life. Every day when I'm hungry, I can only inhale the bland mist, and I can't enjoy the food cooked by top chefs. When I'm tired, I can only relax by meditation, and there is no massage from top masseurs. The whole world is just a few gangsters and stiff guys, and there are no loyal servants to chat and play with me. How can such a life be good? Xuanjian and Scyther looked at each other. It seemed that this guy used to live a very luxurious life. He should get more money out of him. I am a Pokémon who pursues taste, not one of those wild guys who dig for food in the ground. If I can't return to that kind of life, and even have to throw away the wealth accumulated throughout my life, then I might as well die. The dream-inducing taper said very hypocritically, and his expression was like that of a down-and-out nobleman. Although he despised the other party's hypocrisy, Xuanjian still nodded and said, I understand. Your body in the real world is too old, and you can't even survive, so you can't return to the real world. If I help you do this, will you give me all your savings?" The dream-inducing tapir nodded and said, "That's right. I want to return to the real world and continue to enjoy life. If you help me do this, I will give you all my wealth, otherwise I would rather die than give in. Anyway, although I haven't lived enough, I have lived long enough." The dream-inducing tapir looked like I had given it all, which made Xuanjian think seriously. "Well, let me think, is there any way to get you back to the real world?" Xuanjian racked his brains and thought of a solution. For this situation, general treatment is completely useless. After all, the other party is not sick or injured, but his body is aging. Just like an engine, no matter how it is maintained, once it is worn to a certain extent, it will be completely broken and can never be repaired again, unless the worn parts are replaced. "Oh, yes, replace it." Xuanjian suddenly thought of a good idea. Staring at the dream-inducing tapir, Xuanjian said, "I've thought about it for a long time. If I want you to reappear in the real world, I probably have to change your body. Can you accept it?" "Change a body?" the dream-inducing tapir said with some confusion. After all, it is just an elf. Although its wisdom in some aspects is not worse than that of humans, and even stronger than some people, it still has its limits. "That's right," Xuanjian nodded, "giving up your old aging body and entering a new young body to live. Can you accept this?" The dream-inducing tapir thought for a moment, and immediately said without hesitation, "Of course, no problem at all, but is it possible?" "Well, theoretically it is possible." Xuanjian touched his chin and began to think about the possibility of letting him change his body. The dream-inducing tapir's thinking consciousness and body are now almost completely separated. Since the body is in a dying state, the connection between the two is minimal. The soul consciousness of the dream-inducing tapir almost completely relies on the dream world to exist. If there is a body that is very compatible with his soul, and then the dream machine is used in reverse to guide his soul into the body, then rebirth can be achieved. In this process, the difficulties mainly lie in two aspects. One is how to obtain a body without a soul that is highly compatible with the dream-inducing tapir, and the other is to overcome the sense of time and space dislocation, smoothly guide his soul, and ensure that his soul can wake up in that body. Cloning technology is an option that can be considered for obtaining the body. The body of the dream-inducing tapir has not completely died yet. Extracting some cells from it to cultivate a new body will surely make the fit good. But there are two problems. One is that a new soul may be born in the cloned body. The other is that even if the cells of the dream-inducing tapir are used as the material, the cloned body will only be in the form of a dream-eating beast at first. There will be problems with a fit between the juvenile body and the soul of the evolved dream-inducing tapir. Xuanjian also thought about using the bodies of other dream-inducing tapirs, but even if they are the same dream-inducing tapirs, there will be huge differences between them due to differences in genetics, growth environment, and evolutionary conditions. However, the opponent is a psychic elf, so it can try to use its psychic power to degenerate into a Dream Eater. After all, there have been Pokémon that have done this before. In addition, it can use its own psychic power to solve the problem of time and space dislocation. This is a very troublesome problem for itself, but it is a piece of cake for a poor ability elf. So this idea is very feasible. Moreover, if this experiment is successful, it will open a door to eternal life. This discovery will definitely cause a sensation. However, even if these problems are solved, the risk of this experiment is still very huge, and the possibility of failure is very high. After all, it has violated the most basic laws of birth, aging, illness and death. Xuanjian explained these difficulties to the dream-inducing tapir one by one. After a little thought, the dream-inducing tapir immediately agreed to participate in Xuanjian's experiment. As for the risks, it was very open-minded. After all, as it said, it had lived long enough. If it could not return to youth, then there was no point in continuing to linger. After making the decision, the dream-inducing tapir immediately paid all the rewards in advance very generously and told Xuanjian the password he set. He was not as greedy as before. "Aren't you afraid that I will hack these things of yours?" Xuanjian asked. "No." The dream-inducing tapir shook his head. "I was able to grow from an ordinary Pokémon to this point, relying not only on the racial talent of hypnosis. I can judge people very accurately. In your eyes, I saw the curiosity and madness about this experiment, so I am confident in you." "Well, you are right, you have a good eye, and you can see that I am such a powerful researcher. Don't worry, please leave this matter to me. The dream-inducing taper echoed. Of course, as soon as I saw you, I saw that you were extraordinary. Only someone as outstanding as you can see through my tactics. Only someone as brilliant as you can come up with such a genius idea. You must be a very powerful person in the real world. You are exaggerating too much, I will be embarrassed. I am just a small trainee researcher. Xuanjian said modestly, but in fact, he was very pleased with the flattery of the dream-inducing taper. How could an old-fashioned man like the dream-inducing taper not see Xuanjian's thoughts? This guy was only being modest on the surface, but what he was actually thinking was, hurry up, keep praising me. So the flattery immediately followed up, it's not an exaggeration at all. A talent like you will definitely be a big shot on the future. You. Xuanjian enjoyed the compliment of the dream-inducing taper with satisfaction, and thought to himself, oh, it turns out that it feels so good to be flattered. No wonder almost no one is immune. What to do? I'm going to be proud. As the flatterer, the dream-inducing taper was also enjoying it. All kinds of flattering words kept flowing out of his mouth, but he was thinking in his heart, I'm so lucky today. I didn't expect that a random kid could help me come up with such a good idea. Although this kid is a bit violent and his EQ doesn't seem to be high, he has a good brain. Why don't I take him in as my younger brother and keep him by my side to serve me? The second update is here, everyone please vote for me. Chapter 115 Cooperation again. So the deal between the two parties was happily reached. However, whether it is the cloning of elves or the rebirth of Pokémon, these are experiments that are openly prohibited by the Alliance and are destined to be hidden from the public. Moreover, high-end technology such as cloning is not something that a newcomer like Xuanjian can master. Professional things should be done by professionals. The rocket team where Xiaobo happens to be an expert in this area, so Xuanjian naturally found Xiaobo and proposed cooperation. For this interesting and challenging experiment, Xiaobo certainly agreed with pleasure. For the idea proposed by Xuanjian, Xiaobo exclaimed, it is worthy of Xuanjian to come up with such a genius idea. Xuanjian smiled and said nothing. After the baptism of the flattery of the dream-inducing taper, he can treat this kind of praise correctly. After all, perhaps this is an extremely genius idea for the people in this world, but for a time traveler who has been influenced by online literature and animation, this kind of brain hole is nothing. He just happened to encounter an opportunity to realize this brain hole. Next, Xuanjian went to the bank to check the assets of the dream-inducing taper. After checking, Xuanjian suddenly felt that he had been cheated. Damn it, I can't touch these things. I lost a lot of money in this transaction. Xuanjian said angrily while holding the list. After all, the dream-inducing taper is an elf. No matter how smart it is impossible for it to obtain a lot of wealth through legal means. The wealth it accumulated was obtained by hypnosis, and many of its sources were not clean. If that were the case, it would be fine. After all, the money in the world is the same, and no one dares to say that it is their own. What made Xuanjian angry was that the dream-inducing taper invested all his money in some illegal trades and collected dividends himself. What he deposited in the bank was just the IOU for withdrawing those funds. With Xuanjian's small body, even if he had these vouchers in hand, he couldn't find someone to exchange them, and he might be killed by someone who was blackmailed. Even if others cashed them, the money was not clean and hot. His goal was to become a scientist, not a gangster boss. If he took this money, it would be a stain that he could never wash away. In the end, Xuanjian handed over the wealth of the dream taper that was difficult to handle to the rocket team. The rocket team was better at collecting debts, and they were not worried about the debts. Most of the rocket team's financial sources were not very clean, and they did not care whether these dirty money would have any bad effects. In return, the rocket team would provide technical and financial support for this experiment to help Xuanjian realize this crazy idea. That is to say, after all this hard work, the final harvest was just some props collected by the dream taper. Oh, I must beat this guy up next time I see him. Xuanjian thought bitterly. Those hot things were handed over to the rocket team, and he finally only kept some of the various props collected by the dream taper. As a Pokémon that lived long enough and was not short of money, the props collected by the dream taper were very precious, but compared with the assets handed over to the rocket team, they seemed insignificant. Forget it, just treat it as a reward for Team Rocket. Xuanjian comforted himself. Although the experimental concept was proposed by Xuanjian and the experiment was led by Xuanjian, Xuanjian undoubtedly did not have so much time and energy to complete it, so he could only be a hands-off shopkeeper. He proposed the theoretical concept, and the specific implementation and verification were handed over to the Rocket Team's scientific research team led by Xiaobo, but the final results mainly belonged to Xuanjian. This is similar to the various laboratories in the university in the previous life. The tutor is responsible for theoretical guidance, the students are responsible for doing things, and the final results belong to the tutor. Since I have enjoyed so many benefits for nothing, I will give them the money as hard work fees. Since everyone has great expectations for this experiment, this topic was quickly carried out. When Xuanjian left, Xiaobo sent Yeduo to the place where the body of the dream taper was preserved to take samples and prepare for cloning. Xiaobo also upgraded Xuanjian's communicator again to ensure that Xuanjian could communicate with him at any time and pay attention to the development of the experiment. Lying on the back of the dragon, Xuanjian thought, I wonder how the Alliance will treat me if this experiment is finally successful. Team Rocket has infiltrated the Alliance very hard. As the current boss, the Alliance will naturally not remain indifferent. There are also many spies from the Alliance in Team Rocket. In fact, although Xiaobo has joined Team Rocket, he is still flirting with the Alliance, just waiting for the results to be achieved and waiting for the price to be sold. Moreover, this sensational experiment cannot be hidden anyway. In order to maximize the benefits, he and Xiaobo will not let it be hidden, so it is inevitable that it will be leaked. For this disguised technology of obtaining immortality, everyone will be tempted. There are many good people in the Alliance, but they are not detached from the world. They also have their own desires. Few people can resist the temptation of immortality. The future life will probably be like this sea, which looks very calm, but is actually turbulent. 3 days after leaving Jingan Island, the two arrived at Napier Island smoothly. Napier Island is an important island of the Orange Alliance. It has the highest mountain in the entire Orange Islands. Due to the altitude, the top of the mountain is covered with snow. In addition, this mountain is an active volcano, so there are comfortable hot springs here. Therefore, Napier Island is a famous resort island integrating rock climbing, skiing, and hot spring tourism. It contributes a lot of tax revenue to the Orange Alliance every year and is ranked relatively high in the Orange Islands. Therefore, the Eastern Gym, one of the 4 gyms in the Orange Alliance, was established here. Under the guidance of the map, Xuanjian and his party soon came to the challenge registration office of the Napier Gym and registered for the challenge. Because there were not many people challenging in the off-season, it happened that the gym owner, the Eastern Star Xiaodan, was free, so after a night's rest, Xuanjian officially started the challenge. The Napier Gym also has a strong Orange Alliance style. It tests trainers more than elves. The first challenge is to climb mountains with bare hands. Xuanjian even thought that this would help trainers develop a hobby of mountain climbing, which would be very beneficial to the economic development of the Orange Alliance, and it was similar to the surfing in Xuanjian Gym. The owner of the Napier Gym was Xiaodan, a young man with red hair who looked very sunny and cheerful. He said to Xuanjian, because you chose the special challenge, it is different from the ordinary challenge. Have you read the rules I gave you before? The special challenge of the Napier Gym looks at the final result, that is, each item is timed separately and then added together. According to past experience, most trainers spend too much time on mountain climbing, so that even if they perform well in the last 3 items, they will lose the game. Have you really decided to take this special challenge? Everyone, I'm very nervous when I can't see your comments. What do you say? Your opinions and support are urgently needed. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116, Challenging the Napier Gym. Xuanjian nodded, thank you for your reminder, I have decided to take on a special challenge. Okay, Xiaodan nodded and handed Xuanjian a backpack. There are some mountaineering tools in it, which should be able to help you. Thank you. Xuanjian gratefully took the bag. He had never had this kind of sport before, and only prepared some common mountaineering tools, which could not be compared with the tools carefully prepared by the other party. You have never climbed a mountain, so it's much safer for you to follow me for a while. Xiaodan said, mountaineering is a relatively dangerous sport after all, and it would be bad if the challenger was injured. Thank you. Xuanjian thanked sincerely again. Although the other party said that he would not let him go, doing so was actually letting him go in disguise. Otherwise, it would be easy to defeat someone like him who had no mountaineering experience. After a little preparation, the two began the challenge, and Duoga took the cable car directly to the top of the mountain. The altitude span of the snow-capped mountains of Napier is very large, resulting in the division of temperature zones on the mountain. The area at the foot of the mountain has a gentle terrain, a warm and humid climate, and various vegetation grows lushly and beautifully. In this area, Xuanjian can easily keep up with Xiaodan's pace and can also spare some energy to observe the surrounding environment. But it is different in the mountainside area. It is steeper here, so there is little soil layer, and the water can hardly be retained. Basically, there is no vegetation. Only occasionally there will be one or two lonely shrubs growing on the cliffs, which makes this area even more desolate. Here, there are some Pokémon that are good at flying. They make their homes in the cracks of the cliffs and live freely. Under the leadership of Xiaodan, Xuanjian avoided the nests of these elves and climbed through the empty areas without disturbing them. Even with Xiaodan leading the way, climbing the steep cliffs is full of dangers and makes people terrified. It is impossible to imagine how dangerous it is without a guide. After all, not to mention the possibility of accidentally entering the elf nest along the way and being attacked by the elves, it takes a lot of time to judge which foothold is safe. Following Xiaodan, Xuanjian relied on his flexibility and endurance to not be left behind too much. After leaving the cliffs on the mountainside, Xiaodan said, "You are very athletic. Your movements are jerky, which means this is your first time climbing a mountain, but you can make up for your lack of experience with your speed, which is really surprising. You know, most challengers are left behind here." Xuanjian smiled and said nothing. Although he had never climbed a mountain, he had the power of Changpan and had undergone a period of combat training. It would be abnormal if he didn't perform well. Leaving the cliffs on the mountainside, the two entered the snowfall area on the top of the mountain. The terrain here is flatter, but due to the high altitude, the temperature is very low. This area is mainly covered with vegetation and moss, and the ground is all frozen soil. Snowflakes fall from the sky from time to time. Xuanjian saw ice Pokémon appearing nearby many times, and even saw a large piece of ice mossstone. It's a pity that his Eevee doesn't plan to evolve into an ice elf, otherwise it can be realized immediately. Seeing that Xuanjian did not show any signs of not adapting to the high altitude, Xiaodan began to speed up with confidence. Xuanjian did not admit defeat either. The two chased each other and soon arrived at the destination. "Very good," Xiaodan said to Xuanjian, panting. The two arrived almost one after the other, which meant that Xuanjian was not left behind by a long time, and the hope of winning was greatly increased. Then let's proceed to the second item. Next, Xiaodan took Xuanjian and Duoga and Abu, who had been waiting at the top of the mountain, to a basin on the top of the mountain. As soon as they entered the basin, Xuanjian felt that the temperature here was much higher than outside, and the air was filled with yellow sulfur smoke. If Xiaodan had not prepared masks for the two in advance, they might have been poisoned by sulfur before leaving. Arriving at the center of the basin, Xiaodan introduced, "This is the former crater of the volcano, but now the volcano is dormant. The heat emitted here will melt the surrounding ice and snow, and the snow water will flow into the rock layer along the excavated ditch, and be heated by the magma to become steam and erupt. What we need to do is to use this steam as raw material to condense a large enough piece of ice. Pay attention, this level is related to the next game. If the ice you condense is not big enough or strong enough, the next will be affected. In addition, it is forbidden to use skills that can produce water, such as blizzard." Xuanjian nodded. Compared with the freezing hot springs of ordinary challenges, this challenge is much more difficult, but it is not difficult for him. "I will demonstrate first. Come out, Nidoqueen." Xiaodan took the lead in summoning his ice elf Nidoqueen. Although ice elves are stronger in condensing icicles, such an environment is undoubtedly difficult for ice elves to adapt to. Although Nidoqueen is not an ice elf, it is undoubtedly more adaptable to the environment with the attribute of ground poisoning. Following Dan's summons, a strong Nidoqueen appeared before everyone. The high temperature and poisonous environment had no effect on it. Dan ordered, "Nidoqueen, make a big icicle like before." Then he pressed the stopwatch. Nidoqueen nodded, opened her mouth, and a thick freezing ray was ejected. The target of the freezing ray was the fog in the air. Under the effect of the freezing ray, The white fog quickly shrank and condensed into small boulders. These small boulders gradually grew in the freezing ray and finally condensed into a huge icicle. After condensing into an icicle, Nidoqueen immediately picked up the icicle and quickly ran to the ice and snow area outside the basin to prevent it from being melted by the high temperature in the basin. When Guri put the icicle on the ground, Xuanjian stopped the stopwatch and said, 9 minutes and 58 seconds, an improvement from last time. Seeing that Xuanjian had completed his project, Xuanjian did not delay and said, it's my turn. Come out, Gemstar. Gemstar, use the mirror attribute on Nidoqueen first. Xuanjian first let Gemstar copy Nidoqueen's attributes so that it could adapt to the environment here, and then ordered, Gemstar, use the freezing light on the mist in the air to condense it into an icicle. Hearing Xuanjian's order, Gemstar immediately took action. The gem in the center flashed, and white freezing light immediately shot out from the gem, quickly condensing the water vapor in the air, and finally gathered together to form a huge icicle. The freezing speed is very good, but if it is not transported out of here, it will melt quickly. Xuanjian reminded. Gemstar's special attack is obviously much higher than Nidoqueen, and its level is similar to her, so the time to condense the icicle is only half of Nidoqueen's, but how to move the icicle out is obviously a problem that Gemstar will face. Gemstarfish, use the gyro ball to break the icicle first, and then use telekinesis to transport the icicle out. Xuanjian ordered. Although Gemstarfish theoretically cannot learn telekinesis skills, it is a psychic Pokémon after all. As long as similar superpower skills are improved, it can also be used as telekinesis to transport objects. Gemstarfish quickly spun and hit the bottom of the icicle with force, and the icicle immediately broke from the bottom. Before the icicle fell to the ground, a force held it steadily, lifted it into the air, and then transported it out of the basin. In the end, it took Gemstarfish a total of 10 minutes and 21 seconds to successfully transport the icicle out, 23 seconds longer than Nido. Good job, Gemstarfish. Xuanjian praised. After all, it was too difficult to ask Gemstarfish, a mollusk without hands and feet, to transport things. Seeing that the icicles were made and transported to the right place, Xuanjian announced, then let's start the third step, making an ice boat. You should have seen the model of the ice boat, so you know how to make it, right? Xuanjian nodded. He knew that he had taken the time to practice with his elves at the beach yesterday before the competition today. Okay, then please choose the Pokémon you want to use. I'm using Nidoqueen, Golem, and Scyther. Well, I've decided to. I'm going to use Gemstar, Claws, and Charmeleon. Xuanjian nodded, pressed the stopwatch, and said, begin. Then he started to make it with his own elves. Let's start too. Xuanjian said, everyone, do it as we practiced yesterday. The three elves nodded. Charmeleon opened his mouth and spit out a flame, opened a big hole in the middle of the icicle, and then stopped. Then Claws waved its pliers to carve it, and soon polished the icicle into the shape of a boat. Then the Gemstarfish emitted a thin frost freezing light to further reinforce the ice boat, and then the three elves started polishing it at the same time. Soon, a solid ice boat was made. I'm done. Xuanjian said to Xuanjian, and at the same time looked at Xuanjian's side and found that they were also doing the final finishing and reinforcement work. Soon Xuanjian also finished the work. He took out the stopwatch and looked at it, and said to Xuanjian, I was 2 minutes slow, and you are ahead. Well done. Xuanjian smiled and said, I just took a little trick, you are also very good. Xuanjian was no longer modest, and said, we are tied in the first round of mountaineering. I am ahead by 23 seconds in the second round, and you are ahead by 2 minutes in this round, so in general you are ahead by 1 minute and 37 seconds. In the next skiing competition, you will start first for 1 minute and 37 seconds. Is that okay? Xuanjian nodded, indicating that it was okay. The skiing trails were specially repaired and there were signs along the way. There was no need for anyone to lead the way, and it was completely okay. Seeing Xuanjian's affirmation, Xuanjian said, then let's get ready. So the two of them started to get ready. Xuanjian chose Naughty Thunder Egg and Geodude as weights to help steer the ice boat, and used Scyther to adjust the balance, which was the standard style of a professional ski team. Xuanjian didn't have any Pokémon that could be used as weights, so he chose Mantis, Butterfree, and Starfish. Your choice is really different. Using Mantis as weights. Xuanjian commented. He didn't know that due to the characteristics of light metal, Mantis's weight was actually about the same as Scyther's, and it didn't have the ability to be used as weights. Xuanjian didn't explain Xiaodan's misunderstanding, and led the Pokémon to push the ice boat to the starting point. Then he climbed onto the ice boat, and Xuanjian put Starfish in the front, and he was in the second place, followed by Butterfree, and finally Mantis. After seeing Xuanjian ready, Xiaodan gave the order, "Ready, 3, 2, 1, start." As Xiaodan's voice fell, the giant mantis's pincers pushed the ground hard, and the ice boat immediately shot out like an arrow from a string, and soon disappeared from everyone's sight. I always feel something is wrong. It seems that his ice boat is a little floating. Is it not weighted enough? I hope there will be no problems. Xiaodan said. Duoge, who knew the truth, could only smile awkwardly. Mr. Xiaodan and Miss Guo of Xuanjian are completely different styles. Xuanjian on the ice boat soon felt the pain of not having weight. His ice boat was very fast, but it was a little floating, as Xiaodan said. Although the snow layer on the ground is mostly flat, there are still ice blocks and inconspicuous bulges in some places. Whenever the ice boat passes over these places, it will be bumpy. Fortunately, among the passengers on the boat, Butterfree and Mantis can fly, so this little bump will not bother them at all. Starfish is not afraid of bumps at all. Even Xuanjian quickly adapted to it because of his experience riding Gyarados. But soon a huge test came. They will pass a sharp turn. Butterfree, use telekinesis to stabilize the boat. Starfish, use water cannon to slow down. Mantis, assist in changing direction. Xuanjian ordered. Because there is no weight, the speed of the ice boat is very fast, and it is very unstable. If it does not slow down, it may rush out directly at the bend. Butterfree nodded, not daring to neglect, and immediately used telekinesis to stabilize the violently bumpy ice boat, and Starfish also sprayed water cannons to reduce the speed with the help of recoil. And Mantis also used its pincers to help the ice boat change its direction. With everyone's concerted efforts, the ice boat finally passed the first sharp turn together. With this experience, the three elves became more skilled, and then they successfully passed through the high difficulty areas such as continuous sharp turns and Z-shaped turns, and finally arrived at the foot of the mountain safely. Xiaodan arrived almost 10 minutes after Xuanjian arrived. Very good. Xiaodan got off the ice boat and said to Xuanjian, who was already resting on the side, "But you don't look very good, are you feeling unwell?" Xiaodan's face looked like he was carsick, while Butterfree and Giant Mantis lay listlessly on the grass on the side, and the Gemstar was floating in the water listlessly, and they didn't seem to be in good condition. "We're fine." Xuanjian waved his hand, indicating that the other party didn't need to worry about him. Although the ice boat successfully reached the destination with everyone's cooperation, Xuanjian was very bumpy, and the elves were exhausted from the continuous use of skills and tense spirits, and didn't experience the fun of skiing at all. "I'm glad you're okay. Congratulations, you've passed the special challenge at the Napier Gym. This is proof of your victory, the White Wave Badge." Xiaodan handed a white shell-shaped badge along with 2 skill learning machines to Xuanjian. Xuanjian quickly took it with both hands. "Thank you, without your care, I wouldn't have been able to win." Xiaodan waved his hands and said, "You're welcome. This is what I should do. After all, not every trainer has done these sports. You should experience the fun of these sports. Do you want to do it again?" Xuanjian said, "Well, I'm tired today. Maybe next time." But he thought to himself, "I don't want to take on this kind of challenge again. I feel like there's nothing much to write here, so I'll just do it in one big chapter." There's another update, but it'll probably be a little later. Chapter 117 Breeder Competition. After winning the challenge of the Napier Gym, Xuanjian and his group did not rush to leave, but played here. Xiaodan, who had nothing to do, acted as a tour guide for the two. For the two, mountaineering and skiing can be ignored, but hot springs are definitely not to be missed, so Xiaodan invited the two to come to the hot spring villa built on the top of the mountain. Although the hot spring is very good, I think it would be better to go mountaineering and skiing first, and then soak in the hot spring. Are you sure you don't want to try it? Xiaodan persuaded the two in the hot spring pool. At Xiaodan's temptation, the two shook their heads in unison. "Thank you, we think we are satisfied just soaking in the hot spring." Although they are not lazy people who don't like sports, they don't have the awareness of relaxing in the hot spring after exercising. They all have the expression of "I'll just lie down and don't bother me." Alice, Xuanjian sighed, it's really hard to find a like-minded friend. After soaking in the hot spring, everyone came to the courtyard in the center of the hot spring villa. Since the hot spring house is located near the top of the mountain, snow can be seen all around, but under the effect of the hot spring, the surrounding temperature is not low at all, and the grass and trees are growing lushly. The combination of white snow, green trees, and red flowers looks unique. The three of them sat in the courtyard to appreciate the beautiful scenery, and Xuanjian also took out something to entertain the two. Try these plum wines. This is brewed by me. I don't know if it suits your taste. Xuanjian put the white porcelain wine cup in hot water, poured the local unique light green plum wine for everyone, and invited the two to taste it. Don't worry, this wine has a low alcohol content and will not make you drunk. In the small and transparent white porcelain cup, the light green wine exudes a faint fragrance under the stimulation of the residual heat of the cup, which has long caused the two people to drool. Hearing what Xuanjian said, they couldn't wait to pick up the cup to taste it. Very good. Duoga praised. The snow water melted from the snow on the snow-capped mountains is sweet and delicious in itself. In addition, the best grains are used as raw materials for brewing, so the resulting wine is of the highest quality. Then soak it in green plums that grow naturally at the foot of the snow-capped mountains and are collected in early summer, and then hide it deep under the ice. Not only does the wine retain the beautiful light green color of the green plums, but it also makes the wine softer and more refreshing. It's really a rare good wine. Xuanjian also nodded in agreement. He was not as professional as Duoga in wine tasting, but he also felt that the wine was very comfortable to drink. It was cool and refreshing after entering the mouth, with the little sourness of early summer plums. It was extremely soft after entering the throat, just like fingertips brushing against silk. There was a hidden fire rising slightly in the lower abdomen, making the whole body feel warm. For something, if people who don't understand it also think it is very good, then it is really good. Hearing Duoga's praise, Xuanjian was so happy that she kept pouring wine for the two of them. Miss Duoga is really amazing. You can describe the brewing process of this wine almost exactly after just a little taste. Since you like it, please drink more. No. Duoga stuck out his tongue embarrassedly. Xuanjian, who brewed this wine, is really amazing. The snow water on the top of the mountain is not only sweet, but also contains many beneficial minerals. It is perfect for making wine. We must drink more. I'm glad that everyone likes it. Xuanjian said happily, and then continued to pour wine for the two enthusiastically, and asked, I guess Miss Duoga is a breeder, right? Yes, she does have some research in this area. No wonder you can sing the origin of my wine so easily. By the way, there is a breeder competition on the island recently. If you are interested, Miss Duoga can go and participate. Breeder competition? Xuanjian asked in confusion. Isn't it the off-season for tourism now? How can such a competition be held? No matter what kind of competition it is, it can only be successfully held if there are people participating. For tourist areas like the Orange Islands with very few indigenous residents, various competitions are generally held during the peak tourist season, so that there are enough participants and the popularity is high enough. Xuanjian took a sip from the cup and explained, it is not officially held, but private. It is said that a wealthy man came to Napier Island for recuperation, and his dedicated breeder did not come with him. His favorite elf was not used to the local climate, so he couldn't eat, so he funded such a competition himself. Well, he is really willful. Xuanjian sighed speechlessly. This style reminded him of a guy in the dream world, but that guy is still waiting for rebirth. No way. Rich people are like that. Xuanjian said, but most of the money the other party took out was used to hold the competition. The prize is a bit thin, just a full trip ticket for the top 3 people to the hometown of Unova Dragon. After listening to Xuanjian's words, Duoga said, it sounds good. Although we don't plan to travel to Unova for the time being, this ticket can be transferred. It's been a long time since I showed my skills. I've decided, I'm going to sign up. Xuanjian also said, in fact, the travel ticket doesn't need to be transferred. We can use it ourselves. It doesn't take much time anyway. Sightseeing is different from hiking. The time spent is greatly reduced. He and others can go for a trip. It will only take about half a month. Moreover, if his Eevee wants to evolve into a leaf elf, he must go to a forest with Moistone. At present, Xuanjian knows that the place where moss stone is easier to find is the Viridian Forest in Unova. It is completely seamless to evolve EV by traveling. That makes sense. We can also go to the dragon's hometown to have some fun. Duoga agreed. He had considered that there were 2 more gyms to challenge. The durian gym was fine, but the grapefruit gym needed a grass-type Pokémon. However, Xuanjian didn't have a grass-type Pokémon, and Xuanjian was a rather picky guy. Duoga thought it would take a long time to get a strong enough grass-type Pokémon, so he felt that he didn't have time to go. However, since Xuanjian wanted to go, there was no problem. In that case, I'll take you to sign up after the hot springs. Because it's the off-season for tourism, there are fewer people, so not many people have signed up, so the organizers have been worried. After the hot springs, the group, led by Xiaodan, came to a luxury hotel on the island, where they would sign up and compete. Because it was the off-season for tourism, the hotel was relatively deserted, and even the participants were affected. Including Duoga, there were only 10 people participating in the competition, and several of them were not professional breeders, but had only made some Pokémon food. There are too few participants, aren't there? Duoga muttered. This was completely different from the grand scene he had imagined. There's nothing we can do. The population on the island is small, and there are only a few permanent breeders. And since this is a hastily held competition, almost no one from other islands comes to participate. The receptionist also said helplessly. Generally, such competitions must be notified a long time in advance or held regularly to attract talented players to participate. It's already very good to have so few people in such a hastily held competition. I hope we can find a breeder that satisfies the guest. Forget it, it will be easier for you to win if there are fewer people, right? Xuanjian advised. That's right, Duoga nodded and agreed with Xuanjian. Early to bed and early to rise is good for your health. The update time will be changed in the future to noon and evening. Chapter 118 A Bad Premonition. The breeder competition started one day after Duoga signed up, and in the end, only 12 contestants officially participated. The sponsors did not care too much about such a result. However, there are also advantages to having fewer people. During the competition, the wealthy man who invested will personally bring his elves to the competition, so it is easier for breeders to find the right direction. Probably because there are not many entertainment activities during the off-season, although the scale of the competition is very small, it still attracted many people to come, and many vendors also rushed to the scene after hearing the news, making the scene extremely lively for a while. As an accompanying person, Xuanjian naturally entered the stadium with Duoga. The two arrived a little later, and the other contestants had already arrived. There was still some time before the competition, and the elves of the sponsors had not arrived yet, so Duoga first checked the ingredients provided by the organizers. After checking, Duoga said to Xuanjian, the organizers are very attentive. Although these ingredients are not very rare, they should all be produced on the island and are very fresh. Before Xuanjian could answer, there was a commotion on the field. Here they come. Here they come. The 3 great Pokémon from the Unova region. Xuanjian and Duoga immediately looked in the direction of the commotion. Sure enough, a fat man came to the field with an equally fat Flame King. Although Flame King is a big fire pig Pokémon and is relatively fat, this is too exaggerated, isn't it? Xuanjian smacked his lips. As a Pokémon with fighting attributes, a normal Flame King is not as muscular as other fighting Pokémon, but it only looks stronger. Unlike this one, the fat on its body is so much that it hangs down, and it is a little out of breath with every step. This Yanwu King is about 300 pounds, about twice the normal weight. It's no wonder that it feels unwell when it grows so fat. Duoga commented. Many elves with strong regionality will feel uncomfortable when they leave the area where they originally live, but most of the 3 major elves are very adaptable, and the environment of Napier Island is not extreme. At first, Duoga thought it might be an elf who is extremely afraid of water, but he didn't expect it to be an overweight Yanwu King. Yanwu King slowly walked into the competition venue, and Xuanjian and others further realized how fat it was. Every time Yanwu King took a step, it caused a big vibration when it landed on the ground. Xuanjian felt that if this Yanwu King learned Earthquake, it would be very powerful. With Yanwu King and its owner entering the venue, the competition officially began. Since there were relatively few participants, no complicated form was adopted. Each contestant just made a meal for Yanwu King, and whoever Yanwu King liked the most would win. In the operation room, Duoga was busy while explaining science to Xuanjian. Yanwu King is a fire-type spirit, which means that his taste is relatively strong, and he should prefer a spicy taste, so the food he makes must be very spicy, the spicier the better. In addition, as a fighting-type spirit, even this fatter Yanwu King has very developed and powerful muscles, so the food he makes must be very chewy, delicious and juicy. As he spoke, he began to select the ingredients to be used one by one and began to process them. But after processing the ingredients, Duoga said with some worry, "It's a pity that there are not many spicy ingredients here. Even if the spiciness is maximized during cooking, it's still not enough. I have an idea for this." Xuanjian said. "What?" Duoga asked immediately. "The essence of spiciness is actually that some stimulating ingredients in the food cause certain damage and stimulation to the taste cells, which is the birth of the feeling. If the spiciness is not enough, we may be able to think of a way from this aspect. Adding some mild toxins can also achieve this effect. Some pufferfish sashimi in the previous life used pufferfish toxins to enhance the flavor, and finally achieved very good results." "That makes sense." Duoga nodded. "I got it. We can use some stinging jellyfish stings to season it. But we don't have any stinging jellyfish. Don't worry, you make other preparations here first, I'll help you find it," Xuanjian said, and then immediately left the operation room and looked for trainers with stinging jellyfish everywhere. Xiaodan came to help immediately after hearing about it. Fortunately, most trainers in the Orange League use water Pokémon, and stinging jellyfish are also relatively common, so Xuanjian didn't spend a long time to find a trainer who was willing to help. This trainer released a stinging jellyfish and let it give Xuanjian a small ball of poisonous stinging threads. After thanking this trainer, Xuanjian immediately returned to the operation room with the materials. After a busy time, all breeders completed their works within the specified time and handed them over to the waiter to deliver them. Because it was a competition, the food did not need to be made in the usual way that was easy to store and carry, so everyone paid great attention to the appearance. When the waiter brought it out, the appearance alone made everyone salivate and wanted to taste it in person. "How is it? Is Duoga confident?" Xiaodan asked Xuanjian beside him outside the field. As a friend he had just met, he did not know how strong Duoga was. Xuanjian nodded and said, "Well, it's about right. After all, there are not many strong opponents. As friends who have traveled together for a while, there is still some ambiguity between each other. Xuanjian is confident in Duoga. Alice, it's a pity that there is no explanation. We laymen can't understand it at all. Can you understand it?" "Well," Xuanjian nodded. He had traveled with Duoga for so long. Although he was not good at cooking, he had learned a lot of knowledge about breeding. He explained to Xiaodan, "Look, those two portions are obviously made by those two people who are not professional breeders. The taste is too light. King Yanwu will not like it." Sure enough, King Yanwu only took a look at the two portions of food and ignored them. He didn't even want to taste them. The next ones to be eliminated should be those that are not spicy enough. King Yanwu has a very sensitive nose. When the organizers prepared the ingredients, they obviously took into account that the examiner this time was King Yanwu, so there were a lot of spicy ingredients in the ingredients, but if the spiciness of these ingredients was not brought to the extreme, it would obviously not meet King Yanwu's standards. King Yanwu sniffed the food with his nose, and immediately picked out 5 foods that were not spicy enough and put them aside. "Next, it's the official tasting," Xuanjian said again. Although Xuanjian's voice was not loud, it seemed very organized, attracting the attention of many people, so many people gathered around him and listened to his explanation. After all, King Yanwu, as the referee, could not speak, and the host was not a professional breeder, so he could not give a professional explanation, which undoubtedly made the competition much more boring. This situation obviously attracted the attention of the organizers. Soon, a beautiful waitress in uniform came over and said, "Sir, your commentary is very exciting. Can you please come on stage and explain it to everyone?" "That's fine, but I actually only know a little bit. Didn't you invite a special referee? The commentary is for the general public. It doesn't have to be too professional. As long as you can explain the reasons to the audience, it shouldn't be difficult to find such a person," the beautiful waitress said with a pitiful face. "Of course. We invited Miss Joy from the Elf Center as the commentator in advance, but we didn't expect that we suddenly encountered an emergency case and Miss Joy couldn't come. Can you help, sir?" "I'm very happy to help. Xuanjian said, then greeted Xiaodan, followed the happy waitress to the stage, and took the microphone. Although it was the first time to encounter such a situation, Xuanjian had lived for more than 20 years after all, so he was not afraid in front of such a small number of people. After a little preparation, Xuanjian began. Hello, audience. I am Xuanjian, a trainee researcher from Kanto. At the invitation of the host, I will give you some explanations. I hope you like it. Xuanjian first briefly introduced himself, and specifically pointed out his identity as a trainee researcher, which undoubtedly convinced the audience below. When Xuanjian introduced himself, 2 more dishes were picked out by King Yanwu and put aside. The crowd once again focused their attention on Xuanjian, hoping that he would give an explanation. Under the gaze of the crowd, Xuanjian came to the 2 selected dishes, not caring that they were eaten by King Yanwu. He picked up the chopsticks and picked up a little and put it in his mouth to taste it, and then said, "The ingredients of the food on the left are not good enough. Fighting Pokémon generally rarely eat vegetarian food. Even if you cook vegetarian dishes, you have to make it feel like King Yanwu's meat. The food on the right is stewed too much and has no chewiness. It is too soft for King Yanwu, who is still in his prime and has fighting attributes." The crowd suddenly realized, and the 2 breeders also nodded in conviction, and then secretly cursed themselves for not thinking of it. Then another portion of food was picked out by King Yanwu and sent to Xuanjian. Xuanjian tasted it as usual. Although he was not a breeder, he had a breeder by his side and ate Duoga's meals every day. Xuanjian made a set of judging criteria based on Duoga's cooking skills. The cooking time, seasoning and other aspects of this food were extremely spicy, comparable to Duoga, so the problem could only be the spiciness. So Xuanjian said to the microphone, "This portion of food is well cooked in all aspects, but unfortunately it is not as spicy as the other 2 portions, so King Yanwu gave up." After all, for a spirit like King Yanwu who loves spicy food, the spicier the food, the better. "But I have already brought the spicy ingredients to their extreme," the breeder said unconvinced. Xuanjian smiled and said, "First of all, let me explain that one of the remaining 2 dishes is from my friend. Although I haven't tasted it, I can be sure that my friend's work is spicier than yours. With the ingredients provided by the organizer, the spiciness is really extreme. The food that was not spicy enough before was picked out by King Yanwu with just his nose. You have indeed brought the spiciness to the extreme, but unfortunately it is not enough." "What?" The breeder was a little unbelievable, but then reacted, "Could it be that that's right?" Xuanjian immediately said what the other party wanted to say, "You added your own ingredients." For a breeder, collecting various rare ingredients is also one of their necessary tasks. After all, many unique ingredients with strange effects are not common, and it is impossible for the organizer to prepare them all. In the competition, using precious ingredients prepared by oneself is allowed by the rules unless otherwise specified. My friend's food is seasoned with some stinging jellyfish toxins, so it has to be one step ahead. Adding a small amount of jellyfish toxin can not only enhance the spicy feeling, but also have a slight stimulation to King Yanwu's body, just like drinking medicinal wine, which is very beneficial to him. However, I don't know whose the other food belongs to. Could the contestants please reveal it? Of course. A beautiful green-haired girl walked onto the stage and said, "I'm also Xiaoxia from Kanto, and I'm very happy to participate in this competition. But my method is not that good. I added the so-called hottest sky chili pepper that I got when I was traveling in the Unova region, so it has such a strong spicy taste. It's amazing that such precious ingredients can be collected. Sky chili pepper is the most suitable condiment for elves who love spicy food. It can not only satisfy the elves' appetite, but also has many benefits for the elves' bodies." Xuanjian exclaimed, "No, you're too kind." Xiaoxia said modestly, then bowed and walked off the stage. At this time, the host spoke again and said, "Both of you are very powerful breeders, and even King Yanwu can't make a choice. However, there can only be one winner in the end of this competition. I don't know how to judge it. It really troubles me." The host's words immediately attracted the audience on the field. They noticed that King Yanwu had eaten both portions of food, which means that King Yanwu is very satisfied with both portions of food, so the idea of him making a judgment was shattered. Off the stage, Duoga and Xiaoxia stood together. They looked at each other and didn't say anything. Although they admired each other, the pride of being breeders made them think that the food they made was the best, and they couldn't admit that they couldn't compare with each other. Xuanjian was also silent. As Duoga's partner, he was obviously not suitable to give an answer, so he handed the microphone to the host and returned to the crowd. Seeing the silence of the two women in Xuanjian's position, the audience on the field began to discuss. Both of them are beautiful girls, and they have attracted a large number of fans in a short period of time. Some people support Duoga, and some people support Xiaoxu. Both sides began to argue for their idols. Although they were not professionals, they all had sufficient reasons for their own arguments. In such an argument, everyone was getting more and more angry, and a conflict was about to occur. Sorry to bother you. At this time, the master of King Yanwu walked onto the stage and said to the audience, "The food you two ladies cooked was very good, and it suited King Yanwu's taste very well. I would like to express my deep gratitude to you two for this." Then he bowed to Duoga and Xiaoxu, and the two of them quickly returned the greeting. Seeing this scene, the onlookers applauded, even for the two breeders, and also for the master of King Yanwu. After doing this, the master of King Yanwu continued, "But this game must have a result after all. I just noticed a detail. Miss Duoga used plants to make the taste and flavor of meat, and Miss Xiaoxu used meat to cook the dishes, right?" "Yes." The two nodded, and then Xiaoxu suddenly shouted, "Oh, I made a mistake, I lost." The audience and the stage were confused, not understanding why Xiaoxu suddenly admitted defeat. "Sorry, I was so busy thinking about making dishes that would satisfy King Yanwu that I forgot that meat is not suitable for him," Xiaoxu said to the owner of King Yanwu. The King Yanwu was already very fat, and it would be bad for his health if he ate meat again. He actually overlooked this point. King Yanwu's owner smiled, nodded, and said nothing more. The next thing was the award ceremony, which naturally had nothing to do with Xuanjian. Xuanjian and Xiaodan, who was also not interested in this, went to the back door to wait for Duoga. Soon, the contestants left the venue through the back door. Xuanjian also saw Duoga, but there was one more person beside her, Xiaoxu, Duoga's strongest opponent in this competition. Duoga and Xiaoxu did not have an unpleasant quarrel because of this game, but instead felt that they had met too late. When Xuanjian saw her again, she was walking out of the stadium hand in hand with Xiaoxu. "This is my companion Xuanjian. You should have seen him just now. That is Mr. Xiaodan, the owner of the Napuri gym," Duoga introduced. Xiaoxu nodded and said hello to Xuanjian, and Xuanjian and Xiaodan also responded politely. At this time, Duoga said to everyone, "Actually, I didn't notice this. I didn't think so much when I made vegetarian meat. If you want to gain weight, wouldn't it be better to do more exercise and fight? Compared with not being able to eat meat, being a little tired is nothing, right? That shows that you are very talented. This kind of intuition is so enviable," Xiaoxu said. "Really?" Duoga smiled embarrassedly. Hearing Duoga's words, Xuanjian frowned and said, "Excuse me." Then he said goodbye to everyone and returned to the storage room where the ingredients were stored to check. As a fake child with an adult soul, Xuanjian is much more mature than his appearance. Although he hopes Duoga will win, he will not deceive himself into thinking that Duoga must be better than the other party. According to Duoga, there was a lot of unexpectedness in her victory. In fact, she did it subconsciously when choosing the ingredients. I have always been by Duoga's side, so I naturally ruled out the possibility that someone used superpowers to influence her, but there are many things in this world that can be done without superpowers, such as adjusting the order of the ingredients to give psychological hints to the people who take the ingredients. Unfortunately, after arriving at the storage room where the ingredients were stored, Xuanjian found that the ingredients had been taken away, so naturally there was no way to check. I hope Duoga really chose to make vegetarian meals because of a flash of inspiration. Maybe I'm overthinking, but I always feel that something is wrong. Have you found anything else wrong? Welcome to leave a message. Well, to be honest, I feel that I didn't write out the suspense that I wanted. Chapter 119 Airship. In the end, Duoga won the breeding competition and got the final reward. Although Xuanjian had a lot of doubts, he didn't say his worries when he saw Duoga's happy look. After all, it's really hard to say such a speculative thing, and maybe it's really Duoga's talent that played a role or the staff accidentally caused it. The prize of the competition is, as we know before, a full trip ticket to Unova, which can be used by up to 3 people at the same time. With this ticket, Xuanjian and Duoga boarded the sightseeing airship that flew directly from the Orange Islands to Unova. Is this kind of transportation really reliable? Although he boarded the airship, Xuanjian couldn't help asking. Duoga looked at Xuanjian strangely. Why is it unreliable? Airships have been used for many years, right? Don't worry, you must be a little nervous because it's your first time to make an airship. Don't worry. Xuanjian pursed his lips and didn't say anything. His thinking was undoubtedly influenced by the animation in his previous life. After all, in the animation, this kind of fragile transportation usually appears to prepare for a fall. Moreover, compared with airplanes, which are made entirely of metal, airships do look much more fragile. The only advantage is probably that they are more environmentally friendly and energy-saving. There are very few fossil fuels in this world, so the energy that is generally used more is electricity, which is why airplanes are rarely used in this world. After all, if you ignore the speed, airships are very advantageous in terms of load, operating costs and manufacturing costs. As the passengers boarded the airship and the departure time approached, the staff made sure that all passengers had fastened their seat belts and sent a signal to their companions below. The cables that fixed the airship were released one by one, and the airship slowly rose into the air. After rising to a certain height, the airship began to hover in the air. The pilot first identified the direction. After confirming that the direction was correct, the engine began to work, driving the propeller to start rotating rapidly, forming a huge thrust, pushing the airship to fly in the predetermined direction. Xuanjian exhaled heavily. The takeoff process of an airship is definitely much more complicated than that of an airplane, but after flying into the sky, it is not much different from an airplane. Duoga covered his mouth and laughed at Xuanjian. So you are afraid of something too? This is the first time I see you like this. Xuanjian smiled and did not argue, but began to look at the scenery outside the window. Since it was a special airship for sightseeing, the airship was surrounded by glass windows to facilitate passengers to enjoy the beautiful scenery around them, but now looking out, all you can see is a blue sea and scattered islands. At this time, a team of flight attendants came over and introduced to the passengers, "Dear passengers, welcome to the Merry Sightseeing Airship. The destination of this airship is Xuanjian City, a famous tourist city in the Unova region. We will follow the path of the monsoon, so the speed is much faster than other airships, but sometimes due to air currents, the airship will be bumpy. If you feel uncomfortable or need help, please press the button next to your seat and we will come to serve you." Admiring the scenery outside the window, Xuanjian gradually put his worries behind his head. Since airships can be popularized as a means of transportation, there must be a reason for it, and there are many differences between the two worlds. He cannot use the standards of his previous life to measure things in this life. Driven by the monsoon and propellers, the airship quickly flew towards the Unova region. With a push of the monsoon, the speed of the airship was indeed much faster, and it soon left the Orange Islands. Even through the sightseeing telescope provided on the airship, he could already see the continent of the Unova region below. After the airship entered the Unova region, it gradually slowed down and lowered its altitude so that passengers could see the scenery on the ground more clearly. The destination of the airship is Xuanjian City, an ancient city with various relics well preserved and of great tourism value. This is also one of the places that Xuanjian and Duoga are going to travel this time. The appearance of the Unova region is different from Guangdu. There are many high mountains and hills, so the natural conditions in different regions are very different. Looking down from the airship, different places have different scenery, which is very strange. The passengers were all lying on the window with great interest to watch the beautiful scenery below, and Duoga and Xuanjian were no exception. The airship also slowed down accordingly so that everyone could have a better sightseeing. At this time, the superiority of the airship was reflected. The plane could not move at such a slow speed. It's amazing. This place is obviously close to the sea, but it is a desert. It's incredible. Duoga turned his head and said to Xuanjian. At this time, the airship entered the sky above a desert. This land is obviously on the seashore, but it has become a desert. It's really strange. It's probably because of the monsoon. Xuanjian explained, under normal circumstances, areas near water bodies are more humid and have more precipitation. But if the monsoon is too strong, then after the seawater evaporates, it will be quickly carried away by the monsoon and condense into rain clouds in other areas, so that the coastal areas are actually deserts. Although he didn't do much research on meteorology, Xuanjian probably knew something about it. After all, He had taken a few geography classes in his previous life. The largest desert on Earth is also right by the sea, but due to the monsoon, there is very little precipitation. I don't understand it at all, there are so many professional terms. Duoga looked at Xuanjian, and his eyes were almost full of circles. Xuanjian was also a little helpless. The basic education in the two worlds was completely different, and there were many differences in this world after all. Many powerful elves in this world would have a great impact on the climate, so the study of meteorology was not prosperous in this world, and most of the weather judgment still relied on Pokémon. After all, there were too many interference factors caused by elves. If mathematical methods were used to judge the weather, the error rate was too high. Even in the previous life on Earth, weather forecasts were a topic that was widely complained about. Duoga didn't dwell on this issue too much. She was just curious for a moment and didn't have the idea of getting to the bottom of it. However, when she looked out the window again, she made another discovery. Look, someone is rushing over. Xuanjian looked in the direction Duoga pointed, and saw a group of people dressed as desert residents riding various elves flying towards the airship. The leader was a thin-looking man wearing a khaki desert robe and a black scarf on his face. He was riding on the back of a mighty desert dragonfly and rushing towards the airship. Every time the desert dragonfly vibrated its wings, it set off a huge storm, so that other people riding various flying elves moved away from him. Ah, it's the sand bandits. Someone among the passengers immediately screamed, "Captain, I don't know what to call it. I feel this one is more pleasant. Speed up and take off." The pilot of the airship also obviously discovered the enemy and quickly increased the power of the engine to get rid of the other party. Unfortunately, the huge airship has always been slow in climbing and speeding up, and it can't compare with the flexible sand bandits at all. The bandits quickly surrounded the huge airship, and the leader of the bandits, the desert dragonfly, blew a stream of fire at the cockpit. Seeing that he was surrounded, the captain did not dare to force his way in. After all, airships were very fragile. As long as the enemy attacked the airbag on the top, no one would be able to escape. The captain could only follow the enemy's gestures and slowly land the airship on the ground. Chapter 120 Sand Bandits. Seeing that the captain was so sensible, the sand bandits did not make any extreme actions and also landed on the ground with the airship. Although the landing place was full of soft sand, it was not a standard landing field after all. The airship still caused a violent shock when it landed, which undoubtedly made the passengers in the passenger cabin more panicked. Hoolah! The door of the passenger cabin was opened by the captain. The captain came in with several crew members and comforted the passengers. "Dear passengers, don't panic. Although we encountered sand bandits, we will ensure your safety. Now, I need some powerful trainers to come out to help. Only if we show enough strength can we deter the sand bandits and make them dare not act rashly. If there are trainers who are willing to help, please follow us out." After speaking, the captain glanced around and turned and walked out. The passengers in the cabin looked at each other and hesitated for a while. This airship was a luxury tourist airship, and the passengers on it were all people with decent economic conditions, so the proportion of trainers among them was not low. But most trainers only stay at the level of owning Pokémons, and some are amateur trainers who have not even fought in a few gyms. When faced with such a dangerous thing, they hesitated for a while. A young man stood up and seemed to want to go out, but was stopped by the woman next to him. "Don't go. It's so dangerous outside. There may be a fight and you will get hurt." Hearing his female companion's words, the young man hesitated, but in the end he couldn't resist the woman and sat down again. "I'll go out to help the captain. You wait for me," Xuanjian said to Duoga, and stood up first. "If the nest is overturned, all the eggs will be intact. Hiding in it will definitely not make things better. Going out to fight may turn around. And as a trainer, he will have to face such dangerous things sooner or later, unless he plans to return to the Evergreen Forest to be a ranger and spend his life in peace." "Wait," Duoga pulled Xuanjian and stood up. "I'll go too. I'm also a trainer." She raised the Pokeball in her hand with confidence, but Xuanjian, who has her attribute, saw that her hand was actually shaking slightly. "Well, let's go together." Xuanjian smiled at Duoga encouragingly, pulled Duoga's trembling hand, covered it behind him, and walked out. Although Duoga is a trainer, due to some bad experiences, she has a great fear of Pokemon battles, and can't even fight in gym battles. So Xuanjian asked her to stay and wait for him to come back at the beginning. When Duoga held him, Xuanjian thought she was also trying to stop him from taking risks, and he was a little disappointed, but he didn't expect Duoga to bravely ask to go out together. At that moment, Xuanjian couldn't describe the joy in his heart. When the two walked to the door, Xuanjian suddenly stopped and said, "Wait a minute," then turned to the passenger cabin and said, "Everyone, you can hide in the passenger cabin, but you must know that there is no way Miss Xuanjian will come to save you here. If you can't get those sands bandits outside to leave, you will still be unable to avoid all this in the end. Moreover, no one will come to protect you at that time, because the people who can protect you have died because of your cowardice." After that, he pulled Duoga out of the passenger cabin, leaving only a group of passengers looking at each other in bewilderment. When they arrived outside the airship, the captain was confronting the bandits with his men. When he saw Xuanjian and Duoga coming out, the captain nodded to them and motioned them to stand behind him. He let his pigeon hover over them to protect them. I don't know if it was stimulated by Xuanjian's words, but after the two of them, several passengers stood up one after another, including the young man who was held by his girlfriend. Seeing so many people standing up, the captain's face looked better. Although he was still at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, it was much better. "Come out to help, Charmeleon, Giant Claw Mantis, Crosspit, Butterfree." Xuanjian called out all the Pokémon suitable for combat in one breath, which immediately made everyone look at him with admiration. After all, most people were not officially registered trainers of the league. They only had 1 or 2 Pokémons, and the quality was not high, which could not be compared with Xuanjian at all. "Squirtle, Dragonite, you come out too." Duoga also summoned his Pokémons, but this was a desert after all, and it was difficult for the power of water Pokémons to be brought into play. "Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad." The captain laughed. He didn't expect that the two kids actually had such good fighting power. He was more confident of intimidating the other side. Seeing that the morale of his own side had dropped a little, the leading man said, "Old man, don't be too proud too soon. How much fighting power do you think these little guys have? They are just a bunch of flowers in a greenhouse. How can they compare to us who are used to fighting?" Xuanjian recognized it as the bandit leader who had just ridden a desert dragonfly. At this time, he had taken off his veil, revealing a face that was still good-looking. Unfortunately, this face was damaged by the scar on the right side of his face, and it became a little hideous. The captain did not refute, but took out a pipe, lit it with the fire from the fire dinosaur's tail, and then said while smoking, "Muleng, I have heard of you. Didn't you set up a checkpoint on the trade road south of this desert to collect protection fees? Why did you change your job? It seems that the legend that you were driven out of your territory before is true. I want to know how many Pokémon you have in your hands besides this desert dragonfly." Don't look at Xuanjian and other trainers who often hurt Pokémon because of various competitions, but they are alive and kicking again after a few days. This is because they have Joey from the Pokémon Center to help them with free treatment. But for black households like Muleng, treating Pokémon after they are injured has always been a very troublesome problem. Not only are there few therapists in the wild, but their skills are not as good as Joey's, and the price is expensive, and the Pokémon Center will not help trainers like him to treat them at will. So once their Pokémon are injured, they can only rely on natural recovery in most cases, which is extremely slow. The captain's words obviously touched Muleng's sore spot. Last time he was defeated by others, his main elves were seriously injured and are still recovering. They cannot be used easily. If he only relies on the desert dragonfly and his elves, even if he defeats the opponent, he will have to pay a heavy price. There are more sand bandits in this desert. Once he is too weak, those guys will rush over and eat him until there is nothing left. That's why Muleng and the captain have been deadlocked for so long. But if he gives up like this, Muleng is a little unwilling. After all, he is no longer the sand bandit leader who monopolizes the lucrative business road. The brothers have not opened for several days. These guys are fat sheep at first glance. It's a pity to let them go in vain. As if he saw Muleng's thoughts, the captain said, "Seeing that you don't want to give up easily, why not follow the rules of the road and have an elf duel to decide everything?" Muleng hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Okay. But you have to send that kid to fight. Please subscribe. How come it's going to drop below 200? Chapter 121 Going to War." Hearing Muleng's words, the captain's face immediately changed, and he said, "Muleng, don't go too far, let me meet you." The leader of the sand bandits, Muleng, shook his head and said, "Old man, I won't fight you. Aren't you more confident because of the boy's reinforcement?" Why don't you dare let him take action? Is he a useless guy at such a young age? Hearing Mulang's double entendre words, the sand bandits immediately laughed and cheered for Xuanjian to appear. The morale was improved for a while. Seeing this scene, Xuanjian took the initiative to walk in front of the captain and said, "Captain, let me come. I believe I will win." But the captain hesitated. Judging from the strength of the Pokémon alone, Xuanjian was undoubtedly the strongest on his side, but this was not an ordinary Pokémon battle. Although this kind of duel would not give priority to attacking the trainer, the opponent could take some measures to prevent the opponent from exerting his strength. In his opinion, Xuanjian was a child after all. If the opponent took some measures, he would inevitably be at a loss, and it would be likely to fail. "Don't worry, I'm not an ordinary trainer, please believe me," Xuanjian insisted. The captain was silent, but the momentum of the sand bandits on the opposite side became more and more arrogant, and he could not afford to consider it. In the end, he could only grit his teeth and said, "Okay, then I'll leave it to you. Child, remember, this is not an ordinary battle, but a battle of life and death. You must not panic because of some of the other party's actions." Well, Xuanjian nodded. Although he didn't understand what the captain said that the other party would use some bad means, he was confident that he could handle it. Then he took his Pokémon back to the Pokéball, walked to the front of the team, and faced the sand bandits. Seeing Xuanjian take the initiative to fight, Mulang's eyes flashed with a trace of admiration, and said, "Not bad, kid, you are brave enough. With your courage, I will definitely show mercy." Then he left the sand bandit team and came between the two groups. "Then let's have a 3v3 duel and let me be the referee. Is that okay?" asked the captain. Here, he played a little trick and chose a 3v3 match. In this way, Mulang would most likely send out injured Pokémon to fight, which would be very beneficial for Xuanjian. Mulang grinned at the captain, as if to say that he had seen through the other party's little trick, but he did not refute it, but nodded and agreed to the captain's proposal. Then the two duelists stepped back, leaving a large enough area as a competition venue. The others also stepped back, leaving space for the two to perform. First of all, let me remind you that dual trainers are not allowed to actively exchange Pokémon. They can only exchange Pokémon with Pokémon skills, so you must be cautious when choosing Pokémon," the captain said. Xuanjian nodded, knowing that the captain was talking to him through the door, and the other party must know this rule. Seeing Xuanjian nod, the captain said no more, but shouted, "Ready, 3, 2, 1, start." When the captain shouted start, Mulang and Xuanjian took out the Pokéball at the same time, but Xuanjian used the ball-throwing skills he learned from Kurosawa at this time, holding multiple Pokéballs in his hand at the same time, and quickly made a choice after the opponent's Pokéball was opened, and sent out the most suitable Pokémon. After the opponent's Donjia appeared, Xuanjian's giant claw mantis followed closely on the field. "Not bad, kid." Mulang obviously discovered Xuanjian's little move, but didn't care. Since the opponent didn't violate it, there was nothing to say. Donjia is a ground-type Pokémon, and the water, grass, and ice types that restrain it will be severely restricted by the environment in such a place, so it is most suitable to use it as a first-hand Pokémon. From this, it can be seen that this Sans Bandit leader is a strong opponent. Xuanjian's expression became solemn, but the giant claw mantis on his side is not weak either, and his hidden trump card can make it suffer a loss. Donjia, use the flame fangs to attack. Mulang took the lead in launching the attack. Against the giant mantis, is there any skill more useful than the fire skill? Giant mantis, avoid the opponent's attack, and then use the silver wine to fight back. Using the shadow clone to dodge in the desert will be easily recognized, because the real body has weight and will leave footprints on the soft ground, but the clone will not, so Xuanjian decisively gave up the shadow clone that he had been using and chose to dodge. After receiving the order, Donjia immediately rushed towards the giant mantis, and flames emerged from his long teeth. The fierce momentum seemed to pierce and tear apart all the enemies in front of him. The giant mantis did not dare to confront it head-on. After all, the damage to it from the fire skills was not a joke. It just jumped back lightly to avoid the opponent's attack, and then flapped its wings to send out pieces of silver wind blades to shoot at Donjia. At the same level, the speed of Donjia was slower than that of the giant claw mantis, not to mention Xuanjian, the giant claw mantis with light metal characteristics. Even though this Donjia was at a higher level, it still couldn't catch up with the giant claw mantis, wasting its physical strength in vain, and was also hurt by the silver wind. The silver wind blade had it, and although it didn't break the defense because of its thick skin, it still caused a lot of energy damage. Seeing that Dungia was at a disadvantage, Mulang frowned. Although Dungia's special defense was very low, the power of the silver wind seemed to be too outstanding, right? Even some elves who are good at special attacks can only achieve this effect. However, Mulang didn't think much, but ordered, Dungia, use sharp stone attack. Xuanjian always felt that this skill was actually a disguised special attack skill, because its attack radius was very far, and the attack method was more flexible, but it needed to use stones as a carrier. After receiving the order, Dungia immediately used his long nose to roll up the stone on the ground and threw it at the giant claw mantis. Since it is a long-range attack, such an attack is very challenging for the level of the elves. If they are not skilled enough, then whether they can hit the target depends on their luck. Mulang's Dungia is obviously very skilled in this move. The stones thrown by his powerful long nose are accurately smashed towards the giant claw mantis. Xuanjian did not dare to neglect it and immediately gave an order, Giant claw mantis, use your claws to block it, and then continue to attack with the silver wind without stopping. The giant claw mantis nodded, and the claws in both hands swung quickly, smashing the stones one by one, and then sent out the silver wind to attack Dungia again. Dungia, don't stop the sharp stone attack, Mulang ordered. When the giant claw mantis swung its claws to defend, the silver wind could not be used. In this case, it would be better for him to continue to use the sharp stone attack to block the opponent and wait for an opportunity. Xuanjian naturally saw the opponent's intentions clearly. The opponent could only throw stones to attack, but he had to block the stones with his fists. No matter how he looked at it, he was at a disadvantage, so Xuanjian decisively changed his tactics, Giant Mantis, Lightning Slash. Hearing Xuanjian's order, Giant Mantis immediately took action. It bounced its legs and jumped up from the ground, then drew an arc in the air and hit Dungia's back heavily. Then its pincers lit up and chopped down Dungia's head. Not bad, the speed was not affected too much, Xuanjian commented with satisfaction. Although after evolution, because the body turned into metal, the movement speed decreased because the joints were not as flexible as before, but with the characteristics of light metal to reduce weight, this short distance sprint was not affected too much. However, Dungia was a high defense Pokémon after all. Even if it took such a blow from Scyther, the damage it suffered was not great. Instead, it wrapped the body of Giant Mantis with its powerful long nose and threw it out with a wrestling blow. Seeing that Dungia threw the Giant Mantis away, Mulang suddenly showed a sly smile on his face and ordered, Dungia, use the Lightning Fang to attack. Xuanjian naturally noticed the sly smile on the other party's face, but he was a little puzzled that the other party gave up the higher damage Flame Fang and turned to the Lightning Fang. The power of the electric skills on the Giant Mantis is not outstanding, but the subsequent paralysis effect is indeed a bit troublesome. But the probability of paralysis caused by the Lightning Fang is too low, right? Or does the opponent have a way to increase the probability of paralysis? Thinking of this, Xuanjian did not dare to neglect it. After all, the world is so big, and the opponent is the leader of the Sand Bandits. It is not surprising that the elves in his hands have some expertise. So Xuanjian ordered, Giant Mantis, get out of the way. Just now, the Giant Mantis was thrown off its back by Dungia's throwing skill and fell on the sands not far away. Although it did not cause much damage, its movement was undoubtedly affected. At this time, it had just stood up, and saw Dungia stretched out two long teeth with golden electric light, rushing towards it aggressively. Naturally, it did not dare to neglect it, and quickly jumped hard and dodged with its hind legs. It's done, Mulang said, and then ordered, Dungia, switch to the Flame Fang attack. What? Xuanjian asked in confusion, and then felt a gust of wind. Xuanjian instantly understood the opponent's tactics, using the wind to make the giant claw mantis lose its balance in the air, and then give a fatal blow. Just now, the opponent chose the Lightning Fang, which has a worse effect but a stronger negative effect, not only to force the giant claw mantis to jump up, but also because this skill is difficult to activate continuously, otherwise Dungia's teeth can't stand it. In the desert, there is no vegetation to weaken the wind, so the wind is generally very strong, not to mention that there is a lot of sand mixed in it. Under the action of the wind, the giant claw mantis in the air suddenly lost its balance and fell headfirst. After receiving the order, Dungia has switched his attack to Flame Fang, which has a serious restraint on the giant claw mantis. When the giant claw mantis fell, he immediately gathered his strength and rushed towards the giant claw mantis with great momentum. At such a close distance, the giant claw mantis has no way to dodge. The giant claw mantis is in danger. The second update is here. It's my birthday tomorrow, so I have something to do during the day. The update will be tonight and tomorrow night tomorrow. Woohoo, I've been single for 24 years. Chapter 122 Psychological Tactics. Although Xuanjian's speed was relatively slow, its speed should not be underestimated when it charged at full speed, not to mention that the place where the giant claw mantis landed was not far from Xuanjian. Xuanjian stopped its flaming fangs and rushed towards the giant claw mantis with the rolling sand and dust it raised. The giant claw mantis had just stood firm at this time and had no way to dodge, so it could only withstand the attack. The rolling sand and dust raised by Xuanjian blocked everyone's sight, but the huge collision sound from it undoubtedly proved that the two sides had collided. Win, Mulang said confidently. With the 4 times damage of the fire skills and Xuanjian's excellent martial arts, the giant claw mantis must fall. Really? That may not be the case, Xuanjian said. Although he was careless and fell into the opponent's trap, it did not mean that the giant claw mantis was doomed to lose. The two stopped talking and turned their eyes to the two Pokémon, waiting for the facts to prove who was right and who was wrong. The dust gradually fell, and the scene in the field was exposed to everyone. The two Pokémon collided in a wrestling posture, but the giant claws mantis was obviously inferior due to its lack of preparation. Although its feet firmly supported its body and leaned forward, it was still knocked back by the running accelerated Donkey Kong, and its feet left a deep rut in the sand. Although such a scene was very impactful, both of them knew that it would not determine anything, because both Pokémon were Pokémon with excellent physical defense, and the damage caused by such a collision was almost negligible. The real decision of victory or defeat was whether the fire skills hit. However, the result obviously disappointed Mulang. Donkey Kong's long fangs did not hit the giant claws mantis directly, but were blocked by a golden energy shield emitted from the front of the giant claws of the crossed pincers. That was the defensive magic skill, Hold. Mulang looked at Xuanjian fiercely and cursed, "Damn, you actually have such a skill. But I want to see how many times you can use it, Xuanjian, wrestle." Although the Fire Fang skill is good, Xuanjian is not a fire elf after all. Continuous use will make the teeth too hot and he will also be affected, so Mulang decisively changed to wrestling. After all, for Xuanjian, in addition to sharp fangs, the powerful long nose is its most powerful weapon. Xuanjian did not reply, but ordered, "Giant Mantis, Bullet Fist Attack." The time of the Fire Fang and Xiaozu skills is almost up, and both sides have adopted a change of tactics. It is obviously too late to dodge at such a close distance, so both sides choose to attack head-on. The bullet fist of the giant mantis hit Xuanjian's head first, but Xuanjian did not panic because of this. Instead, he took the opportunity to raise his powerful long nose and hit the giant mantis's shoulder heavily. The two elves did not give in to each other and started a close melee. After a fierce battle, the two elves finally separated temporarily due to exhaustion, but neither side was willing to admit defeat. They panted and stared at each other fiercely. Both of them had many scars on their bodies. Xuanjian's head was bruised and swollen by the giant claw mantis, and the giant claw mantis was also hit by Xuanjian. Although it did not show serious injuries because of its hard shell, the paint on the places hit by Xuanjian fell off, revealing the silver metal underneath. "Let's decide the outcome," Mulang said. Xuanjian was almost at the limit. It was time to end the battle. He immediately issued an order, "Xuanjian, use the double-edged head hammer." "Damn it," Xuanjian gritted his teeth secretly. Now Xuanjian was more seriously injured than the giant claw mantis due to the previous attack of the silver wind. If he dragged it on, he would definitely take advantage of it. Unexpectedly, the other party cunningly launched a decisive battle. However, since the opponent had already made a move, he could only take it. Giant claws, use hold on. He did not have a learning machine for this kind of skill, so Giant Claws had not learned the powerful decisive battle skill. He had already used hold on once, and he could not guarantee success if he used it again. He could only gamble whether Giant Claws could hold on. A surge of energy surged from Xuanjian's body, and then he rushed towards Giant Claws. After receiving the order from the trainer, Giant Claws immediately crossed its pincers and took a defensive posture to block in front of it. Although the hold-on skill can ensure that it will not be killed instantly after using it, whether it can still retain its combat effectiveness in the end depends on the Pokémon itself, otherwise this skill will be invincible. The two sides collided violently again, causing a violent explosion, stirring up a larger dust than the last time, and even Xuanjian and Mulang were covered in it. It seemed that after a long time, the dust slowly fell, and everyone regained their sight. Looking at the field, he found that although the giant mantis was pressed to the ground by Xuanjian in a miserable state, it still retained its fighting power. Xuanjian was already exhausted due to the counter-injury of the skill. Xuanjian immediately shouted, "Good job, giant mantis. Use double return." Giant mantis nodded, and the light symbolizing energy overflowed from its body, as if it was a god descending to the earth. Under the effect of energy, the giant mantis's strength increased greatly, and then its arms suddenly exerted force to lift up the Xuanjian who was pressing on it. Xuanjian, whose body was stiff, had no power to resist, and was slammed to the ground by the giant mantis, smashing a big pit. Who, giant mantis panted, staring at the Xuanjian in the pit. It had been greatly damaged by the big move of Xuanjian, and then used double return, and the damage it dealt was twice the opponent's attack. This was a huge burden on its body. It was now relying on a breath to support it, because it knew that the enemy had not lost its fighting power. The characteristic of this Xuanjian is solidity, which makes it extremely tenacious and difficult to be killed by the enemy with powerful moves. I saw Xuanjian in the pit panting and slowly climbing up. Although the double return just now did not make it completely lose its combat effectiveness, it is now actually relying on a breath to support it. Giant Claw, use the last return. In the current situation of Giant Claw, what skill is more suitable than this? Xuanjian, we will also use return. Mulang also chose this skill. Both Pokémons insisted on not falling down for the sake of the trainer with strong willpower. What other skill can better reflect this bond than this? Following the orders of the two trainers, the proboscis of Xuanjian and the pincers of Giant Claws lit up and finally collided with each other. In their current state, other more powerful skills can no longer be used. The attacks of both sides collided again, and then both sides, who were already at the end of their strength, lost their combat effectiveness and fell down at the same time. Xuanjian and Mulang did not say much, and each took out the Pokéball to take back their Pokémon. The intensity of this battle far exceeded the expectations of both sides. Neither side expected the other to be so strong, and in the end, both sides were injured. As for the bandits and crew members who were watching, they were even stimulated by the fierce battle and forgot their opposing identities, and cheered loudly together. Putting Xuanjian's Pokéball back to his waist, Mulang said, "Not bad, kid, but I'm going to get serious now." He took out a Pokémon from his waist. "Come out, Gardevoir." Then the Pokéball opened, a flash of light passed, and a beautiful humanoid Pokémon appeared in front of everyone. Gardevoir is an extremely rare and beautiful psychic Pokémon. It looks like a human woman in a long skirt. Even in the legends of some backward areas, it is said to be a maid of God. Generally speaking, Gardevoir's temperament is noble but gentle, but this one in front of him looks a little cold and beautiful. After summoning Gardevoir, Mulang then pulled out a sharp dagger from his waist with his right hand, raised his left hand in front of him, and then stabbed the dagger into the palm of his left hand. The sharp dagger immediately penetrated the palm, and the blood immediately flowed out along the dagger. Hiss! Everyone took a breath, and Duoga closed his eyes in fear. But Mulang seemed to feel no pain, raised his left hand and said to Xuanjian, "Boy, this is my awareness. For victory, let alone this little pain, even life is worth it. Do you have such awareness?" Xuanjian looked at the other party without saying anything. As the saying goes, people who are cruel to themselves are even more cruel to others. The other party was able to insert the dagger into his palm without blinking, which was really an incredible ruthless character. At this time, the captain who was the referee shouted, "Xuanjian, don't be affected by him. This is his psychological tactics. Don't worry about him, just fight your own battle." Such a scene is indeed very shocking for a teenager. It is inevitable that his state will be affected, but the other party did not violate the regulations by doing so, just like Xuanjian just took advantage of the situation, so the captain could only remind Xuanjian not to be affected. Yet, Xuanjian nodded. Although he had heard of this kind of scene before, it was the first time he had seen it. Especially after the opponent raised his bleeding left hand, Gardevoir came over and stretched out its small tongue to gently lick the blood, while its eyes were still staring at him. Combined with its beautiful appearance, it was simply chilling. Xuanjian, who had just finished a fierce battle and was in good condition, instantly became cold, and all kinds of distracting thoughts popped up in his mind. Xuanjian shook his head, trying to put aside all the distracting thoughts in his mind, took out the Pokeball from his waist, and said, "Go, Butterfree, please." Although the desert environment is not suitable for Butterfree to perform, Butterfree is indeed the most suitable Pokemon in his hand when fighting Gardevoir, so after some thought, Xuanjian sent it on the field. "Butterfree? It's a very weak Pokemon. Are you ready to give up? But I won't show mercy," Muling said, and then patted Gardevoir, who was licking his wounds, and said, "Go, baby, bring me victory." Hearing Muling's words, Gardevoir nodded, straightened up, licked the corner of his mouth gently with his tongue, and walked towards the field with a brisk pace. The Gardevoir that can lick you asked for his ear. Are you satisfied? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123, Butterfree vs Gardevoir. Watching Gardevoir walking towards him with a leisurely pace, Xuanjian couldn't help but think of the scene of Muling's self-harm and Gardevoir's sweet blood. Xuanjian shook his head to get rid of the distracting thoughts in his mind, but failed. Damn it, let him succeed. Xuanjian cursed inwardly. The scene just now was very shocking and impressive to most people. In addition, Gardevoir itself is a spirit with two attributes of psychic power and fairy. Although it is not good at hypnosis, it is not difficult to influence people secretly with behavior. I must find a way to get rid of his influence, otherwise it will be bad if I lose my mind in the battle. Gardevoir has walked onto the field, but did not launch an attack, but stood there quietly. Most of the negative skills that weaken the opponent are fairy type, and fairy type elves have their own charm effect, which will make the opponent unconsciously relax their vigilance because of their beautiful appearance. This Gardevoir with a rare telepathic characteristic is even better. Combined with Muling's behavior just now, just standing there has an impact on Xuanjian. If the trainer gets upset by the opponent's tactics at this time and launches an attack rashly, then it can be said that half the battle is lost. Xuanjian tried to calm down many times, but all failed in the end. Finally, Xuanjian rolled up his sleeves, opened his mouth and bit his arm hard. Severe pain immediately came from his arm, stimulating his brain, and Xuanjian finally felt that his attention was restored. However, Xuanjian knew that this was only temporary. He only put aside his distracting thoughts briefly under the stimulation of pain. If the time was prolonged, the effect of the pain would weaken. Therefore, Xuanjian immediately let Butterfree launch an attack. Butterfree, Insect Song. Although it was urgent, Xuanjian did not let Butterfree expose his supernatural talent immediately, but ordered Butterfree to launch a tentative attack. His current two flying Pokemon, Butterfree and Crosspit, are both good at delaying tactics that put negative states on opponents. This tactic will be ineffective against high-level, fully evolved Pokemon, not to mention Gardevoir, which has both fairy and psychic attributes. In addition, Zubat is restrained in attributes, so Xuanjian gave up Zubat, which has a higher racial value, and chose Butterfree, which is not restrained by Gardevoir's attributes. Seeing Butterfree launch an attack, Gardevoir began to act. With its psychopathic characteristics, it can not only affect hostile trainers, but also communicate with its own trainers to directly obtain instructions, reducing the possibility of being discovered by the opponent. For Butterfree's insect chirping, Gardevoir did not dodge, nor could it dodge, but disappeared from the field in a flash. Seeing this scene, Xuanjian's pupils shrank, and he immediately ordered, "Butterfree, substitute." As soon as Xuanjian finished speaking, a white figure appeared behind Butterfree. It was really Gardevoir that used teleportation. Fortunately, Butterfree executed Xuanjian's order without hesitation, and separated a substitute to replace itself, while the real body escaped. A ball of blue flame burned on Gardevoir's palm, and it directly hit the stand that remained in place. If Xuanjian hadn't reacted in time, Butterfree would have been hit by the opponent's will-o'-the-wisp skill and fell into burn state. Seeing Butterfree escaped, Xuanjian didn't dare to neglect it and immediately ordered, "Butterfree, butterfly dance clone." Hearing Xuanjian's order, Butterfree immediately danced the butterfly dance without hesitation, and at the same time continuously split shadow clones. Perhaps because of its low racial value, it is more proficient in its own control. Butterfree is the strongest in the use of skills among all the Pokémons in Xuanjian, and it is not difficult to use multiple skills at the same time. For a while, dense Butterfree filled the sky, dancing the butterfly dance while surrounding Gardevoir. Seeing Butterfree surrounding it, and unable to find its true body, Gardevoir activated teleportation again and disappeared from the spot. For Gardevoir, which almost completely supports its body with telekinesis, it is not difficult to activate teleportation and hover in the air. After a space fluctuation, Gardevoir appeared on the ground again. He glanced at the sky, raised his right hand, and aimed at the flying butterflies in the air. A large group of emerald green light formed in his hand, and then condensed into leaves, and then shot into the air. It was the grass-type skill Magic Leaf. Magic Leaf has the ability to track and will definitely hit the opponent. The Magic Leaf launched by Gardevoir broke through one shadow clone after another and shot towards Butterfree's main body, and successfully hit the main body. Although the Magic Leaf itself is not powerful, and Butterfree is extremely immune to grass-type skills, the damage caused by the Magic Leaf is not high, but because the main body is attacked, the shadow clones in the air disappeared one after another, and Butterfree's butterfly dance also stopped. Seeing that the shadow clones were broken, Xuanjian could only launch an attack first. Butterfree, Color Storm. Butterfree nodded, flapped its wings and launched Silver Wind at Gardevoir, and at the same time mixed Hypnotic Powder, Paralysis Powder, and Poison Powder in it and sprinkled them towards Gardevoir. Due to the large amount of powder mixed in, the originally silver skill shines different colors in the sun, like a colorful storm. For Butterfree, there is a lot of scale powder attached to its wings. When using dust skills, it does not need to make scale powder like Mantis, so it can easily complete this beautiful and dangerous skill. Looking at the colorful storm, Gardevoir did not dare to neglect it. This skill that looks beautiful is actually very dangerous. It is mixed with various poisonous powders. Once it is contaminated, it will definitely be very troublesome. Gardevoir raised his right hand, and his telekinesis rushed out like a tide, fixing the air in the air, and then sucking the scale powder and gathering it in his hand, compressing it into a colorful ball in his hand, and then pushing it towards Butterfree, wanting to let his enemy taste his own skills. Very good control, Xuanjian exclaimed. Although Gardevoir's counterattack did not require too much telekinesis, it would definitely require strong control to collect the scale powder in the air one by one. However, Gardevoir seemed to have done it all very easily, and it was worthy of being called the Queen of Psychic. But we are not afraid of competing in psychic abilities. Butterfree, we also use telekinesis. Butterfree nodded, and the tentacles on its forehead lit up slightly. A lavender telekinesis shot out from it, turning into a sharp arrow and shooting at the small ball condensed by Gardevoir with poison powder. As long as Gardevoir's telekinesis was broken, the poison powder would explode again, and Gardevoir below would definitely be affected. Since Gardevoir did not know the specialness of Butterfree, it also became somewhat interested in this guy who dared to challenge its superpowers. It did not dodge, but only increased the amplitude of telekinesis output and competed with Butterfree. As a psychic skill, telekinesis has the strongest influence on matter among psychic skills, but its essence is still a spiritual ability. Therefore, the collision of telekinesis between the two sides did not produce any violent reaction. The crowd watching could only see circles of lavender ripples coming from the two elves, and then they collided and annihilated each other. Those with better vision could only see that in the area between the two elves, the air seemed to have stopped flowing, and those tiny grains of sand were quietly floating in the air. It was completely different from the scene of dust all over the sky when the giant claws mantis and the mortar collided before. However, Xuanjian and Muleng both knew that this mental power contest in the form of telekinesis was actually much more dangerous than the previous battle between the giant claws mantis and the mortar. Therefore, both of them stared at the two elves in a stalemate, not daring to look away at all. As time went on, the two elves were a little overwhelmed. Sweat beads gradually appeared on Gardevoir's forehead, and her body trembled slightly, while Butterfree's two tentacles became brighter and brighter, and a trace of silver light flashed from time to time. Xuanjian and Muleng's expressions became solemn, because this telekinesis competition was about to be decided. As a psychic Pokémon, Gardevoir's telekinesis is undoubtedly not weak, and is even stronger than that of Xuanjian's Butterfree. This is why it dared to fight Butterfree with telekinesis in a defensive posture, But it did not expect that Xuanjian's Butterfree was a hidden shiny Pokémon and was extremely talented in telekinesis. Although Xuanjian's Butterfree was a little weaker than Gardevoir in telekinesis, as the attacking party, it could use telekinesis unscrupulously, so the burden was smaller than that of Gardevoir, and finally won the competition. The arrows transformed by telekinesis shot through the defense of Gardevoir's organization, and the scale powder ball exploded again. The scale powder scattered all over Gardevoir, and Gardevoir was immediately poisoned and paralyzed, and became a little drowsy. Butterfree, use the insect song again. Xuanjian ordered, and at the same time thought with some regret that Butterfree was still too weak, and the most powerful skill it could use was the insect song, and there was no killer skill, otherwise it could win with Gardevoir's mistake this time. The sharp chirping of insects hit Gardevoir's head, causing damage and sobering it up. Gardevoir immediately launched a counterattack. It stamped its long legs hard, and then a mist rose from the ground, completely covering the entire venue. As the mist engulfed its body, it was refreshed, getting rid of the poisoning, paralysis and other states, and regaining its spirits. Damn it, this is the fairy skill Misty Field. Xuanjian cursed inwardly. With a skill, all skills that impose abnormal states are useless. The Misty Field not only played a role in eliminating abnormal states, but also made the almost white Gardevoir well covered. Its figure became looming. If it weren't for the sound skills such as insect chirping that did not require aiming, Gardevoir could almost use this to resist attacks. With the cover of the Misty Field, Gardevoir did not dare to be careless. The previous battle had already consumed a lot of it, and it could not be dragged on any longer. Although it was difficult for Butterfree to lock onto Gardevoir due to the mist and the color of Gardevoir itself, Genma could tell whether Gardevoir was still in the mist through the power of Takewa. At the moment when Gardevoir used instant teleportation again and disappeared, Genma immediately reminded, Butterfree, use your stand. Butterfree did not dare to neglect it and immediately used its stand skill again, and its main body escaped far away. Gardevoir appeared behind its stand again, but this time it was filled with a golden electric light. 100,000 volts, this is the skill Gardevoir used this time. A violent electric current was emitted from Gardevoir and shot to all directions. Because the mist made the air humid, this time the electric shock almost covered the entire field, sucking Butterfree's stand and the main body into it, and even Gardevoir itself was hurt by the electric current. Butterfree desperately released a feather in the electric current, and with the improvement of Butterfly Dance and Silver Wind, it finally retained a little bit of physical strength and fell to the ground and could no longer fly. After all, this place is a desert, and the air is extremely dry. In addition, Gardevoir released 100,000 volts, and the mist that was supposed to last for a while dissipated after the skill ended. Gardevoir also fell from the air and released an absorbing kiss to Butterfree. Butterfree reluctantly fought back with a bug chirp, and then the absorbing kiss sucked away the last bit of physical strength, and fainted and lost its combat effectiveness. Come back, Butterfree, you did a good job. Xuanjian took out the Pokeball and took back Butterfree. With a level lower than Gardevoir, it was beaten into this state, and no one could ask it to do better. Very powerful, I have a new look at you. Boy. Mulang looked at Gardevoir, who was panting and had little combat power left, and praised Xuanjian sincerely. Thanks to Shangshi Sanguo Zianglang, Ziyu Zetian, and Shenheogan for the rewards. In addition, thank you all for your birthday wishes. Chapter 124 Evolution of Pyroxene. Come out, Charmeleon. I'm counting on you. After taking back Butterfree, Xuanjian immediately sent Charmeleon out. Charmeleon, take this. Xuanjian threw a lavender stone shining with mysterious light to Charmeleon. This was a precious item found in the collection of the dream-inducing taper, Evolution Pyroxene. Although it was not the most appropriate to equip Charmeleon with it, it could improve Charmeleon's strength to some extent. Charmeleon caught the Evolution Pyroxene thrown by Xuanjian and immediately felt a stream of energy coming from it, forming a protective film on the surface of its body. With a protective film, Charmeleon's confidence doubled, and he gave Xuanjian a thumbs-up gesture, indicating that Xuanjian should rest assured. As Xuanjian's nominal initial elf, Charmeleon had been holding back his anger in his heart, thinking that he was the boss of the team, but because Xuanjian was traveling in the Orange Islands, he could not use it in most battles, so its level growth was a bit slow. However, it was also because of the lack of battles that Charmeleon was able to calm down and work hard to train and lay a solid foundation, which was very difficult for a hot-tempered, impulsive and impatient fire elf. Under such precipitation, Charmeleon has learned most of the fire skills and is extremely powerful. Seeing Charmeleon put away the pyroxene, Xuanjian immediately launched an attack. Charmeleon, use Purgatory. Gardevoir consumed a lot in the duel with Butterfree. At this time, it cannot be given a chance to recover, and a quick battle must be made. The hot flames sprayed out of Charmeleon's mouth and spread along the ground like a stream of water. Under the heating of the flames, the air temperature rose rapidly. Such a temperature is unbearable for anyone except fire and ground-type Pokémon. In this way, Gardevoir's instant movement lost its effect, because no matter where it moved, it was surrounded by hot flames. Gardevoir did not give up. It used its superpowers to float in the air and temporarily escape the threat of the flames on the ground, but it knew that it had little physical strength and could not beat Charmeleon. What it had to do was to work hard to create a greater advantage for its teammates. Thinking of this, Gardevoir immediately used all its strength to launch a strong mental thought at Charmeleon. The speed of light formed by the strong mental power hit Charmeleon's head, but with the help of the evolution pyroxene, Charmeleon's defense increased greatly. It stubbornly resisted Gardevoir's attack and immediately retaliated with a jet of flame. Gardevoir did not expect Charmeleon to be able to retaliate immediately after being attacked. It was hit by the jet of flames and fell into the flames on the ground with a scream. The flames immediately gathered like a spider web that scents the entry of prey, and quickly wrapped Gardevoir, burning it directly to lose its combat effectiveness. Come back, Gardevoir. Muleng, who had been commanding through telepathy, finally spoke again after Gardevoir lost its combat effectiveness. After taking out the Pokéball and taking back Gardevoir, he did not immediately summon the next Pokémon, but asked Xuanjian, "What did you just give Charmeleon?" "A precious item that can improve the defense of a Pokémon after being equipped." Xuanjian briefly introduced that this is not a game world. Various items can be obtained by brushing copies, so no matter which item it is extremely rare and precious. Most people don't know their effects clearly, and even many people can't use precious props even if they are holding them. If it weren't for the collection accumulated by the Dream Taper throughout his life, it would be difficult for me to obtain such a precious prop as the evolution pyroxene. In fact, even the Dream Taper himself only collected it because he thought this stone was very special. Hearing Xuanjian's answer, Muleng nodded. He naturally knew that there were some magical props that were hard to come by, and these props were in accordance with the rules when used in battle, so he didn't say anything more and turned to think about the next battle. What should I do? Muleng's intact right hand stroked the Pokéball on his waist and hesitated. The remaining Pokémons were either injured or not suitable for such a battle. Maybe I should send the Desert Dragonfly? But if I send the Desert Dragonfly, it will inevitably get injured. In that case, I will have no Pokémon that can be used as a means of transportation. As if sensing the master's intention, a Pokéball on Muleng's waist moved, and then opened by itself, and a tall fiery red Pokémon appeared in front of Muleng. Duck-billed Flame Dragon, your injury is not healed yet, go back quickly. Muleng said as he was about to take the duck-billed Flame Dragon back. But the duck-billed Flame Dragon shook its head firmly, and spit out a burst of flames to block the light from the Pokéball. Seeing the resolute attitude of the duck-billed Flame Dragon, Muleng was also a little shaken. There was indeed no Pokémon more suitable than the duck-billed Flame Dragon among the remaining Pokémons. In the end, Muleng hardened his heart and said, "Okay, then I'll leave it to you, but you must do it within your ability." The duck-billed Flame Dragon nodded happily when he heard Muleng's words, strode to the center of the field, and stood opposite the Charmeleon. Looking at the duck-billed Flame Dragon, which was almost half a body taller than the Charmeleon, Xuanjian couldn't help but look solemn. The duck-billed Flame Dragon is an extremely powerful fire Pokémon. Even Charizard dare not say that it is stronger than it, let alone Charmeleon. If it wasn't for the fact that this seemingly powerful Pokémon was not in good condition, and could be said to be strong on the outside but weak on the inside, Xuanjian would have wanted to admit defeat immediately. Charmer, Dragon's Fury. Xuanjian took the lead in launching the attack. As a fire-type Pokémon, fire-type skills would definitely not work well, so he would switch to Dragon-type skills. Seeing Charmer spurting out blue energy at him, Duckbill Flame raised his left hand, his palm cracked, and his entire arm turned into a hollow tube. Then a raging flame spurted out of it, blocking Charmer's Dragon's Fury. Although Duckbill Flame played it lightly for this counterattack, Xuanjian still found that it was not as relaxed as it appeared on the outside, because its arm was injured. At the moment the flame was ejected, a trace of pain flashed across its face. Duckbill Flame, use Turbid Mist. As a trainer, Mulang obviously understood the state of his Pokémon, and did not dare to delay any longer, and immediately ordered Duckbill Flame to launch a counterattack. Duckbill Flame, after receiving the order, immediately opened its mouth and spurted out a turbid mist at Charmer. As a fire spirit, the duck-billed flame dragon likes to live in the crater of a volcano, and the gas emitted by the volcano often contains a lot of poisonous gas. Over time, the duck-billed flame dragon has evolved poisonous skills. As long as some foods rich in sulfur and phosphorus are added to its daily diet, it can naturally transform them into poisonous gases. Xuanjian naturally did not dare to underestimate the opponent's attack. Poisoning is a very troublesome thing. Different spirits use different poisons and different coping methods. As a poisonous skill used by the duck-billed flame dragon, the high temperature of the fire system cannot eliminate it. It's a pity that the Charmeleon has not evolved yet and cannot learn skills such as Hot Wind, otherwise it can directly blow the poisonous gas back. Now, the only way to prevent the poisonous gas from spreading here is to use smoke screens. Charmer, use smoke screens. Charmeleon sprayed a thick smoke screen from its mouth, meeting the poisonous gas sprayed by the duck-billed flame dragon. Although it could not eliminate it, it also prevented it from spreading to its side. As long as it drags on for a while, in this open-air environment, these poisonous gases will naturally dissipate. Suddenly I found myself more used to the life of a night owl. I feel more inspired to write at night. I am not destined to have a healthy lifestyle. Chapter 125 Ringtone. The smoke screen of the fire dinosaur enveloped the turbid fog of the duck-billed flame dragon, and stood between the two sides. Neither side moved again, but quietly waited for the smoke screen to dissipate. The two sides of the attack just now were testing each other, and the test results also proved that both sides were not easy to deal with, and neither of them was the kind of guy who used skills to death. Although both sides had skills that could avoid attribute restraint, they could also defend against each other's attacks. If they wanted to decide the winner, they would eventually have to return to the duel of the fire system. Use Jet Flame. Both sides ordered at the same time. The fire dinosaur and the duck-billed flame dragon, who received the order, launched an attack at the same time, spewing blazing flames from their mouths at each other. Two powerful flames spewed out of the elf's mouth at the same time, colliding violently in the middle, and for a while, the air became hot. The duck-billed flame dragon's big belly was like a gas tank, storing a large amount of fire energy, which could be sprayed out when it needed, but its mouth was not its usual spray channel, so it was actually pressed over by the fire dinosaur for a while. Finally, the duck-billed flame dragon raised its arm again, and the compressed flame spewed out from it. As soon as these flames came out, Charmeleon's flames were immediately blown back and wrapped around Charmeleon's body. Seeing Charmeleon's failure in the flame spray duel, Xuanjian was not worried. Fire skills were weak to fire-type elves, and after Charmeleon carried the evolutionary Pyroxite, its defense ability was even better than that of duck-billed flame dragon. Such attacks were completely painless to it. Instead, he took advantage of this battle to determine where duck-billed flame dragon's injury came from. Charmeleon, use Flame Blast. Xuanjian, who had figured out the opponent's situation, finally let Charmeleon show his true ability. According to his observation, duck-billed flame dragon's injury was an arm injury. Although duck-billed flame dragon is huge, it is actually a standard special attacker with weak physical attacks and defenses. Its two arms like pipes can pressurize flames and spray them out, causing huge damage, but at the same time, the two arms are also relatively fragile due to their special structure. Through his own observation, Xuanjian determined that the arm of the duck-billed flame dragon was seriously injured, the kind of injury that could not be fully recovered by skills and healing machines alone. Therefore, when spraying flames, it would feel pain due to the pressure inside the arm. After discovering this, Xuanjian decided to let Charmeleon launch as powerful attacks as possible, forcing the opponent to use its arms to fight back and wear down the opponent. Hearing Xuanjian's order, Charmeleon knew that it could finally let go of the attack, and it was immediately excited. The flame on its tail exploded with a bang, and it directly entered the fierce fire state. For Charmeleon, as the control of the flames is strengthened, it no longer needs to wait until the physical strength is reduced to enter the fierce fire state. With the launch of the fierce fire state, Charmeleon opened its mouth, and a dark red fireball condensed in its mouth and shot at the duck-billed flame dragon. Compared with the battle with Flame Monkey on Pokken Island, It has a stronger control over the flames, and the skills it uses are more condensed. Mulang looked at the dark red fireball the size of the head of the fire dinosaur with a very solemn expression. Fire skills are different from other attribute skills. Due to their strong explosive power and insufficient endurance, the more powerful the skills look, the weaker they are. This seemingly insignificant skill is actually the most terrifying, because its energy is condensed and not wasted at all, just waiting for the moment of explosion. Duck-billed flame dragon, use the big word explosion and spray flames. Mulang ordered. For the duck-billed flame dragon, which can spray flames with both hands, using multiple skills at the same time is not a problem. The duck-billed flame dragon nodded, and first condensed a big word of fire with his left hand to meet the fireball sprayed by the fire dinosaur, and then sprayed a column of fire with his right hand to push it. The attacks of both sides collided in the air, and then a huge explosion broke out. The hot air wave swept around, slightly scorching the hair on Xuanjian's forehead. Fire dinosaur, rush over and attack the right hand of the duck-billed flame dragon. Relying on the defense of the fire dinosaur, Xuanjian immediately ordered without waiting for the fire wave to subside. For the fire dinosaur, with the enhancement of the evolutionary pyroxene, defense is not a problem at all. The problem is that its physical strength and attack power are far inferior to the evolutionary duck-billed flame dragon. The fire dinosaur immediately executed Xuanjian's order without hesitation after receiving the order. For it, even without the evolutionary pyroxene, it is not a problem to directly pass through these hot waves of fire. Although there was a flame blocking it, Mulang was still keenly aware of the fire dinosaur's movements and immediately ordered the duck-billed flame dragon, use the flame vortex to stop the opponent. The duck-billed flame dragon's arm was seriously injured and has not recovered yet. If it is attacked again, the consequences will be disastrous. Fire dinosaur, use burn to stop the opponent's flame vortex first. The duck-billed fire dragon stared at the flames in front of it. When the fire dinosaur passed through it, it immediately used the flame vortex after confirming the direction. In order to stop the fire dinosaur's offensive, the fire dinosaur also raised its head and aimed at the duck-billed flame dragon to use burn to the end. As the ultimate skill of the fire system, the power of burn to the end should not be underestimated, and it easily dispersed the flame vortex. However, after using the burning, Charmeleon also consumed a lot of energy, and the flames on its tail shrank a circle, and it exited the fierce fire state. Then, with the remaining power of burning, Charmeleon rushed to the side of the duck-billed flame dragon, opened its mouth, bit the duck-billed flame dragon's right arm fiercely, and then raised its claws to use the split. The duck-billed flame dragon screamed, and then spewed blazing flames from its mouth at Charmeleon. Its left hand lit up with lightning, and it used the Thunder Fist skill to hit Charmeleon's back. Under the attack of the opponent, Charmeleon did not let go of its mouth, but used split with both hands continuously, attacking the arm it bit again and again. Under its crazy attack, Xuanjian and Mulang both heard a slight sound of bone fracture. "Stop, I give up!" Mulang shouted, and then picked up the Pokeball to take back the duck-billed flame dragon, but unfortunately, because the arm was bitten by Charmeleon, it could not be taken back. "Charmeleon, it's okay, stop!" Xuanjian also ordered, but he didn't expect Charmeleon to still not listen. "Hurry up and make your Pokemon stop," Mulang urged anxiously. If this continued, the arm of the duck-bill flame dragon would be crippled. "Charmer, stop now!" Xuanjian immediately ran over and shouted to Charmer. Although Mulang's Pokemon was injured, he was still very strong. If he pushed him too hard, he would not be sure to take the revenge of the opponent. This time, Charmer finally stopped and loosened his mouth that was biting Duck-bill Flame Dragon, allowing Mulang to successfully take Duck-bill Flame Dragon back. "This is reverse scale." Xuanjian looked at Charmer's red eyes and said with some surprise. He didn't expect that Charmer had comprehended a new skill in this battle. However, these are not important at the moment. The important thing is how to calm down the already confused Charmer. Fire-type Pokemon are much more dangerous after being confused than other attribute Pokemon because Fire-type Pokemon themselves are irritable and chaotic. If the trainer does not calm it down in time, it will not only cause harm to others, but also to the Pokemon itself. After the duck-billed Flame Dragon was taken back, the chaotic Charmeleon had no target for a while, so it instinctively took the huge airship as its target and raised its head to use the burnout skill on the airbag of the airship. This time, the power of the burnout skill was not as strong as before, but it was enough to burn the airbag of the airship. Fortunately, the airbag was not filled with hydrogen, otherwise a big explosion would be inevitable. Charmeleon, calm down. Xuanjian rushed over and hugged Charmeleon, patting its back and comforting it. Charmeleon really tried his best in this battle. The body of the duck-billed flame dragon is not so easy to bite. The characteristics of the flame body make its body temperature extremely high. Even if it touches it with an attack, it will cause burns, not to mention Charmeleon biting it directly with its mouth. If it were not a fire spirit, Charmeleon's mouth would not be burned with a lot of bubbles, but would be directly burned. With Xuanjian's comfort, Charmeleon gradually calmed down, his eyes regained clarity, and then fainted in Xuanjian's arms. Thank you for your hard work, Charmeleon. Xuanjian took out the Pokeball and took it back, then returned to the captain. Although he won the battle, his method was indeed a bit of taking advantage of the other party's misfortune, and the other party might not obey the previous agreement obediently. Sure enough, the two groups separated again and confronted each other clearly. Muleng stared at Xuanjian and his team with hesitation, while the other bandits around him kept instigating him. Why, Muleng, are you not going to abide by the agreement? The captain protected Xuanjian behind him and said to the other party. You took advantage of the other party's misfortune first. If it weren't for that kid's means, how could the boss lose? A long-faced bandit closest to Muleng shouted loudly. That's it. That's it. The other bandits immediately shouted loudly, with a completely determined momentum. Muleng did not say that he would break his promise, nor did he stop the bandits from making trouble. He just stared at the captain, and his right hand kept stroking the Pokeball on his waist, as if he was estimating the chances of winning if he took action. Seeing the boss's look, the bandits gradually quieted down, just staring at the people beside the airship, like a pack of wolves waiting for the leader to give the hunting order. The crew also gathered together, forming a defensive circle with the captain as the center, staring nervously at the bandits who outnumbered them, fearing that they would suddenly attack. The atmosphere gradually became solemn, and the scene was so quiet that even the sound of Muleng stroking the Pokeball could be heard. As Muleng's movements of stroking the Pokeball gradually slowed down, everyone's heart was lifted, because whether to fight or to make peace depends entirely on the other party's next decision. At this time, a faint bell sound suddenly came from the distance, and Muleng's face suddenly changed, and he shouted to the bandits, retreat. Then he climbed onto the back of the desert elf, urging the desert elf to fly up, and the bandits quickly followed, and disappeared in front of everyone in a moment. What's wrong? Xuanjian wiped his face and wiped off the sand that had just been thrown on the body when the desert elf took off, and asked curiously. The captain shook his head, saying he didn't know either. It seems that it ran away when it heard the bell. Could it be that the one who made the bell was afraid of it? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.